but also you know that you're in the car for a very long time as well. How do you stay concentrated, motivated while you're in for such a long time at the front?
Well, for me personally, it's with these 24-hour races. At one point, you just get into the mood of just trying to get the fastest lap. Well, in this case, Alex has set a benchmark for me that I couldn't beat at all. So I tried my best. I got the gap down to like 1 second in the end. But yeah, that's kind of just how it goes. I just like driving this track. There's not really any racing going on anymore.
I mean, I am surprised that I wasn't here for all of his stints, saw you towards the finish of it. I'm surprised looking at the amount of drivers that you have that you would have to do that, all in one go. As far as the entry list I've got, has got you with 6 drivers in the team. Talk us through the team first of all, and who's been doing what in terms of driving and who's there for you. And why you've ended up doing such a long stint when you've got so many teammates?
Well, that's basically down to, as I've already mentioned, Ben, Ayetton and I have done the IVRA Club Sport series yesterday, which was running during like the first 8 hours of the race. So Alex Gall and Alex Ellis have been doing the first 8 hours, and now we have basically also gotten into the race. And it's in the end just easier for me to do 4 stints in a row because I now am finished with my driving and I can just go to sleep.
I was going to ask about that. What's the plan now? Are you planning just to sleep and that's it? You're just going to let yourself go, or are you going to make sure that you're up in time to see the finish of this race?
We will probably make sure to be there for like the last half an hour maybe. That should be all right.
That's always my plan in a 24-hour race. Stay up for as long as possible and then get up for the last half an hour. It's a good plan. Thanks for coming to chat to us, Niels, and well done on such a great stint through the night. Oh, David wants me to ask you a sports question. You've got a better imagination than me, David, so you're going to have to take the reins on that.
Yes. Which World Cup game ended with a 7-1 scoreline?
Well, I think you got the wrong person there. I'm not really into that stuff at all.
You're very harsh, David, I must say. You're very... I don't know the answer to that, and I like football quite a lot. That's a hard question.
Okay. How many people are there per boat in doubles rowing?
Well, I would be guessing 2.
Well done, congratulations.
There we go. We got there. That's a question we can all enjoy. How I feel this morning. Niels, I won't keep you awake any longer. I'm sure you're dying to get to bed. Congrats on a great stint here this morning, and thanks for coming to chat to us afterwards as well.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much. That's Niels Core of Satellite Racing, who are leading in the GT3 class. What was the answer to that football question, by the way, David? What was the game?
Germany, Brazil.
Oh, of course. Well done. Yes.
2014?
Yes, it was 2014. I remember it well. I was so young, and the games were very late in the UK, so I was so young that I wasn't allowed to watch the second half, but I didn't need to, as it turned out.
I was with the Germans, and I don't know if they remember it that well, to be honest with you.
I can imagine. It's possibly the most extraordinary half an hour of football I've ever watched. There you go. Maybe this is going over a lot of people's head, as it did Niels Core's head. There you go. But he got the rowing question right, so well done to him on that. What's the success rate been like in your sports questions, by the way, tonight?
I've been trying to keep them, easy and short and sharp. I think most people are getting them.
Well, it's
I've got one for you.
Oh, okay.
Now, this is going to be a really, really tough one for you because I don't think you know much at all about AFL. But okay, what colour do the Carlton Blues wear?
Now, if this is a trick question, I might. Yes.
No, it's not. It's literally like, here's a sport you don't know much about, but I'm going to ask a question that's so obvious you can get it.
It is blue. Right, okay. Thank you. That's an easy one. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm so out of Australian sport. Is AFL the Australian rules football, or is it the rugby league?
Yes, AFL is Aussie rules. We were just seeing Scout Lawrence there, jamming out to some tunes and staying hydrated. That was an exciting camera. Many drivers have joined us. A few of them are cameras of people who appear to be asleep though.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot happening in the Garnet Kate Adams camera or the Stinky cam where Stinky has gone to bed. But there's drivers driving, action happening elsewhere. Plenty of hydration happening. Chloe Mugford also just went for a little bit. Clardy. Looks like a Thrustmaster wheel. There's where Stinky would be if Stinky was awake.
Yeah. Parker talking to somebody down the line there. Been driving for just over an hour now, I think. Currently 8th for Savage Sim Racing. Always, well, as I find, especially at Le Mans, nice to have someone on the line to talk to be honest, because the straights are very long, it's very dark, you could be very tired, and you don't want to lose concentration and or fall asleep.
Yes, the night is long and dark, but luckily you've got me here with you, Ewan.
Thanks. That will keep me awake.
Oh dear.
Keep you on my toes. Clardy gives us a wave.
And Atlanta Braves, you say? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. I like how you were in the right sport but managed to pick all the other A teams. It's a good effort.
There's just so many baseball teams. Why are there so many?
It's 30. Yeah, I don't really know. Do you know how many games there are in a baseball season?
Oh, lots. Lots.
Yes.
I spent a little bit of time in Chicago. And I was staying near, what's it called, where the Chicago Cubs play? The, don't tell me. It'll come to me.
I don't know.
No, it's in my head. It'll come to me. Anyway, yeah. I thought about going to one of their games, but then I looked at it and I was going to have to spend, like, $100 to sit in the sun, and I just went to the bar across the street instead, which was also full of people too poor to buy tickets to the actual game, so it was a good environment over there.
They're very expensive now. I was talking to American about this actually a couple of years ago, and they said the reason why there's so many games is because then the tickets would be cheaper and you would, go there instead of, the cinema or something in the evening. But the tickets are just wildly expensive now. As you say, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. For the best seats, I was, because I was looking at it myself this week since the season started. For the best seats in the house, it's $600 for one game.
Why you got to support a team that sucks so you can get cheap tickets? If you support a good team, it's too expensive.
See, that's the mistake you made when you were in Chicago. You should have gone to the White Sox, not the Cubs.
Yeah, I was on the wrong side of
wrong side
town
of
as well. the White Sox Stadium looks sad, and the Chicago Cubs Stadium, there's even houses across the street that have like seats on the roof because they can see across the street and into the stadium. So
Nice.
the whole neighborhood is the stadium.
Yes. I do like that when the local area it's still, when the stadium fits into the local area and you can sit on a roof and watch the game instead.
Yeah, like the classics, Fenway Park, and then even whatever the one in San Diego is now. It's kind of interesting.
Can't remember the name.
Okay, I've looked up what the thing in Chicago is. It's Wrigley Field in Wrigleyville.
Oh.
That's where I was. I was in Wrigleyville. Sounds euphemistic, but that's what it's called.
that wasn't my first thought. Well, there we go. Wrigley Field in Chicago. Yeah, blimey, it is packed into the local area, isn't it? That's me.
Very nice. Lots of places to come and go. Panda Specs, Aston Martin making their pit stop. Our producer was being mean to Howie Burrows, but in the process, accidentally being mean to Panda Spec multiple times, replayed a little spin that they had just to check if Howie was paying attention. It's like, hey, that's the same replay again. Yes, it was. Second from Hypercar in Prismatic.
Yes. Rather annoyingly, fourth place also in, so spotting the pit box would have been a bit more difficult for Ivory Balfour, who now gets out, and Scout Lawrence will get in to the Prismatic Motorsports Athena 98. So,
Moments ago, hydrating and pumping themselves up, so Scout's ready to go.
yes. Ready for a stint. I'd imagine waking up early in Europe. Have I got that right? Anyway, doesn't really matter. It's
It's Canadian flag, so maybe
okay. Maybe not.
it's either late shift, and this is the replay that we've seen for the 8th time with Panda Spec Motorsports. I even recreated it with my Panda spun 360. So
There goes
if
the
you're in,
Ferrari.
Calgary, Alberta, British Columbia, it's perfect racing times on the west coast of Canada.
On the west coast, definitely. Only
I can imagine
9:30.
I can imagine you working the oil sands of Western Canada with a hard hat on.
Can you? Yeah, you haven't met me. That's that.
No, that's what's fun about this, is trying to imagine you in a blue collar job.
Oh, good.
You can play the same game with me, don't worry.
People who have met me, well, I don't really listen to this at the moment, but see people at RaceSpot have, and they'll be giggling at the moment at the thought of that. I've done a hard day's work in my life.
Well, it's
As you
easy
can tell.
working with me.
Exactly.
I think, Chloe Mugford pretty recently in the car, from what I can tell here in the race leading number 41. So a few of our drivers on cam have gone from spectators to drivers with Chloe Mugford and with Scout Lawrence. So we've got first and second in this hypercar class on camera.
Yes, that'll be good for this stint. Bring us to sunrise. Hence why I thought, of course, that they'd both be waking up in Europe to get up early and do a stint, but that's not the case, as it turns out. There's a thumbs up on camera as well. But getting focused in here for what could be a long stint. The gap nearly 3 minutes. Actually, Tony Mills Racing, since I've been here for the last 90 minutes, have extended that gap. Not by loads, but just by enough. And so it's a little bit more comfortable for Chloe Mugford getting into the 41 Cadillac, but it's still at that gap, isn't it, where one mistake is enough to see the lead change here overall.
This might just be a fuel weight stint timing thing. Fastest car on track last lap was third place Arctic Sim Racing. 326.3 was pretty competitive from Denis Kultunov. Another new flag on our wall of flags, because that is, I'm going to hover over the text so I get it right. Bosnia and Herzegovina. I've still got it wrong. I can see the flag of Seychelles for Yanis Albert Quad Dash Racing. That's still the flag of Ecuador. Iceland has appeared as Femir Ponzi has gotten on track. And Estonia for Serena Kasiv Aslav.
Did you enjoy watching? Did you follow any of Bosnia Herzegovina's football games on the last week?
No, but I did hear Herzegovina pronounced recently, and that's why I knew I got it wrong when I said it earlier.
Yes.
Because of the result of the sports.
Indeed. Country who are probably very pleased with themselves at the moment, rightly so. Mainly because they made sure Italy are not at the World Cup again, which I think is hilarious.
Ewan, is it coming home?
No. Did you see our results this week? Good grief. It's not coming home.
No shame in losing
smashed.
to Japan. Australian Matildas lost to Japan in the Asia Cup final the other week. So if there's shame in losing to Japan, we can both share the shame corner.
Well, no, well, I would say there's more shame in losing to Japan if you're the Australian women's football team, because they're better than the English men's football team, I would say, as a proportion of their sport.
Yeah, I think the English men's footballers probably get in worse legal trouble than Australian women's footballers do in the UK.
Well, I won't comment.
So finally the pit stop from Arctic Sim Racing and Who Wants a Soda. So from third in Hypercar, the last laps on the in laps were really strong for the 67, but now they get a driver change, I believe. And Ruben Guet gets back in, and we're looking at the pit stop underway for Who Wants a Soda. What if you asked for a soda and they gave you baking soda?
You'd be livid. Well, I would be. Maybe that's what they're trading on. They can make some money. Give us some money, we'll make you a soda, and that's what they give you.
Baking soda can be useful for tenderizing and marinating tough cuts of meat.
Thanks for that. Again, I'm too English for doing any of that. Just put it in the oven.
Whack it in the oven, bish bash bosh. Sunday roast's on its way. Core blimey. It's looking absolutely gorgeous and ready for a bit of scran.
Oh, good grief. Well, I quite enjoyed that. I don't think I've ever heard you say core blimey before. There's something about an Australian saying core blimey that's really tickled me.
There's other funny things that RaceSpot won't allow me to say that Australians commonly do. GT3 leader checking in on them again. Satellite Racing Nebula, they have got a gigantic lead. The lead in LMP2 was one of the closest a while ago. It's expanded, and so now you've got to Hypercar for the closest. But this is probably an in-lap for Ruby Nakamata leading LMP2. So when the pit stop for Queen's Science 56 happens, that'll close up a little bit.
Oh, don't roll onto the racing line like that, goodness me. Oh, and there was damage there. Well, was that netcode or was that a proper hit there for the 12th place Ferrari? Because there was a moment there where their front bumper had seemed to fall off, the Scrubs Go Racing Revival team. Let's see this again here. See if we can work out whether there was actually contact or not. Not in the spin itself, that's just getting on the power. But then they roll back onto the racing line. They should have locked the brakes down, and they look like they got clipped there, but then the bumper comes back again, so I don't know.
Over the top 77 in LMP2, going into the forward chicanes, a little hot, and losing the rear around.
Is that legitimately a lap lead now in LMP2, by the way? For
Yeah,
Queen's
well,
design?
we're about to get Queen's Designs in, so it's going to be there in lap. And see if Ruby Nakamata stays with that LMP2 Dalalarara.
Midnight Erican with a black flag again. Oh, contact! Is that the race? Oh, I thought there was going to be contact. Sorry, that was very close. That's the race leader trying to get past the 143 hit. At the moment, can't quite do it. And we just flicked to them a moment ago as well when they were in a lot of traffic. You can see the LMP2 in the background there. It was all happening. There's an LMP2 in front of them now as well, but these are the moments you want to avoid as a race leader. As you mentioned earlier, blue flag's only advisory. They don't have to jump out the way.
Look at some numbers. 300, is that legit? 333 kilometers an hour peak speed for Taylor Mills. 41. I don't know if I believe this.
That's very
363 for Fox Body.
Oh, no, that's definitely not true, surely.
No, but I see a bunch of cars that have got that number, so I don't know where it's come from. That sort of 350 or 360 kilometers an hour is meant to be believable. But we do have Ruby Nakamata in the lane from the lead of LMP2 over the top. Are they close enough? They're about to just go back onto the lead lap now.
Oh! And there is contact now in front of the race leader. The Fox Body car gets through, and so does the Taylor Mills racing car. And now, finally, Chloe Mugford is clear. And everyone on that 41 team will be very pleased about that, because I've got to say, through watching that for the last minute or two, I was thinking that that had disaster written all over it to me, but they've got clear of it now, and they'll be pleased to be in the free air.
Yes, and the black flag for the 143 isn't an iRacing incident limit. It's from race control for moving under braking. I wonder if some of all that's just happened there will get a look, but that's the BMW M-Plower, not Howie Burrow's comfort character.
And Harrison Arendt with a black flag now as well. Oh, it's awkward with the McLaren through the final chicane. Still such a busy racetrack. Even this deep into the race, still 45 teams in the race. A flash of the lights from the McLaren, maybe to say what was that all about. But yes, I think that's an iRacing one, isn't it, for Harrison Arendt? I don't see one in race control for
yes.
that. Yeah.
Or because of the spin and the off track there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bless you.
That all lines up. Oh. Ramirez choosing some good times to go to them. Indeed. That's the only German word I know. Well, the only one I can say right now.
Okay, good. I can say lots of German words like Geschirrspülmaschine.
What's that?
A dishwasher.
Oh, I see. I'm sure you use that often when you're in Germany.
Yes. No. I mean, I use a dishwasher often, but mine at home.
Just not the word. Yeah. There's Scout Lawrence settling in as well for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Number 98, which is less than 3 minutes off the lead now. So we're still in that stage of the race because there's, I guess we're probably still going to be in this stage for a few hours yet. But if you just chip away at a lead a bit, even if it is minutes long, as all three of the classes are separated at the moment. You could see yourself by sunrise, or certainly by the time we're getting towards midday, just a sort of a manageable gap to try and catch up. But there's no doubt there's a big task for Prismatic from this point to catch up to the Taylor Mills Racing Cadillac and challenge for this race victory in just under 7.5 hours time.
Minutes the gap at the moment, give or take. 2:45 in LMP2, but that's because Over the Top only just got back on the lead lap as Queen's Design pitted, and then probably going to go the lap down again.
Yeah, it just depends which way that falls, doesn't it, really, as to whether they're lap down or not. There's Yannis Albert, Quadrash Racing, 6th place for them now. It's got some cleverly placed advertisement by the looks of things there.
Train smarter, not Lon. See where you're your coach. Built for sim racers who want to.
Just to move himself out of the way.
Reminds me of the, you know, has anyone ever really been so far as decided to go want to do yous look more like?
Yes, I know what you mean.
Is this lead poor or lead poor?
Yeah, I think lead poor racing. Is
but it could be like lead foot.
Well, yeah, but is that not a thing on four-legged animals? The lead paw? I made that up.
One of my favourite animal words is direct register, which is, does the four-legged animal put its hind legs in the same spot that the front legs just were, or do they go differently? Does it leave 4 or 2 footprints as it walks? Cats leave 2 footprints when they walk because their hind paw goes exactly where their front paw just was.
Maybe this is a stupid thing to say, but in that case, what's the point of having 4 legs?
I don't know, he's got twice as many legs.
It's not like a currency.
Then you get, but like, okay. Imagine how much less tasty bits of a pig there would be if they only had 2 legs.
Absolutely, yes. Well, I can understand for a pig, to be fair, because I'd imagine with 2 legs they'd be liable to fall over. They're a bit top heavy, pigs. But I mean, cats and dogs. Well, most dogs. Yeah, they could deal with 2. And you know, we're not eating that cats or dogs, so you know, what's the point of the other 2 legs? Just imagining now a pig trying to walk on 2 legs and constantly falling over.
Yeah, something to be said. Something to be said about all that. What I am just vaguely keeping an eye on is our
race
Fox body frameworks. Yeah, just vaguely, like half an eye on the race. The 143. Are they going to be able to get back ahead of the LMP2 leader? Because it was tracking like they were going to. Then they got the drive-through. Then they did whatever we saw earlier, where they pushed wide into the LMP2 and then missed their braking zone into Arnage and nearly ended up in the south of France. All of that made it pushed back the ETA on getting back ahead of the LMP2 class leader and then sitting rightfully in the standings with the rest of the hypercars again.
They're still not that far away, though, are they? Are they on the same lap, or are we one lap down now? With that, I think they're on the same lap, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're 30 seconds.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Was that just a little bit of repairs just then from Dogbox Racing Alpha?
Didn't see.
Sometimes weird things
006
happen when
again.
the driver change takes place, and I think Danielle De Silva is new to the car,
Yes.
so maybe that was happening as it was getting the other service done, and now pulls away.
Yeah, that is definitely a driver change. This is the 65 Ferrari again. We saw this car go for a spin through the first chicane earlier, and now it's the final chicane over that. It's again on the exit. Need to turn the traction control up a little bit or something there, because yeah, that Ferrari has been dropped twice now, getting on the power out of these slow speed chicanes.
Well, if you look at the burnouts, they've got their traction control disable button ready. They just need to get the traction control enable button going on.
Yes. It did look like they'd just been constantly running without it, really. This battle has re-emerged again between Multiviewer Motorsports and Team Secura Engineering. The 7 car is lighter on fuel and up to speed with tyre temperature as well. So this battle for 4th place, if this carries on for another 7 hours, it's going to be very entertaining indeed, as for about half of the LMP2 stint. They're a long way apart, but the other half, they're nose to tail like this, and look at the difference in terms of tyre temperature. Whitehead able to just sweep underneath Vincent van der Hoek and move back into the 4th position again. So there's another change for 4th there. The battle further down, by the way, unfortunately for 8th, is not transpiring in the same way as this one is.
Yeah, I think you can get a ferry between British Whitehead and Herc van Holland.
Very good. Probably can. Earlier when we were talking about Tampa, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry. The city, Tampa has an area of its city that's called Whitehaven. It's a place in the UK as well. There you go. All their place names are named after us. Strange that.
Yeah, did you guys have anything? Oh, you know what the best? You know what the best town in the Tampa Bay region is?
Go on. No, go on.
Haynes City.
Oh,
Haynes
very
City,
good.
Florida. And then in near St. Petersburg, there's also Haynes Road.
Spelt your way or just?
My way.
Oh, wow.
It's my way and the highway.
Yeah. Your highway. Yes. Well. Very good. I didn't know that. How big is it? Is it a big place? Is it a city?
No.
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 I was going to say.
It's called Haynes City, not Haynes City. So in the centre is Haynes City City Hall. And that's what it says on the building. Feels a bit redundant. Driver change for Satellite Racing Nebula. Good night, Alex Ellis. Rest easy.
It was only one stint, wasn't it, from Ellis?
I know he's been up all night.
Well, fair enough in that case. Benedjus Abdullahi is the latest driver. I say they've got 6 of them, so it should be fine. They didn't do either earlier, which, as Niels Core was telling us, pulled 3 of them away for the first third of this race. Just having a look around Haynes City.
Yeah, not a massive. It's nice enough, I'm sure. I didn't stay long. I did visit just briefly.
Have you actually been?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
wow.
driving back to Orlando Airport from Sebring.
Right, yeah. Might as well. Hop in. I'm sure everybody knew you.
if you look at the size of the town, if I really put my mind to it, I could probably become mayor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it looks like one of those places where, you know, no one really wants to. There's no prestige in it, you know. So if it's just like, hey, I'm actually really keen. You're like, all right, okay.
If I can be brutally honest, I'm not sure how you're going to appeal to Floridians. You might find that tricky.
Oh no!
Small
I
town
have my
Floridians.
ways. No.
Okay. Can you act?
Yes, I can act interested in local politics. That's all it takes to be a city councillor that I know.
It does really. Isn't
We're
that
down to
what we
about
do for any
15
sort of job?
seconds. Yeah, exactly. We're down to about 15 seconds between Queen's Design and Fox Body Frameworks, so they are going to get back clear of the next class. Just as I say that, Midnight Hurricane's got to slow down, but that won't hold them back too long.
No, it's a big moment for people like me and you who like all the classes to be in the right order on the timing screen.
There is a word for that type of person, Ewan.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Let's just say
think
that if
that's
you don't get
completely
diagnosed as a child, it's hard to get diagnosed as an adult.
I do. That's completely normal. Who wants to see the colours mixed up? Anyway.
People on YouTube Shorts, apparently, if you've seen that type of content.
No.
Paint
No?
mixing, sand mixing, all sorts.
No, I'm not really seeing that. I try and avoid YouTube Shorts, if I'm honest with you.
I've accidentally sent my algorithm to give me it's giving me content in German.
Oh no.
So
Well, I remember
I watched a couple of
about this time last year in this race, maybe a little bit later, you were reading reviews in German about something. I can't remember.
chucks. Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
I
yeah,
read
that
the
was it,
German IKEA reviews of
Yes,
Blue High and such.
reading them in German.
Yeah, I watched.
despite having
Yeah.
no idea.
I listened to a bunch of music videos of like German artists, and YouTube decided, well, that means he wants like comedic skits in German in his YouTube shorts. So that's happening to me right now.
It is slightly scary how you can trick these websites into doing what you want.
No, I think I'm the one that's tricked, and they're not.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. No, I'm glad I'm not on the paint mixing side. That sounds. I don't really like watching it. Oh dear! Cautionary tail motorsports off through the final chicane with what looked like a bit of contact there to me. I was looking away, but.
Curb. They were on the narrow entry, and they just bounced to the left-hand side curb, I think.
Okay. When is this change going to happen? I'm very excited for this now. This change between Queen's Designs and Fox Body Frameworks. Not far away now. Though having said that, the 14 Punk Crew Pink car is a very long way away from managing that, so 6 laps down still on the LMP2 leader, and they're in a hypercar. There's Ian Miller, the Savage Sim Racing team. 8th place for them so far. They've got a lap in front and behind, so no pressure on this pit stop here as it ticks up towards the expected 42 seconds. In fact, it's going to go past that fairly considerably. I wonder whether there's been trouble here for Savage Sim Racing. Can't see any damage, but can't see much of anything from here.
Well, what I was going to point out is that they've stopped after 12 laps when most have typically been stopping after 13 in this class. So the stop has come a little early. Did the rear wing just get adjusted there? The lights dance and flicker and confuse me at this time of night.
Yes. It is rather difficult to work out. It's not that long of it. It looks like a speeding penalty, that, doesn't it, really? 1 minute 21. Pretty easy to do after you've done the hard work of the chicane on the way into the pit lane. Actually slowing down, getting that right is potentially going to cost you a lot of time if you get it a little bit, if you're going a little bit too fast, and cost them 40 seconds. Penalty, drive-through penalty for Lame Sheep Racing, just in from our live race control here on this race. It's an unsafe rejoin for them, which results in a black flag for another one for Harrison Arend and Lame Sheep Racing. Didn't we just see them get one for incident points? So that's another drive-through, isn't it?
Yes, the two could be linked as well, because if you go, you need to be off track to unsafely rejoin, and you get an incident point being off track. So the two might have happened together or similarly.
The lap lead for Queen's Design is going to return again, by the way, over the topper in pit lane. I think there was the driver change there, wasn't it? Oyvind Haugland, now the new driver. A lot of driver changes at this time of night.
Yes, and it's led to Vexillologists rejoice. There's a new flag on my timing screen. It is for the 670 Pandaspec Motorsport Rob Edgell from Vatican City.
Is that the name for a flag enthusiast? Vexillologist?
Yes, so flags are vexillology. A flag enthusiast is a vexillologist. Something like that.
That's right. Vexillologist. There you go. I do learn lots when I'm commentating with you. I also forget lots when I'm not. So
I'm here just constantly trying to fill in your gaps in general knowledge.
cool. We could be here a while.
That's why it's always endurance races, Ewan.
Yeah. We're not doing many sprint races together. There's not enough time. Need a long time. We'll be here for another hour, by the way, before welcoming back Jake Sperry and Nathan Richards from a
Fox Body Frameworks are ahead.
Oh, big moment for 12th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
12th
in the outright standings. A hypercar moves ahead of an LMP2. Wow.
That looks much better now, doesn't it? I mean, as long as you don't scroll down. All the hypercars in front of the LMP2s. That's much better for everybody's eyes. Meantime, just before we get to the hour mark, let's have another chat with a driver, shall we? Parker Clardy, we've made him wait for a couple of minutes, in fact, Parker. So we'll now have a chat, hopefully, with Parker Clardy. Parker, welcome in. Good to have you with us, and good to have you in the commentary box after your couple of stints out there. How was it out on the racetrack tonight?
Dude, it was rough. I missed my first two stints earlier in the day because for some reason I decided to wake up sick, it's part of it. But I got out here now straight into the nighttime, which I've never done in Le Mans in my life, so that was a struggle. Then I was also in a GTP, and then my first stint, right before I went to the pit lane, I completely missed pit lane whatsoever. I had teammates screaming in my ear, "Pit!" Like, oh, okay. So I turned off in the pits, got a 40-second penalty. And then the end of my second stint, I didn't know that there was chicane. So that's why we were held in the pits for longer than y'all thought we were, because I got another 40-second penalty. So, yeah, I'm struggling, but we're here. We're driving. The car's not dead. So,
yeah, exactly, yeah, and you're still running rather well, actually, in 8th place as well. Speaking of teammates, we saw actually when we checked in with you a couple of times when you were driving, chatting along with at least one of your teammates. What's the scenario for the team? How many people have you got up at this time in the morning/evening? And who are you chatting to? How does that help you as well when you're driving? Just to have someone to talk to at this time.
if I'm not mistaken, we have 3 people on right now, which is Nate, who's CEO of SSR, shout out, Ian, and I want to say Mike or Michael, which one of the two? 2 of them I'm new to, I've never met before, but yeah, we're just honestly chatting about random stuff. That's the best way I've seen with these endurance races, been doing them for years. Instead of sitting here constantly talking about, oh, what we do with the car, what we do this, have a random conversation. It makes it go by fast, especially in the night shift, which is this right now. You know, we have a lap ahead, a lap behind on cars, so it's not really where we're racing anybody. We're just trying to keep the car going, keep it on track. So it's really just it. There's no telling what's about to come out of somebody's mouth, and then we'll just have a whole long conversation.
I absolutely agree. It is the best way to get through one of these races, a 24-hour race. So when are you going to be next in the car, by the way, if you are returning? I'm not sure.
Unfortunately, 3:30 in the morning. Can't wait.
Well, yeah, goodness. It's going to be... well, of course, speaking as a European, I'm thinking that everybody's sort of waking up and sort of getting a bit better now as we get towards the end. I forget that, it's going to be very early in the morning for some of you, still, even later on in the race. So good luck with that. Before we let you go, we do... thanks to you, by the way, for lending us your webcam. Good to see people actually driving as well as just watch them in the sim. And therefore, we as commentators make judgments about people's lives. Are you a particular hat enthusiast based on the background? What's going on in the background here?
So, that's actually kind of funny. My grandfather, who passed away about 10 years ago, I've always kept his hats around. Those are all hats from the 90s. So I just had them in my closet, and I finally had an idea of, I want to do something with them. So I just took them and hung them all up right there. So every single one of those hats is like an old Snap-on racing hat, an old NASCAR hat, just stuff he collected back in the 90s, 80s and 90s. So that's basically it. I heard y'all talking about it while I was starting my first stint, and I said, I've got to tell them about that. 'Cause I'm pretty sure y'all tried to say I have a MAGA hat. No, I do not.
That was David. I didn't say that.
No, I said they're red, but I can't see white writing on them.
Good defense.
Yes. Well dug out of that hole there, David. That was expertly done. And just confirm which sports team is on your T-shirt as well, so I can be correct.
Alabama college football.
Oh, I wasn't even right. I wasn't even in the right sport. There you go. I don't know anything about college football, so there you go. I don't know if you've got any college-related sports questions, David, for Parker before we end the interview or anything. But glad to know that I was also wrong about that. I thought that was a Braves A, an Atlanta Braves A. But there you go.
That is funny. It's the exact same A.
Oh,
Literally the exact same.
How is that allowed? That shouldn't be allowed, surely.
Hey, take it up with Alabama and Georgia. Don't ask me.
Well, I might not actually. That might start some sort of conflict. It feels like. So I might
just
not
work
do
here.
That. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Any questions, David? Sports related or otherwise? I've sprung that on you. Sorry.
How many strings in a tennis racket?
What? I want to say 72. But I'm probably way off.
I think it's just one, but they wrap it around and tension it.
No. It can't be
Yeah,
one.
there's holes in the rims of the racket, and it goes through and then around, and then you lace it up.
No, because if you actually look at a tennis racket, you can see on each side there's a little circle thing on the end that holds it in, so they're all individual strings.
I haven't played tennis in ages.
I certainly don't know the mechanics of a racket, so there you go. Anyway, Parker, thanks so much for coming to chat to us. Great to hear from you after seeing you out there for a couple of stints tonight, and we look forward to seeing you again out there later.
Y'all have a great night.
Thanks very much. Less than 7 hours to go here at Le Mans. I'm seeing Parker again, I think, in 2 or 3 hours' time, based on what you said, 3:30 in the morning. I'm presuming that'll be Alabama time think that's 3.5 hours away. But there we go. David, just less than 7 hours to go. I think we'll be here for 1 more hour. I think by the time we get to the end of it, though, we're going to be able to see some daylight this morning.
Yeah, that's the plan. We're going to get some eventually.
It's been a very long and pretty dark night here at Le Mans. I can say over here in Europe it has started to get light outside, which is good. So, well, I mean, I always feel that you get the end in sight, if you like, by this time in the morning. When you see the sun outside. Well, maybe not the sun if you're where I live, but you can at least see the daylight, and feels like the end is near as the Taylor Mills Racing Cadillac comes in from the front of the race. Only 12 laps. That's a bit short, isn't it?
Yes, but that's actually what we've seen out of them the last couple of times. I wonder if the weather has a few of them going just a little bit shorter. Dogbox Racing Alpha went 13 laps.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on how much further Prismatic go, but that's the interesting thing, really. I mean, if they both end up doing 12, I guess it doesn't matter in a sense, but it does feel slightly shorter than it should be. That stint. Ticks past 40 seconds, and 41.3 seconds later, Chloe Mugford will be able to leave pit lane and get back onto the racetrack again. And another dealing with cold tyres with a Porsche GT3 just behind. Watch out into the first chicane. It's the 4th placed Savage Sim Racing Porsche of Alexander Last. Mugford able to get up to speed. Just tiptoe on those cold tyres initially. It's, according to our counter, the 26th pit stop for Taylor Mills Racing. Might not be the actual 26th time they've changed tyres, but there's been a lot of occasions where various drivers have just had to tiptoe back out. Someone in YouTube chat, by the way, David, says a tennis racket has 43 to 44 strings.
More than a bass guitar.
That is more than quite a few bass guitars. Oh no, Midnight Hurricane's into the pit lane again. And it's a black flag there. Queen's Designer back in front. It's terrible news for people like me. It's just a drive-through. That black flag. I think that's an iRacing one, isn't it? That's not a... There's no steward's announcement on that. So, the Fox Body Frameworks car goes back behind the LMP2 leader again. Mia Rose still doing strong laps out front. In fact, last time around was 2.5 seconds quicker than the second placed LMP2. I know they're 5 laps lighter on fuel, Queen's Design, but nevertheless, that's pretty impressive amount of time to be gaining as the leader, already with a multiple minutes lead as Scout Lawrence does indeed react in the Prismatic Motorsport Athena Cup. 12 laps for them as well.
If the track got really hot, you'd expect the stints to extend a little bit, but in these conditions you can stay so much time on full throttle. You can look after the tyres and get to throttle earlier, longer in the stint, and the air's a little bit thicker as well for the drag, so you spend a lot less time in the corners, a lot more time on full throttle on the straights, proportionally.
Yeah, that period of the race might, or well, at least with the coolest temperatures, might be drawing to a close very shortly. So we see Clomagford again, leading by more than 3 minutes, and Scout Lawrence has yet to actually get tyres up to temperature there in 98, so that gap is actually going to extend further. Tenno's racing just ever so slightly, edging away from the rest of the field now, as they have been in the very early hours of the morning here. Not out of sight yet, but they are just pulling away slightly.
That's Rouge. You don't want to cut it, you don't want to go out wide. So easy to get a slow down there, but you do want to maximise your exit onto this straight heading down towards the first Mulsanne chicane, so that's always the delicate balancing act there. Just try to really yeet yourself through that fast corner, but mind the track limits to millimetre precision, because it does very much matter to your lap time, and then eventually braking into the first chicane. Get a little bit of that final curb, go past the KFC. In the UK, what brand of cola is served at your KFCs?
Pepsi, I think.
Yeah, see, we're Pepsi too, but there's a bunch of places in the world, including France, I think, where it's Coke.
Oh.
And you're like, huh.
That feels like that's a bit unnecessary, really. Is that because the Coke is more popular than Pepsi in those places, or is it just commercial deal thing?
I think it's just regional agreements stuff, but it does always, when you see it with the opposite beverage, you're like, that doesn't make sense.
I mean, maybe a controversial take, but there's barely any difference between the two anyway. So, doesn't matter. Is that controversial?
Well, it depends.
Depends if you care enough, I suppose. Anyway, nearly a 3-wire moment towards Indianapolis, but absolutely fine for car 41 again to just dive down the inside at Indianapolis and not get through. It is difficult sometimes to get past these LMP2s. They're very fast. Now Clomagford will get clear. Let's have a chat, shall we, to Femir Ponzi, who's been waiting for us patiently for the last few minutes, and continue discussions about the race, but also tennis rackets, which I've been ongoing. Femir, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Talk to you at this stage in the race. You're on the 69 Savage Sim Racing team for this year's Race for a Cause. Currently running in 4th place. How are you guys all feeling about the situation you find yourself in with 6 hours 50 minutes to go?
Half the team is sleeping and the other half wants to sleep. I am one of those who want to sleep.
pull the mic a bit close to your face so we can hear you a bit better.
Sorry, I forgot. Yes.
There we go.
Sorry about the cursor. Yeah, my face cam mic. Yeah. Yeah, everyone. Half the team is asleep, and the other half wants to sleep. I am the one who wants to sleep. One of them, as it's currently 5 a.m. and I did not sleep at all. And yeah, they're kind of cruel to throw the only Europeans in the car right now. But yeah, I'll have to hit my captain for that.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask about the team, because according to the entry list that I've got, you've got 7 drivers for this race. Just talk us through how that's sort of been split up, divided between the 7 of you, and how much driving that's given you, or how have you, and what's the sort of mood in the team like among all of you?
It's pretty basic to split between us. as like most of the drivers who can drive, like we all have certain parts of the day blocked. Like I don't have next morning due to Easter lunch and stuff, and Alex didn't have the first half due to Easter stuff as well, I believe. So it's all kind of worked out. It's all hit very well. So it's been really easy to schedule it, I believe. But it's around 4 hours, 4 to 3 hours per driver. And what was the later part of the question?
Oh, just how are you all feeling with the situation that you've ended up in? Because it's well, the reason why I ask is because there's 7 of you. It's a little bit more than a regular sort of endurance team, if you like, isn't it? There's a few more of you. What's the sort of atmosphere like among you all?
Yeah, it's pretty normal. Like we're just like there was a high entry list for the GT3, so we just kind of put them all in and just yeah, we all get along very well. So hasn't been a problem. I'm just all in good spirits.
When are you going to be next in the car, if you are driving again for this race?
No, that was my 4th and final stint.
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah, well done on your stints so far. Thanks for coming to chat to us as well. What are you guys sort of hoping for the remainder of this race? You're just less than a lap off the podium. Is that the target for you, or are you happy to still be to sort of just maintain 4th?
We're happy with 4th. Like we don't really have the pace to actually catch 3rd. We'd have to be running like low 352s like for the rest of the race to even have a shot of that. But with most of the team dead tired and a lot of the PPs are, I don't know, 357, 358. Yeah, it just isn't possible. So the only way we're getting a podium is if P3 crashes. So yeah, P4 sounds really good to us, as we did qualify in P10.
Last question for me is where did you find the information that a tennis racket has 43 to 44 strings on it?
Called Google. I just looked it up really quick. I had no idea before, as I don't know anything about tennis. So yeah, that was completely just yeah.
Which Google?
Yeah.
There we go. David, you were about 40 odd off with your guess of 1 string on a tennis racket. So there you go. But thanks.
You're off too.
Like this is the kind of overnight conversation we have, me and David, quite often. Anyway, Femir, thanks for chatting to us. It's been good to hear from you after your stints in the car. As I say, not going to be driving it any longer, but good luck to the team for the remainder of the race.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks very much. That's Femir Ponzi joining us in the commentary box from the 69 Savage Sim Racing team, who, as we were mentioning there, currently running in 4th place in the GT3 category. While that's going on, Mia Rose is into pit lane from the lead of LMP2. Mia Rose actually got past Cautionary Tale Motorsports, who have also dropped behind the LMP3 leader with a 16-minute pit stop for them of their last incident. They've got back out again now, though.
Yeah, is the front left of that Queen's Design car a little askew, or is that just how the lights look from this angle? I don't know, okay, maybe I'm imagining things, I don't know.
Well, I agreed with you there until that second camera shot.
It wouldn't be the first time something looked different in the dark than it did in the day.
Yes. It looks all fine. 42 seconds in the lane, and Queen's Design make their way back out again. They're still leading by a lap. And
42 seconds is a long stop, by the way, because apparently long enough for Mia to respond to my DM and then keep driving.
Wow, that's quite
got
impressive.
a DM just then.
That's quick typing, isn't it? Was it anything to do with the damage, or is it just a social conversation?
Oh, it was just a laughing emoji to the very, very funny thing I said 20 minutes ago.
Didn't know what else to say, just I'll put that in there. Okay.
We've got a new flag, Ewan. We've got
Okay.
a new flag.
Exciting.
That, Chae Hyun Shin has joined the race in the number 48 Who Wants a Soda with the flag of Republic of Korea.
Very good. We should have kept a cam, but never mind. There it is. South Korea, as iRacing calls it. Yes, good to have a new nationality on the racetrack. It's similar time to what it is for you actually over there, isn't it?
That appreciate my great work on preparing a bibimbap.
Yes, indeed. They would have understood what you were on about if I did, even if I didn't. About your Korean food. But anyway, I'll park that conversation for a moment because we've got another driver waiting to come and chat with us. With 6 hours 43 to go, Marc Antonio Federa of the number 23 Twin Turn SR team joins us now. Marc Antonio, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us at this hour of the day. 6th place for you guys in car 23 at the moment. 6th place in LMP3, LMP2 rather, of course. Just over a minute off of the top 5. How are you all feeling about the position you find yourselves in with just over a quarter of this race left?
Well, we were doing pretty good up in 3rd, and then I just got a blue screen of death right when I got in the car and was doing my outlap. But yeah, I'm trying to keep my my cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to ask you about exactly that. How do you sort of keep your head in those scenarios where, you know, you just got hyped up for a new stint, you're going to be in there for, you know, however long it's going to be, so certainly at least one long stint out here, probably multiple, and then it all of that sort of gets taken away right immediately. How do you sort of pick yourself up and sort of just go again, if you like, because there's 4 drivers in your team, you know, you're each doing a bit more driving than a lot of the other teams in this race. How do you sort of pick yourself back up again after that?
I mean, this is the first time this has happened to me, so I guess you could say to expect the unexpected. Anything can happen, from little distractions like your phone going off to something like this. You just have to really stay, what's the word? Not motivated, what's the other word? You have to kind of just, you have to stay in it. You have to be resilient. That's the word I'm looking for. There's no alternative. You just have to stay in it. I mean, we're already almost 7 hours, I think, left in the race, and you know we can't give up now. You know, this isn't like, you know, we just crashed out at the beginning. You know, we got to finish this thing one. That's the main thing.
Yeah, is unmotivated a word? Feels like it should be.
Oh, no, I meant to say, like, you know, after all, like, the technical issues that both of our teams are having, and it's just, you know, like I said, you gotta stay in it no matter what.
Yeah.
You can't quit now.
No, absolutely. You, as I say, you are just over a minute off of the top 5. Is that the sort of target that you've got to aim for with this amount of time remaining, or are you pleased to just be in 6th place still in the race, or are you looking up to that top 5?
We're definitely going to push for the top 5. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get back into the race. My computer's kind of kaput. So I'm really hoping that the twins and Lucas can, you know, pick up the car back into the top 5. Anything can happen in these races. And, you know, I have full faith in them that they can bring the car home safe in one piece and in the top 5.
We've got a question from, well, not a question from a producer, more of a comment, slightly cheeky one. Your first name Marc Antonio, of course, but my producer said you don't sound Italian. I guess he was expecting you to be. What is your nationality, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm from America. Yeah, I have my parents are from Sicily, and my mom gave me the name after my two uncles.
Very nice, very nice.
Thank you.
It's well, I like it. I must admit, I was expecting an Italian accent as well. So there you go. A nice surprise. Thanks for coming to chat to us, Mark Antonio. Great to hear from you, even if it hasn't been maybe the race you were hoping for. I presume in that case you're not going to be getting back in the car as it stands.
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm trying to do every sort of bit of diagnostic tool that Windows has, and I'm doing the disk check right now, and it says it's fixing the C drive. So, yeah, that's a big problem with the computer. I mean, I had my computer for about 6 years at this point, so yeah, there's also that problem too.
Yeah. A good stint, as it were, for the computer. Thanks for chatting to us, Mark Antonio, as I say, and good luck to you all in the 23 car on striving for that top 5 in LMP3 this morning.
Yep, I'll keep an eye on the twins.
Yes.
So, alrighty, thank you.
Thanks very much. That's Mark Antonio Federa from the number 23 twin-turn SR team, currently 6th in LMP2. Lucas Moncler is the driver at the moment, but the twins he's referring to, by the way, are Dominic and Sebastian Eisenberg, who I'm guessing, reading between the lines, are going to be sharing the car to the end. This has been going on while we were in that interview. The 35 LMP2 bounding down the inside and getting a return of serve through the final corner and disappearing as well. Well, that's weird. I don't know why, just a badly timed bit of connection trouble, I suppose, but that was all a bit clumsy through the final chicanes.
Yes, rarely goes well trying to get alongside in the middle of the chicane there, and then clumsy both bouncing across the curbs indeed.
Not the first, and probably not the last of those. As the 23 completes another lap here. That's lap 275 completed for them. We're about to hit lap 300 out front, by the way. We're expected to see more than 400 laps in today's race. So lead Paul Racing go off the road in a pretty big way. Always fascinates me, I must say, doing iRacing races at Le Mans when we don't have a safety car, just how possible I believe it to be to actually break the 400 lap barrier at Le Mans, but you just realise how much the slow zones and full course cautions and safety cars slow them down in the real world, because they could do it otherwise.
Yeah, in 15-minute gearbox changes, drone flies over the first sector, past the Audi Hospitality. They'll be having the Audi Sport closing down sale in the morning, so get there if you want to get some TCR cars cheap.
Yes, everything 50% off, I'd imagine.
Yeah, GT2's 80% off, GT3's 30% off, buy one get one free on TCRs. GT4's, I don't think they ever had any stock.
Not many. Certainly not many. Might go down myself. Might finally be in my price range. There's the GT3 class leader, and Idris Abdullahi has been in for a little while now. Is this stint number 1 or 2? I think 2 now. No, sorry, just drawing towards the end of number 1, I'd imagine. This is lap 11 of this stint for Satellite Racing, who are continuing on with barely any delays here this afternoon. They are 4 laps in front of the rest of the field, and yeah, absolutely dominating in the GT3 class. That's still the case with 6.5 hours to go. They can feel very comfortable with the lead they've got. That incident, by the way, between those LMP2s is under investigation by the stewards, which is hardly a surprise.
Yeah, it's working very hard to control my shock at that.
Yes. Hardly the most surprising news we've received today, that's for sure.
I like the fact that the Aston Martin GT3 has the current Mercedes engine in it, while the Mercedes GT3 doesn't.
Does it really?
Yeah, because the Aston's got the 4-litre V8 twin turbo, and that's the engine that should be in the AMG GT, but they brought over the old naturally aspirated 6.2-litre V8 to the Mercedes GT3, so the Mercedes GT3 has the wrong engine, while the Aston Martin races with what would be the correct engine for the Mercedes.
Yeah, now you point it out, and listening to the Aston, it does sound a bit Mercedes-ish, doesn't it? When you listen to it. I can hardly think of two cars in a line of GT3s that the following one has been so much worse sounding than the previous. Maybe BMW Z4 to M6, but V12 Vantage to whatever this car's called, I've forgotten. It's a pretty big downgrade, sadly.
Now, as we've got the sun rising, Ewan, what is the best breakfast food?
Full English, obviously. I can't believe I've had to think about it for so long.
No, I'm with you on that.
Oh,
As a
thank you.
kid, I was a big fan of breakfast cereal, but now, ideal breakfast is just big pan, throwing stuff in it, and you're going, sausages, eggs, mushrooms, bit of tomato, if you can get some like little whole tomatoes or something, toast. Throwing some of that together.
Yeah.
Oh, hash browns.
Oh. Did you know the Full English Breakfast Committee in the UK, for which there is one, recently voted to strike hash browns off the Full English?
Okay, well, I'm a bit of a breakfast anarchist, so I don't follow the authority of anyone when it comes to what I'm going to put on my plate for breakfast. So that's good for them. They can vote how they like. I already wasn't following their instruction.
Very much enjoying the phrase breakfast anarchist, I must say. What does that mean? Orange juice on the cereal? What? How much anarchy are we talking?
I mean, I think as far as anarchist breakfast, the craziest breakfast things I've ever done, I mean, look, cold pizza for breakfast, when you've had pizza last night,
That's
right?
good.
And then some goes back in the fridge, and when you eat it in the morning cold, and the cheese has melted but then re-solidified, it has a different texture than if you just hadn't, and then if it had never been cooked. That's kind of what I like about cold pizza. And cornflakes, milk, and Captain Morgan.
I must say, I've seen off of many a hangover with that pizza method. I must say. There you go. The investigation, by the way, on that LMP2 incident isn't finished yet, but I'm not sure what Jan Salbert's doing there. They're still under investigation, those two. But the 35 car, Team Afterban, have been given a warning for excessive flashing, presuming of their headlights, and that will become less of a problem as the morning gets older, because we are about to see the sun. Well, maybe not the sun, but we're certainly seeing some daylight. As you can see, the 6 hour to go mark is not that far away. 1/4 of this race remaining, and many will be feeling that the end is not too far away. Let's have another driver interview, shall we, with Garnet Kate Adams, who has also been waiting patiently for us to rather get on with it. Garnet, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us at this early hour of the morning. You're one of the drivers for the 28 Prismatic LMP2 in this race this morning. Currently running in 7th position in this race. How are you all feeling with how the 2026 race has gone so far?
Yeah, good morning. I'm so glad that it's race day. As you know, that everyone in the Prismatic team, both like the drivers and the Prismatic leadership, has been so busy and so involved in making this event happen. I realized a little bit ago that I've been up for well over 18 hours and was like, oh, there's 6.5 hours left of this thing, and I gotta go. Like, there's stuff to do. I have a bottle of champagne chilled in the cooler right now. I'm like, I'm ready for it. Just gotta wait for that checkered flag.
Well, absolutely. Not too far away now. There's 4 of you in the team, so does that mean that you've done your last stint? Are we going to see you around the track again?
Honestly, it's kind of up in the air. Our stint planner was made primarily by me. I did it on an iPad when I was very tired, and I'd just gotten home from work, was trying to go to bed. I was real busy, so the whole stint planner pretty much came out wrong. The timing that I put for the stints was also not accurate to the time that I had actually recorded for the stints to take. So our whole stint planner got messed up, all my fault. But right now we're looking at just a couple more laps with Bree in the car. Sasha will get in, and then Sarah will take it from there. Originally I was supposed to finish the race, but we will see who's actually in the car when the line comes. We're just gonna kind of play it by ear.
We can see some people in the background. Looks like you've. Are they all drivers of the car as well, or you just got people over who are not involved in the race? What's the situation, and how has the race been for you all as a sort of collective experience, if you like?
I mean, I love this race. Like, it is the most important race of the year for a lot of reasons, I think. I have my wife with me, my best friend with me. I had a coworker here earlier. We were all just kind of hanging out, watching the race. There was also a period of time where I had put up the stint planner and said, hey, people, like, go ahead, mark when you're available, when you need to sleep, whatnot. And everybody marked that they needed to sleep the whole time. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to have some people over in the background just to, like, keep my mind engaged and whatnot while I race. My wife, Adelaide, actually raced with us during the original Race for a Cause. We did some live driver swaps in the cockpit here, and that was a ton of fun. We don't have footage of it because that broadcast doesn't exist anymore. But I was like, yeah, you've got a little bit of experience. You're an honorary Pris member. Help me out.
Well, it's great to have a chat with you this early hour with just over 6 hours to go. Thanks for coming to chat to us in the commentary box, and good luck to you and the 28 team for the remainder of this race.
Thank you. See you at the end.
Thanks very much. That's Garnet Kate Adams joining us with, as I say, just over 6 hours to go in this 2026 race. 6 hours 25 remaining just at the moment. There is the 28 car. Brett Widner currently driving. Actually just got back. Previously they were 1 lap behind 6th at the moment, but that's actually just changed. Lucas Moncler into the pit lane for twin turn, and so Prismatic now less than a lap behind the car in front, which will be a bit of a target, I'd imagine, going forward with this race. I don't know whether we can say this is properly starting to get towards daylight slash morning hours, David, but we can definitely see the first signs of life in the air at the moment, as expected, really. We cannot be far away from official sunrise as well, so as I say, it's the stage of the race where everybody feels we're actually not that far from the finish now.
For me, it's not just when the headlights go off the cars, but it's when there's lights underneath the Dunlop Bridge go out. Looking absolutely lovely. The front straight, the pit and paddock buildings, race spot cone.
I don't know about the Racespot code.
Well, that's
Have we got a code?
old race spot law.
Okay. I know, I've been here for a while, but not that long.
I reckon Hugo probably remembers.
You'd hope so. But you never know. There we are. It's just a shame we don't get to see more 24-hour racing at Le Mans, isn't it? But I won't open those kind of worms. Well, I just have.
Jeez, what was in that can next to the worms? Were the worms feeding on an exclusive license to Le Mans 24-hour races that belongs to someone else that can't have servers that stay up or have multiple splits?
Yeah, they were feasting in there. Yes. Sorry.
Hungry worms.
Sorry. That's what happens at this time in the morning. Mouth before brain. Anyway, that happens most of the time, to be fair. Let's have another
The kind of
interview.
thing I normally feed my worms.
Yes, it keeps them healthy. Let's have another interview, shall we? We've been making people wait for quite a while, so we'll get through a few people. Emi Nogi from the Broken Eggs Cooking Team, number 99, can now join us. Amy, good to have you with us. Thanks for chatting to us at this time in the morning. The number 99 car in GT3, currently running in second place. Just how pleased are you to be on the current podium with nearly 18 hours gone?
Yeah, it's really an honor to be racing in this event for us. We have been looking forward to it since the last one, so it's been a year in planning. This is really going well for us at the moment, given the start was a little chaotic to say the least, especially the first lap. But yeah, since then it's gone well. We've made up places. We had some pretty big impacts as well. Had repair times. Then we kind of fell back to fourth place at some point with like 2 laps down on second place. And then I got in the car and did something like 6 stints back to back, and managed to claw back up to second again. Racing at night is mostly about survival, and somehow my hyper-focus mode really paid off. So yeah, happy to be here.
I mean, in a team of 3 drivers, which you are, it's definitely on the lower end of the teams in this race. I guess somebody is required to do that at some point, I suppose. But that is a mammoth stint. I mean, what is the situation like in GT3 with regards to that battle for second? I mean, I think when I got here 3 hours ago, and that you were in third and are now since in second, as you described. So what's the scenario in terms of strategy between the two? Are you expecting now to, you're the ones with second, and it's your job to sort of not lose it now, or what's the scenario there for second?
I mean, I mean, you'll have seen the gap satellite has built to us. So, challenging for P1 is, that's a big stretch of imagination at this point. Holding on to P2 would be pretty good. But yeah, I mean, also given like this big weekend for us as a team was pretty hectic in terms of one of our drivers had a massive family emergency, and stint planning was therefore very, very difficult. But she was also able to make it, and she did 2 stints, and basically for the remainder of the race and the rest of the race, we are basically have been running a 2-driver team. So yeah, it's been very stressful, but also a lot of fun. When things work out, it feels great. When we find ourselves in the wall, it's hard to come out of that. But I think everyone has done really, really well today. Especially currently the top 5. I know that every team has been through pretty big incidents at some point or the other. So yeah, like some unforced errors to some getting involved in collisions with other drivers making unforced errors. So yeah, it's been a roller coaster, to be fair. And yeah, the goal for us was to just figure out how to survive.
You've done much more than that so far, getting up to second place in GT3. I hope you can hang on to it for the remainder of the race. But Amy, thanks for coming to chat to us at this stage in the race, and good luck for the rest for you and the team.
Thank you very much, and hopefully hear from you again.
Yes, well, absolutely. Amy Nogi, thanks so much for chatting to us. The Broken Eggs Cooking Team 99, second place currently in GT3. And now just stay with GT3 actually for a moment, because Satellite Racing have just been into the pit lane. One of their drivers is waiting for us as well for a quick chat. Ayetton Williams. Ayetton, welcome in. Good to talk to you as well. Your car just having been in and out the pit lane. You're still leading by 4 laps. Can't imagine you guys could be much more pleased with how this race has gone so far.
Yeah, it's looking like it's gone really well. I've only just woken up. I had Ivra on last night, so I basically went to bed about 6 hours into the race and woke up. And we just gained more and more time, which is always fantastic. The 2 Alexes, Ben and Niels, have done like a fantastic job. They're doing amazing as usual. So no complaints from that end, of course. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how we're going. So I'll be in for the last 4 of the race. So exciting just to finish off the race for the boys.
Yeah, very exciting. Whether you're in the lead or not, of course, to end a 24-hour race. How has that split been for you guys at Satellite Racing? Doing either yesterday for you, and for me, I suppose. It sort of took place over the first 8 hours of this race, which meant that, as we heard a little bit earlier, you guys at Satellite have sort of had to split your priorities. How have you managed to manage that with effectively, you could argue that you guys have effectively taken on sort of 30 hours of competition, 2 of those events running concurrently at the same time.
Yeah, you could say that, funnily enough. But so the 2 Alexes managed the first part of the race, so that was obviously really good of them. And then Ben and Niels came in after. I was Ben in the AN car and Ivra, and then obviously Neil Christian in the pro car. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. I didn't realise Ivra was on this weekend as well, and I haven't done it all season, so... Then I think it was 2 weeks ago, they were like, oh, Ivra and Race for a Cause are on the same weekend. I was like, okay, that's going to be fun, because I haven't been in the sim since Brick Car 24. So that was what? Oof. Was that last year? I can't remember. I can't even remember when Brick Car was.
December. Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. I haven't been in the sim since there. I haven't done any practice or any running or anything. So, obviously pretty big weekend, but, I always look forward to these races, regardless of if it's Ivra or Race for a Cause. Packing them both into the same weekend is just a challenge for me.
Yeah, well, it's a fun challenge as well. We all enjoy a weekend with lots of endurance racing. That's for sure. And thanks for coming to chat to us. Well done on how this race has been going so far. Good luck for your stints a little bit later on this morning.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks very much. That's Ayetton Williams of Satellite Racing joining us there. They're still 4 laps in the lead at front. Speaking of leaders, Clyde Mugford is in from the overall lead now as well, with 6 hours 15 to go. David, another 12-lap stint, which I'm beginning to think is sort of becoming a bit more normal.
Yeah, last stint for Savage Sim Racing GTP was 13. It was 13 for Dogbox Racing Alpha, but almost everyone else is at 12, and it's been the consistent thing here for Taylor Mills Racing 41. They got someone else. That's Cautionary Tale on the pit lane just in front of them, or is it Pun Crew Pink? There's 2 other GTP hypercars on the lane, and There we go. That's that stop done, which means we're probably expecting Prismatic Motorsports the second place at the end of this lap.
Yeah, not sure who that would have been in front, because surely that'd be the pole positions pit box, wouldn't it, in front there? But that wasn't Prismatic in front of them there, so I don't know what that was all about. Maybe the pit boxes aren't quite sorted like that. But anyway, gap down to 1 minute 52, as it does generally come down when they make their pit stop there, Taylor Mills Racing, but Prismatic Motorsports Athena then have to do the same. Only a couple of minutes later. They're on pitting on the same lap at the moment, at least they have been to this point in the race. And so that just closes the gap and then extends it again.
There's 41 pit stalls. The Pun Crew Pink qualified 42nd, which means they're sharing their pit stall with the pole sitter, because after 41, it wraps around. I've always said it should wrap around from the tail first, but anyway.
That's one thing I agree with you on.
You disagree with me on absolutely everything else, and that's why we don't get along. You're always saying, I bow to the authority of the, English breakfast Führer, and I'm always saying, no, breakfast is a personal choice.
That's not the word they use for the leader, funnily enough. But yeah, I do have a hash brown on a full English, so maybe I'm an anarchist like you at breakfast time. Anyway, yes, that is.
I just wish all anarchists would conform to my way of doing things.
Yes, indeed, that would be nice, isn't it? Not too far away from the top of the hour there is Prototype miscommunicating for a moment with one of the GTs. Don't take a drink every time you see that happen, otherwise you'll be very ill. Let's have a chat to Kato Nasser as well, shall we? Before we get to that 1 quarter mark before the end of this race. One of the drivers for the 53 team here in this race today, one of the hypercars, I should say, on the Cadillacs. Kato, good to have you with us. Thanks for chatting to us. 53 team currently in 10th place in the Race for a Cause 2026. How have you all been finding this year's race?
We've been finding it really well. I actually just finished my last stint for the event, so I'm going to be heading to bed myself here pretty soon. But we've been finding it pretty well. The team's in good spirits. We're just talking and having a good time, having some laughs right now, trying to not wreck the car.
Well, it's the aim of the game, or half of the game anyway. 6 of you in that Cadillac. So how is it to share with so many people? Is it just nice to have so many teammates around? Is it a bit of a nightmare trying to find a car setup that you and a car, indeed, manufacturer that you all agreed on, or is it a nice atmosphere that you've got so many teammates to do the race with?
So, funny story about that. Getting the car, figuring out what car we wanted to run wasn't that difficult. Finding the setup, we narrowed it down to 2 setups. It was there's 2 different setups that we were narrowing down, and the one that we did choose, we found out we chose wrong on the rear ARB setting, so we had to bump that a little bit. But once we tweaked that, it started to click with the team a little bit more. If one of the drivers isn't driving, they had some stuff come up. They were like, I can't do this. So they popped in a little bit for moral support. And then another driver woke up sick because he was going to start, which didn't happen, but he's felt better now. Slept most of the race, woke up again, had some food, and is feeling better. So currently he's in the car at the moment.
As I said to somebody else a little bit earlier, these things always seem to happen on the weekend of a 24-hour race. It's just about dealing with them for every team. Talk to us finally about the obvious thing, I guess. We're obviously seeing your camera at the moment on the stream. I saw this for the very first time last year, but I was absolutely mesmerised by it last year because I'd never seen anything like this before. But I'm a bit of a boomer, to be honest, these days with regards to technology. Just talk us through this setup you've got going on and how you even managed to make this make this happen? Everyone else has just got a simple webcam of themselves. How have you managed to? How do you set this up at the at your end?
Oh yeah, so it's actually not as complicated as you would think it is. There's a software that has basically the avatar, and then of course there's my I use my iPhone. It has better facial tracking than just like a regular webcam because of how Apple does their stuff. And then I paid for some extra toggles, so like you can see on my camera I've got the little we call it the spin note. If you've ever seen the anime Death Note, it's kind of like that, except it makes you spin if your name is written in it. It's kind of a little fun thing. I can also make my tail do this.
Oh wow.
It does the spin and it returns to its original position, whether that's up or down.
Oh, there you go. See, I still can't get my head around how that's even possible. But there you go. There's a lot of people smarter than me on that, working on that. Thanks for coming to have a chat with us, Kato. Good to hear from you, and good luck to you and the rest of the 53 team before the end of this race.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. That is Kato Nasser joining us here with just over a quarter of this race for a cause to go in 2026. There is the 53 car, the Cadillac. Let's say just running in 10th, 13 laps off of the lead. We're coming towards the end of our stint here, David, in a few moments' time. It's been fun here in the morning. Just coming up towards the early daylight hours of this 2026 race. It has been fun overnight. We've seen a few battles, especially in LP2 actually has been where the most interest has been so far. That battle for what is now actually third place, at least at the moment. The Multiview Motorsports and Team Sakura teams who have been flip-flopping a little bit are actually on the opposite end of their pit stop cycles, so they're not actually fighting right now. However, a little bit later they probably will be, and that's been where a little bit of the interest has been, but it's been really the classic momentum and rhythm of an endurance race, which is we've been enjoying overnight here, really.
I have just learnt, just in time, the most outrageous fact about the Le Mans football team that play in the stadium inside the track here.
I'm here for it.
The team is partially co-owned by Kevin Magnussen and Felipe Massa.
That can't be true. Is that real?
That and Novak Djokovic.
What? What a strange set of names.
Yeah, and then they've secured their promotion into League 2 at the end of last season, so this is their first season back in League 2, and they're in the top 3. So that Felipe Massa, Kevin Magnussen juice is doing wonders for Le Mans Football Club.
It is. And their first season, they're right up towards the top end. Yeah. Well, there we go. I guess the attraction for the likes of Felipe Massa and Kevin Magnussen is the fact that the stadium is near the Le Mans circuit. But what is Novak Djokovic doing in that?
For Felipe to actually win a trophy.
Oh dear. Steady on. I hope we don't have any Brazilians listening. Dear oh dear. That's yes. Well, he's still hoping to get the trophy, I think. Through
or compensation for it.
Yeah, indeed. I said I hope there's no Brazilians listening, as if there isn't a Brazilian producing this broadcast right now. I forgot about that. Sorry, Hugo.
LMP2 leader pit. Queen's Design are in. Means I'll probably get another Discord message.
Yeah.
But, their lead remains strong. I think this will still put Over the Top back on the lead lap when Queen's Design pit, but it's getting sort of touch and go on does the pit stop from the 56 drop them from having a whole lap lead or not.
It is rather close now with regards to that. Mir Rose has been going very well, but is about to exit that car, and it's Ruby Nakamata who gets in. Wasn't Ruby driving 3 hours ago? So are those two just rotating here, I think, at the moment? Maybe I've misremembered who was here earlier on, but anyway. Queen's Design
No,
with the
those are the
driving
only
change.
two I've seen.
Right, okay. Okay. Maybe they are doing the overnight. There are 5 drivers in the entry list that I've got, so they do have more available, but yeah, those are the only 2 I've seen in the last 3 hours as well. 42 seconds in the box, and off they go.
None of the other 3 are connected at the moment, so Anor, Sarah, and Asa are not connected to the server for the last 5-6 hours. It has been just Ruby and Mia for the leading LMP2. They've extended that lead as it's gone over that last period of sort of 5 hours.
Whoa!
Things are a bit hair raising here.
Goodness. That was close, very close. A big wiggle for Nekomata, and there were 2 coming down the inside there as well. It was 3 wide, I think, briefly, just as they were coming over the top of the hill there, the trio, and they fanned out 3 wide down the hill. One of them on cold tyres, but what I was going to mention, I thought that was the second place LMP2. It isn't. The 77 is still behind them, and fairly comfortably as well. So Queen's Design are officially 1 lap in the lead of LMP2. That is the big change, really, from these last few hours as far as LMP2 lead is concerned. This gap is certainly not getting closer. In fact, it's going further into the favour of Queen's Design.
Stands to reason that without anything drastic, the longer the race goes, the larger some of these gaps become, and it's been true of Hypercar LMP2 and certainly true of GT3. Satellite Racing Nebula are enjoying what amounts to a sort of 12-minute lead.
Yes. Yeah. Well, speaking of big leads and big amounts of time, the 560 has been in for over 15 minutes now. The cautionary tail, the motorsports team, Tyler Book, I think is in the car waiting.
What you're going to say, big leads is what you need to control big dogs.
I wasn't going to say that. That's the kind of joke you would make. Not me. But yes, I guess that's true as well. Or very excitable dogs that like to run a long way away. Depends whether you mean big as in long. Anyway. 1 minute to go until the 6 hour mark. We're about to step out of here, and you might be glad to hear, and hand over to Jake and Nathan. David, last thoughts on the way this race is currently going? We've got 3 minutes of a gap at the front of this race for Taylor Mills Racing ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena. That has the feel of a race that could well spark into life in this final quarter. The other 2 leads now over a lap at least, especially in the GT3's case. So what are you expecting to see? How are you seeing the last 6 hours of the race?
Well, it's just right on time for sunrise for us to hand over our stint as well. So for everyone in the lead of the respective classes, it's about avoiding mistakes, it's about avoiding other people's mistakes, and it's about trying to bring home this final quarter of the race clean, and hopefully everyone participating and everyone watching is having a great time and supporting the charity.
Indeed, that is what it's all about in the Race for a Cause 24 for 2026 here from the Circuit De La Sarthe. Live here on RaceSpotTV for the next 6 hours, taking you through to the checkered flag, being Nathan Richards. But first of all, a very good morning to Jake Sperry.
Good morning, Le Mans. What a morning we set ourselves with. Thanks you and thanks David for bringing us through. This is 6 hours we'll be knocking on the door of now and seeing the end of what is a very important race here for a cause to belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, currently on €3,899 and 69 cents of donation. If we can jump ourselves over in the next hour chat to, or in fact in the next 2 hours, to €4,000 for 4 hours to go, I think that would be a wonderful way to kickstart the opening 2 hours worth of coverage here of your final stint all the way to home. Nathan, as far as endurance racing goes, we're here at the pinnacle of what is a wonderful racing circuit, but we do have a little bit of an update here in terms of this one, and it is team number 35 out there who are going to be ending up taking the wrath of race control with Isaias Guaman currently behind the wheel at this point, because they have just been assessed a drive-through penalty for dangerous driving.
Well, from what we saw so far, I'm not surprised that we're seeing some penalties dashed out, because it's race control are taking this very seriously, and they have done all 24 hours. So I'm not surprised that we're going to see some of those penalties come through. Of course, good morning, Jake. Very early here in the UK, as you can tell by the sound of my voice. I'm very tired. I've only had a few hours rest. I was in the box until 2 a.m, so 5 hours ago, and I'm back now, and we'll be here till the end of this one. Of course, I thought by the time I'll be back again there'd be some changes in position. Well, there has been one in the top 3 of all classes, and that being Broken Ears Cooking ahead of Onid X TSRC. The top 3 in both the Hypercar and the LMP2 class has stayed exactly the same. However, the gaps have increased. I mean, looking out at the front of the field, it's 3 minutes and 4 seconds between Taylor Moore's Racing and Prismatic Motorsports Athena. When I left 5 hours ago, it was just under 2 minutes. So that just shows that the pace and the consistency that Car 41 has up in the lead. And then, of course, further down that, there's constant position changes, and the gaps are also in some places quite close. I mean, look down at for P4 and P5 in the LMP2 class between Team Secura Engineering and Quad Dash. That's only 12 seconds. They've been racing so far for nearly 19 hours. That, to me, is insane to see them so close. I mean, I know yourself and IJ have done a lot of charity work, you know, mainly on the F1 game. We've done some here as well on iRacing. So if we do hit 4,000, which we have, which is a great day to come through, I will not be singing as I've done in the past.
Well, I believe we can bring in for interview the person we have to thank for hitting 4,000 euros so quickly here into this stint. Lars Wieler here from the M-Plower team. Now, Lars, normally we see this car not in a BMW, but electing to try and look like an Audi R18. And with the way that things have gone today here, 10 laps down, currently in P9, how would you say today has gone? We know you got into a little bit of trouble early on in the race, a bit of contact with your overall leaders, but how would you say this race has gone for you and the team?
I mean, I was at work for half a race. I am fresh off night shift, so I missed some of the incidents, but I'm pretty miffed, honestly. Especially the first one started just a cascade of incidents in our team and just mood downs. It just everybody's mood just went a bit into the gutter, sadly. We're still trying to do our best at enjoying everything, but it's not going too well at the moment for some of our teammates. And this is like the 3rd race in a row where we, through no fault of our own, got dumpstered down to the back of a grid. So emotions running high in the team, sadly.
Well, how do you look at this moment and try and get a silver lining of it? I'll give you the positive. You are 4 seconds a lap faster than the car in front. So you've got 2 laps to chase down at 4 seconds a lap. I reckon you're not going to be finishing 9th here today in this race. I reckon you've got a chance to go and get 8th, maybe 7th out there when all things are said and done. So is that the goal now? P7, is that the pinnacle of M-Plower racing?
Well, the pinnacle would have been a P1, but sadly that is likely not going to happen today, at least. But yeah, our goal is to just tick off laps now, keep it clean, and obviously put on a good show so people, donate for a good cause.
Yeah, and speaking of donations, we did see your donation come in, which put us to 4,000 euros. Your €100.31 donation has brought in. In terms of why you look at racing for a cause, what is it about this racing series that brings you back and the team back year on year to race in, to donate, to go to the levels that we see so many teams and drivers do, and people who are watching around the world, to go and support what is a truly magnificent charity out there?
Well, for me, it's very simple. A number of my teammates are part of the LGBTQ community, and I'm also quite aware, just in general on the internet, how much abuse happens all the time, and it isn't just an issue you can sweep under a rug. It is a constant issue, and it's an issue I hope this can bring to light again and again, which is why we keep coming back to this race, because it is for a good cause, a great cause, I'd say. And I can tell that my teammates who are part of LGBTQ plus and wider community are also appreciative in general of this, both this race and also bringing all these issues to light. And I might not myself be part of any, like I myself might not be LGBTQ plus, but that doesn't mean I can't be in complete support of them.
Absolutely, and I think that's really important to note. Well, for you and the Emplower team, Lars, keep the faith. There is still P7 on the horizon for you, and we wish you the best of luck there. Lars Wheeler joining us then from the Emplower BMW team, the 557 that is out there and running at this point in time. Well, Nathan, it looks like we need a new goal.
We do indeed. Well, the main goal is at 6,199.69, and that was because that was the donation goal that they reached last time out. So I think that's the ultimate goal, to go high. But I think, should we be nice and safe for now? Give them 52 minutes, get to 4.5. We're halfway to 5k, because that number's quite big anyway. I'd say, yeah, give them an hour, get to 4.5, and then we're one step closer to reaching that 5,000 goal, which for some reason just seems to be quite a big milestone of a number.
Yeah, it's big, the number 5. We quite like the number 5. I tell you what, Nathan, have you seen the M-Plower logo that is out there? How they normally run an Audi R18, and it's the BMW logo, and it's got the Audi rings on it. It is the perfect amalgamation of German manufacturers.
Yes, I've just saw it. Our producer popped it in the chat because it's a little bit too small on my screen, my end. No, that's brilliant. A mixture of, we'll just see the Mercedes on it now somewhere. And then it's literally like your top 3 German manufacturers all together. But BMW and Audi, that
Porsche wants a word with you.
Who?
Porsche wants
a word Porsche.
With you.
Oh, no. Had a horse in, that's fine.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, at least for the moment, ninth place with David Tapper currently behind the wheel, and Tyler Book has been in the lane for about 26.5 minutes. Now, we do note that the 560 was one of 2 teams that was expected to do a solo effort. We currently have one of those teams that basically the only team out currently of the race as it stands, as Rainbow Racing Helios is going. So Yellow Vision are out of the race, but the Cautionary Tale Motorsports team have been down in the lane. They've been down in the lane for a very long time, and often you find in a position like this, if you're trying to do a solo race, you are, what, hour 18 into it. You know, if I can't see any damage on the Cadillac, I think that Tyler Book has gone for a nap.
Yeah, I think that's more than valid as well. Go for a nap, and even though you'll be far down, why not come back at the end to finish the race? That's right, though.
Absolutely. I mean, you've still driven around and you've done a wonderful job out there of getting some driving sorted. And so, you know, you still will find the finish of the race. It's just going to take some time. See, look, you've even got the nice night light there, the purple that's there in the car. I'll tell you what, it's so easy to fall asleep.
I can imagine so, very easily, especially when you've been driving for like 18 odd hours. I'd imagine at some point any kind of lapse of concentration can send you straight into a nice sleep. I could never do 18 hours. So that's the Galaxy racing car into the barriers. And see, if that was the first time I saw a car into the wall today, I'd be very like, oh my gosh, a car's crashed. But when I was here earlier on, I think we saw about 8 incidents with a car flying into a barrier. Night at Le Mans isn't the most friendly at all to drivers, especially those that, you know, to some of these here that might not be as top level as some we've seen in the past. if they're quite new, haven't quite got the pace, it's certainly going to be quite difficult to go around in these conditions. But saying that, luckily it's now started to get a little bit lighter here around the Circuit De La Sarthe, and also it makes it a little bit easier for us, Jake, seeing daylight and not night, because believe me, I was falling asleep myself earlier on when all I could see was headlights and a black screen. Now we can at least see some cars on track.
We can see liveries, we can see all of the amazing things, excuse me, that we normally get on the morning after the night before. And there is your overall leaders. Taylor Mills racing out there. Chloe Mugford currently out then racing up against Scout Lawrence as far as this goes. Now, they got into a little bit of contact out there. Thank you very much over Liz Eisner for the €15 donation. 4,015 euros now hit in terms of our donation train at this moment here for the Race for a Course 24 and 2026. I did have a chat with Taylor Mills after the opening 2 hours of my stint, and they looked around and said, are we going to be the villains here in terms of this race? And I turn around and say, well, if you're going to be very easy to effectively antagonize yourself and make your team the villain team that's out there, that's leading, that's dominant, that's getting involved in things here and there, I would say, you know, you're sitting down and trying to give yourself emphasis to go out there and race, and you'll find certain teams out there that need to find a reason to go out there and be quicker.
Yes, certainly. See, I'm one of those, because I'm not that good. I don't really care if I'm first or last. I'll still drive. I enjoy that for the driving, especially in a team event, in a charity event or in an endurance race where everybody's there as a team. It feels like if you're not doing as well, there's got to be someone in that team to say, right, you know what, we're not doing well, let's push forward. But for the Taylor Mills Racing team, they've not had to deal with that today so far, because they have been superb, as that's two of our LMP2s coming together, and that being Quad Dash Racing, who are the ones who go spinning off towards the barriers. And I look at the logo, it looks very similar to me to an Alpha Tauri, I noticed there. Jake, I'm not sure if you see the same.
I look around at it and I would argue the same out there at the point, but Quad Dash then up over the top of the Descent de la Chapelle, and just the miscommunication there. Panda Spec gets an Aston Martin in the side through the Michelin chicane, and so they're just starting to wake up and realise, okay, there's 6 hours to go. And when you tick over 6 hours and you start looking at where you need to be, you start trying to understand, right, we need to start going out there and making moves. The contact for Yannis Aubert was with the Lame Sheep racing car and Harrison Arendt, who was piloting the 011, and really I just think a move that wasn't quite on for Quad Dash there. But often you find all about these moves, it's, okay, 6 hours to go, so you have basically the first 6 hours is your business card stage. You find out who you are, what you got to do. Next 12 hours, the meat and potatoes of the race. Knuckle down, hard yards. This is where it's, you've got your ticket to the end of this race. Now you are trying to assess what you can get from it.
Yes, certainly. I mean, like you said earlier as well, this is the point where drivers are waking up. But of course, there's going to be many drivers here that I'd imagine are from the USA, from Canada and Australia. Those that are going to be, a few hours behind us, so they're going to have the nighttime stint a little bit after we do. But of course, a lot of drivers here will be European. I mean, the Charities Youth Island, so I'd imagine there'll be a lot of Irish people taking part as well. So, of course, they're now making their way to the point of either going to bed and allowing some of the drivers to wake up and go, or naturally you get that thing of, it's not dark outside, it's starting to get a little bit light or sunny or cloudy. You naturally wake up as the world does as well. So you're going to have that point as well. So that's why we're now probably going to see a few more eyes and a few more drivers switched on here until the end, because they also know that if you make a mistake here now, that could be your position gone if you lose a podium or lose a top 5, whereas 20 hours ago it wasn't quite the case, because you could have easily got back in that fight. But you'd imagine now with 5 hours to go, any big mistakes and lose a position, you're going to be so difficult to try and gain them back here. So you have got to be switched on until the end of this one with just under 6 hours to go, as we do see over the top car 77, second in the LMP2 class now, heading into the pit lane.
Øyvind Haugland then is jumping down in for Over the Top, a driver that I've seen racing in the iRacing Grand Prix Tour over the years, looking to make that stop, take service by the looks of things, a driver change over as Henrik Rieser-Strand is going to take the control of the number 77. And now looking at this, with them being a full lap down, we noted early on that the number 77 team were being aggressive in terms of their stint length. And so one of the things that they've got is they are second on pace, but the issue is they are stopping more than rivals around, and that's why they find themselves a secure second and a full lap off of the LMP2 lead right now.
Of course, Over the Top were in the lead comfortably earlier on when I was here 5 hours ago. Obviously, something's happened, and then they were a lap behind, and then they'll drop even further behind because they've gone into the pit lane, and they was already a lap down, which is around this track over 4 minutes pretty much. So, not good at all for Over the Top considering where they were. They're still comfortable in second at the moment, but any more mistakes, and second could certainly be scrutiny from Team Secura Engineering and potentially Multiview Motorsports. They're only 18 seconds behind the back of car number 7 at the moment, so they'll continue on and be striving for more potentially in this race. But you'd imagine that Quince Design here will be very content on taking the win in the LMP2 class because they've looked very, very consistent. They've got Ruby Nakamata in the car at the moment in the lead. And then one thing I noticed as well that we didn't pick up on, and I'm not sure if they're out of the race or if they are serving that meatball, but the Punk Crew Pink with Kada Raff did get a meatball flag. They're in the pit lane at the moment. They've been in there for quite a while, so I'm not sure if they're going to continue on or if they are just waiting for that heavy damage to be fixed, because if that is the car, it definitely doesn't look how it is meant to, Jake.
No, that doesn't look like a healthy... Oh, that's why. That doesn't look like a healthy number 14 that is down in the pits at 27 adrift. So that is going to be a very not what the doctor ordered pit stop for Kaderath. And ultimately there it's going to be a case of, well, how do I go and gather all of this back? So very tough on and out lap. Oh.
Hardware failure there, isn't it?
Definitely lends itself to it, would be the best way. I am just trying to desperately fast forward on my end to have a look at it. So there's Dogbox Racing Alpha running through Indianapolis corner. Oh, couldn't get any turn in there and had to completely abandon the corner. And the awkward thing of trying to find reverse in one of these GTP hypercars. So just about getting it away from trouble, but preservation key at the race.
Definitely, and heading through that corner there, of course, it's a really high-speed long right-hander into a sharp braking zone, into a very tight left. It's a horrible corner. I drive it a lot in LMU in the GT3s, and it's a killer. I can't imagine what it's like in a hypercar or an LMP2 when you're going at faster speeds and with cars that have got very, very light rear ends. So, yes, it's not the first time we saw a car make a mistake there, and you could just see it just did not want to turn in whatsoever. And, yeah, that's totally normal in these cars. They're not easy to drive, hence why I don't drive them. And I stick to my GT3s when I actually get a chance to drive them, but mainly it's the Masters and the Formula Vs, because they're slow cars, so I can drive them very well. Anything any faster and I start to struggle a little bit, hence why I'm only 1.5k R rating and I'm in D class.
Well, I'd make the argument I'm definitely not quick because I race iRacing on a controller, so...
that's something new.
I know. So you can do that. You can race iRacing on any thing that connects over through. I've known people in Lemons Racing, for example, who have raced this on a Guitar Hero controller, believe it or not.
Did it work? Is the main thing. I mean, I don't think they'll be quick, but...
Well, it worked. Was it quick? It worked. That's certainly something we know. Let's go and have a chat with the 163 team out here, because they are in a position that is a little bit down here. I think they even might be the 153 team at this current point in time. FF by XR and Alex Curto here with us now. Alex, how's the race been going for you? Ticking over 5 hours, 40 minutes. What's the vibe going around the team?
a little disappointing, to be honest. Could have done a lot better. The race just hasn't gone our way, but we're trying our best and we're having fun at least, so that's the good part.
So, you're down a little bit here in the GT field. You got Landcloud currently behind the wheel. So, what have you been eyeing up, looking at? Where do you think this final 6 hours is going to be sitting on, and what are you trying to gain from these next stages? Because you are in a same lap battle at the moment with Scrubs Go Racing Revival.
Yeah, we're hoping to be able to snag at least the P12. If I didn't have my spin early on my second batch of doubles, I think we would have been challenging for P10 with the Mirai car, the number 57 with Lith and Frankie, but unfortunately that spin just caught us off guard and pulled us back way too far now. But we're going to try our best to see if we can grab 12.
And in terms of where you've jumped, the car that you've selected here for this one, was it a pretty cut and dry decision to go out there with the Porsche?
Yep. Porsche is just standard, especially for myself and for Lon. Both of us, we drove the Global Endurance Series here last year and had finished third with the Porsche in our split. So it was only right that we would take the Porsche again, having a great setup that we did, that I managed to produce. So it's just coaching the other two and helping them out to learn it, because they're not quite used to how the Porsche handles and how you have to really shift the weight with it. But other than that, it's been a solid car. Our only issue is just being in the draft and the dirty air of other cars, whether at high speed where we understeer a little bit, or at low speed where the rear end just kind of wants to tell us to just not. Unfortunately. Just a little quirk that we have to deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a car that's not behaving at 100%, but it's not really an endurance race. The car isn't, basically, I guess, is the way to look at. Well, Alex, go enjoy the rest of this race on us, and hopefully you can jump and gain another position, and we'll wish you the best of luck as far as everything goes forward, yeah?
Yeah, thank you guys, and hopefully we'll be able to snag the P12 like we want.
Alex Curto there joining us then from the 163 FF by XR team. The team that is directly behind this one out there right now. Christopher McNichol joins us here from Scrubs Go Racing Revival. Now, the Scrubs have gone racing, Christopher, but critically, the Scrubs look very, very good in the early hours of this race. What has gone wrong?
So, we have had a long race. So at its core, Scrubs Go Racing is just a collection of very close friends. This is one of our drivers' first endurance experiences, and it's the second 24-hour race for another one of our drivers. And we have had some struggles in the past week. One of our drivers concussed themselves. I was sick with COVID. Another one is in the medical profession and had some emergency stuff to attend to. So practice was kind of few and far between, and we were definitely suffering the consequences of that. But despite that, I'm really proud of the way that that my team has come back together and sort of focused up, and we've started to move back up through the field.
There's a lot of confidence then in that regard, that you're starting to put the pieces together, that Ferrari is starting to move here out on circuit. You've got a bit of daylight now to go and work with, which is always going good. Hey, look, we just ticked over there and Server's just said, no, it's sun now. And so everybody is there in sun. But as far as this one sits, for what you're looking at now, 5.5 hours, you've got to try and take the lumps and bumps of a race like this. You're just a lap behind Beta Frost 88. Are you hoping that they're, especially with the one fast repair, that teams are going to start running out of them, and you're going to start picking up the pieces of teams that don't quite go the way this race is landing for some?
Yeah, so from the tracking I've been doing, I've been awake the whole race except for like 4 hours right at the start. I think there may be one car left in GT3 that still has a quick repair. I think everyone else has burned through theirs. And yeah, definitely. We've had the pace over our runs to be catching the Beta Frost 88 team. Over the last 5 laps, it looks like we're about 2.5 seconds quicker. So we're hoping that continues to translate. We definitely our car feels stronger in the daylight than it did overnight. It got really sketchy in the rear end while the track got cold. So while we gain that confidence back and the track starts to warm up, we think we can continue to move forward. We also have Ash resting up to sort of do that late race push for the car as well.
It'll be an important late race push, as we're just going to see going by you there, Jules Carpenter from the Dogbox Racing Alpha team through the Corvette curves and over towards the end of your 261st lap of racing action. So now setting up then for what makes this race tick for your entire team, Scrubs Go Racing Revival. Here at Le Mans, you don't get to see too much Le Mans style racing anymore on iRacing. Most of the special event scene isn't quite there, but we do see that this is one of the big races now that we see around this circuit. So how cool is it for you to get the chance to go race twice around the clock and to do so for a wonderful course?
Yeah, this race means a lot in a few different ways. First off, we're raising money for Belong To, which is the main reason that I started searching for drivers to drag along and deal with my antics for 24 hours. But the way it kind of fell together is SGR is a group that has kind of drifted apart recently through life events, going to school, work obligations, stuff like that. So sort of getting the group back together, getting some of our friends that haven't had the experience of these endurance style races into them and to get their first taste of it, it feels really good. And it sounds like everyone, despite our adversity, for the most part, we're having a great time. We're having fun. The strategy battle we're having with the 163 is really entertaining. The push that we have to catch Beta Frost and potentially Mirai even by the end of the race is really fun. So we're enjoying it despite the adversity.
Well, go have a really fun final 5.5 hours. I think it's wonderful that you're getting the band back together, as it were. Christopher McNichol there joining us over from SGR and having a very nice run of things out there too. Nathan, I think it's brilliant when you get the opportunity to say, hey, look, let's reconnect as a team. Let's get our friends back together. Let's spend 24 hours then in various guises just trying to put as much as you can on board as we take a look then at car number 94 diving in. Your leaders in then as well. So Taylor Mills Racing handing over to Danny Brennan to continue on the stint over at the number 41 team. But I think you get so many memories from 24-hour races out there as we watch Quad Dash hitting pit lane. And those memories, I think, are so important. And honestly, one of the best bonding experiences for a sim racing team is to do a 24-hour.
Yeah, definitely. I've done a couple of 24 hours in the past. The latest one was 2 years ago, actually. It was the Daytona 2024. We did finish 70 laps behind the lead, mainly because we didn't have anyone in the car for a few hours because somebody decided not to wake up. I had to message their mother and say, can your son wake up, please, because we kind of need to continue racing. I need to sleep because I was up for 20 hours. Took him some time, but he got there, but we were 40 laps behind. So we finished the lap in the end, race in the end, 70 laps back, which wasn't ideal as the car off down toward right-hander, and luckily Yannis Silber did manage to work his way through that one quite nicely. But that's Rainbow Racing, car number 16, off the road with Haley Gray, and hopefully can get back on course shortly and not cause any disruption down there as they make their way back onto track and continue on. But yes, it's not rare that we see cars spinning around here because Le Mans is a difficult track, and the LMP2 is, from what I have known and seen, not very easy to drive.
Well, you're going to see it here, coming out of the Forest S. Oh, back steps away, right through the mid-turn of the corner. And it's not often that you get to see a car snap that quickly through. You normally see it a little bit longer over towards the end with the foot a little bit more planted down on the power. So that is going... Oh, and again, Daytona chicane. It's going to skitter into the gravel. Just about avoid it. I think those tyres are hot now, and so you're going to have to be very careful running through. That might even be something as simple as a brake bias issue, that the car is locking up the rears too easily.
Could certainly be, but then again also you've got to be so delicate with the brakes anyway in the LMP2. The same can go for the hypercar as well. I mean, especially when the tyres are cold, they're a killer to get onto the brakes. So first couple of laps around here, it's horrible to get everything fine-tuned and get everything up to speed, whereas the GT3s, it's quite a bit easier to get into the car and to be on quicker pace immediately, hence why they are my go-to, because they are the easiest to drive, in my opinion, as it's another spin again on the exit of the chicane. And that's going to be a drive, well, if they can get back to the pits, because that left side does not look too good at all, and it could be a tow back to the pit lane, which is not good at all for Rainbow Racing, who are currently down in P16 in class, which I think is right at the rear.
They are interspersed at the moment in terms of laps run with the GT3 field at this stage. So for Haley Gray, that will be tow, and that will be an extensive amount of racing tape that will need to go on that car before it's allowed to go back out. Yanis Albert, we've seen already one trouble there, and this time it's going to turn across the nose, and that creates a lot of damage that maybe not necessarily is going to make life easy out there. So for the number 94 team, they can ill afford to get into too many incidents out there, as there are your leaders working through and holding a 3-minute margin over Isabel Matthews and Prismatic Motorsports Athena, who are in a very strong position right now, currently in second place. So ultimately, you do see an incident sometimes here and there. It does make a difference out there on track, and you're just trying to do your very best to go and avoid the various dramas out there. I can confirm it was with the Ad Astra or GTP that we saw that incident with. So that was with Daedalus Fulguri, who was behind the wheel at the time.
Indeed, yes. I think as well, with 5.5 hours to go, some drivers get a little bit frustrated because, yes, everybody's here to race for fun, and for a majority of that's what you're here for. But then you get down to like the last quarter of the race, the last 6 hours, and your mind automatically goes to racing competitor mode. And immediately you want to think, well, actually, I want a couple more positions by the end. You push that a little bit harder than you have been doing all race. Somebody new may get in the car and do the same, and that's when the mistakes start to creep in, especially with only, 5.5 hours to go. In a race like this, that's, the run to the finish line. That's where you've got to be consistent and not make a mistake. So we do see Dennis Coltonov here for Arctic Sim Racing, who've been in third pretty much all race long, at least from what I've seen. Or at least, we're arguing around in that top 5 with the Punk Crew and Who Wants a Soda. Into the pits again. I presume they'll make a driver swap, and they'll have Ruben Guit in the car now, and being a minute and 10 ahead of the Punk Crew with Lewis Clark, they should come back out ahead of the Punk Crew, and then, they've gained themselves more time there with that pit stop, and still staying in P3, which I think is kind of your gain, isn't it? If you can go to the pits, do a driver swap, get back up to fuel, and maybe take tyres and be ahead of the car behind, you kind of done very well there, haven't you?
I think you have good news out there, Nathan.
Why?
Cautionary Tale have had a 50-minute pit stop, and they are back on track.
Hey, let's go. So, whether it was a sleep or whether it was, I don't know, something, Tyler Buck's back out. So I'd love to have a chat with him later on to figure out why he was in the pits. But, I mean, he was only gone for like 40 minutes, wasn't he? That's not much sleep at all. So a bit of a power nap, maybe?
Yeah, a good power hour to get back out there and running. I think you're certainly seeing that one working very, very well as far as this now sits. And so I would be eyeing this up as an opportunity to just run and be comfortable and be confident. You're not last in class, which is always big news because of what the Punk Crew Pink found into the barriers earlier on. So now a chance for that Cadillac just to drive around, have the confidence. 24 hours solo. It's very good to see Tyler out there and running through as it goes. Now, we did have a chat in the opening couple of hours, and I guess we'll have another with Mia Rose out here, who's racing for Queen's Designs at the moment. Ruby behind the wheel as far as it stands, Mia, and a comfortable gap over the top here of a lap. You would have to say that confidence must be high at this moment in time, knowing that you are holding a 4-minute lead.
as I said, approximately, I think it was about 10 hours ago or 9 hours ago now, this has gone 1,000% better than last year, and it's still going 1,000% better than last year. But yeah, at the moment we're not really relaxing per se. We're sort of still hitting a fuel number, trying to keep the car on track, still keep pace in it, because you don't really want to slow yourself down and give yourself mistakes. So at the moment, Ruby's in for her last double, and then fingers crossed in about 5.5 hours time we'll be back in the comms box again as winners.
Well, that would be hopeful and looking likely at this point in time. How do you think the race has played out from a standpoint of the overall driving? We've only lost a handful of cars. In fact, you can probably count them on one finger how many we've lost. So it's been a very well-behaved race out there. We haven't seen too much drama or anything go horribly wrong for a number of teams. So how is it sitting for you as we're just seeing your pit stop taking its hold? Do you think that everyone has basically taken the understanding of races gone by and they've gone, yeah, let's have a pretty chill, pretty relaxed one?
I would probably say so. Like, I think this year, with there only being one fast repair, a lot of people are sort of taking it a bit more, with a bit more duress in terms of around traffic. Like we had, I think, during the night there, we were sort of taking it carefully. Like, I think Ruby was jabbing it to me that in my first stint I was getting angry at traffic, and then I was being kind to traffic, and it's like, well, we've got the gap now, we don't need to play silly with it. So and I think it's like, I think the overall quality of the field's probably gone up a bit as well compared to last year. Like, look at our class, for example. We're only 10 seconds between each other, I think, for the first 6 hours, and we were the only class that didn't have a minute lead until me and Ruby just started swapping around. So it's been a very competitive race, I would say. Taylor Mills Racing, they're out the front, they're dominating. I think this is probably the one race they want to win. And I think it's the same with Satellite Racing in GT3. They've come here with a pretty good lineup and sort of completely demolished the GT3 field. But yeah, I think everyone sort of realised, like, taking fast repairs away from a charity race for me is not really that great of a decision, because you want drivers to keep driving in the charity race. But I think it has sort of made an effect, as in the drivers are racing with a bit more smartness around each other. They're not throwing bombs or cutting a corner and not caring about how they rejoin it. They're sort of thinking about things, because they only have that one spare car to play. So, but we never know, we might have some very silly moves play out between now and the end of the race.
Knock on wood, nothing in front of your car out there at this point in time. But talk to us about the decision to go LMP2 compared to trying out a hypercar or going down into the GT3 spec. What made Queen's Designs go, we like the Dallara P270?
I think it's just familiarity for a few of us from last year. Me, Ruby and Asa were in this car for last year, so it's sort of really good for us for familiarity's sake. And me and Asa drove this car for Road to a Cause, and we know it pretty well. Anor, this is actually her first time in this car, her first race, so she's done very well with, I think, her 3 stints in the early stages. And for Sarah, I think she's done a few LMP2 races, so she understands the car as well. But I think really for us, I think I was talking with the entire team about this I think a month ago, where yes, I would like to go P2 because it's the most simpler car to drive. It's sort of the most understandable car. Yes, it can be very understeery through Porsche curves because of the lack of dive planes, but you don't have to deal with battery consumption or just sort of weird car behaviors from the GTP. And the GT3 very much is you ride the middle of the road down every straight, and I don't want to do that. Like, yes, there is certain lines that I've been taking that people might not want to take, but I don't want to have to stick to the middle of the road to make the car go faster. And I think around here too, it's a bit too slow. It's not that fun. if you buy yourself, at least in the P2 car, you're still sort of going fast enough where you're keeping the brain active and not spending a minute and a half down a straight and sort of going to sleep. So, but yeah, I think Asa wanted to drive the hypercar. I think the Porsche, and all of us were like, we have never touched it, and I don't want to be trying to get this car to work a month before a 24-hour race when we all know how the P2 works. So, yeah, maybe next year we might go GTP, but we'll see.
Well, in terms of your race, I'll let you hand over then and continue on working with Ruby and the team, as we have had Mia Rose have a lovely chat with us there from the number 56 Queen's Design outfit out there. Nathan, as far as this race sits, we are currently 5 hours and 19 minutes just ticked over at this point in time. It is almost a lap in Hypercar, it is a lap in LMP2, and it is 4 laps in GT3. I tell you what, GT3 has been one where Satellite Racing Nebula have gone, how much of a gap do we want to win by? And they turned around, they looked at the field and went, yes.
Yeah, the gap was like 2 laps 5 hours ago. It's now up to 4, but they are flying in the Satellite Racing Nebula car. And I suppose once you've got that confidence, knowing that at the moment, it'd be very, very confusing if they didn't win. I don't know how they would lose from this point. So at that point, you're just happy to push on because you know the win is in sight. Still with 5 hours to go, I can't see them putting themselves in a situation where they'll be in the pit lane for 4 laps because they don't seem to be running into any trouble. So they're happy to push on, knowing that they don't have to worry about making mistakes here or there slightly, or going off the track, or maybe going a little bit deep. They can just push that Aston Martin and see what they can do. And of course, I don't drive the GT3s much in iRacing at the moment, so I'm not quite up on the meta, but I'd imagine the Aston Martin's got to be up there in terms of pace because their laps are really, really good as well. So you'd imagine the car aspect maybe also has a little bit of a reason of why they have such an advantage. I mean, if you've got a car that is the quickest over a lap, that's good, but when it's a 4-minute lap, that makes it even better, or at least like a 3 minutes and 55 seconds, I should say, per lap. It is a long lap around here, and you need a car that will stick with you for the whole of it. And so far, Aston Martin seems to be doing a great job up there at the front. And then, of course, there is still a possibility that it could change around for a second, because the gap's 2 minutes between Broken Eggs Cooking and Onid X TSRC. So more than enough opportunities for maybe TSRC to try and jump into second at some point in this race. And at the moment, it's 99 in second and 999 in third. So 5 9s in the top 3.
Yeah, and then you got the 69, which is there in 4th, so you can say that's 6 within 3 places there and set. Oh, that's a lot of smoke back there for one of the GT3s. I think that's Scrubs Go Racing Revival there, and William Campbell having the spin through right in front of Zach Burke from Savage Sim Racing. Oh, back just, pop. Yeah, there's not much more to say except pop, really, as it's gone through. It's just trying to put the power down, and the rears have turned around and said no, and a big flick spin to get it back going again will have absolutely roasted those rear tyres, to say, for Scrubs Go Racing Revival. It's not quite what they're looking for, but it is going to help FF by XR.
Definitely will be. It'll bring the gap down by a few seconds indeed for Lang Cloud. Of course, in the past half an hour, we spoke to both of those teams, 65 and 163, and they're in the battle for 12th here. It's like a race-winning battle, this is. They're both up to battling for 12th here because they know any higher is probably unlikely at this moment in time, but we'll have to wait and see. Anything can happen, of course, in this race, as Vincent van der Hoek is in the pit lane as well for 923, so they've gone in and made a pit stop, so we'll keep an eye on that as well and see whereabouts they come out later on. As we do see the off-board view here of, I believe, Zach Burke in car 69, who I had a good chat to earlier on. And they was enjoying time out on track, and they were saying as well, and this is something we can, I suppose, talk about, is that, Savage Sim Racing, there we go, I'll get my words out. They are a team open for anybody, and of course we are here, in support of those belonging to the LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland community, and those young in the LGBTQ plus. It's great now to see that teams are open to anybody to take part. and that's something that's getting better and better in sim racing. And I think you can kind of spurt off on this, and the fact of how many women are involved compared to 10 years ago is absolutely brilliant. I mean, Mia Rose, perfect example, drove for Red Bull, very quick driver, and it just shows that yes, women are very quick at racing.
They very much are. I remember a time where, you would have one female driver in a race and everyone would make a massive point and such a big deal about it that you've got, a female driver in your race. And so I look around and see just how wonderful it is to have a field as diverse as this in all sorts of different ways that you can, split the metric, as it were, and think this is a really cool event, and it's really cool that this community is coming together and is really proving well. Sam Winton, another one then for the VTuber crew out there, starting to pilot the number 87, which is the Doug Henson Racing Yellow team out there representing Ireland. So there's the connection that goes on through for a car that will be racing, I would say, perfectly for this one. I said it in the early hours. I believe it will be racing for the Rainbow Connection, which is for the lovers, the dreamers, and themselves out there.
Indeed, it's been passed there by one of the GTPs in the Mustang, Sam Winton at the moment, P6 at the moment, doing quite a good job, I've got to say. They're 1 minute and 56 seconds back from Panda Spec, so at the moment gaining that position looks unlikely, but of course when you get pit stops come through, and of course some of the drivers here will be on completely different pit strategies, and that can also come into play, and you can easily gain time doing that. So, I mean, I was on the IVRA broadcast yesterday and one team went for an extra stop and it cost them 20 seconds. At one point it looked like it'd work because they had the pace, but it just shows sometimes making that one extra stop in a race can really harm that chance of fighting for the position. So we'll just have to see if it works out well here for Doug Henson Racing Yellow in their strategy over this one, with 5 hours and 12 minutes to go. It's been a long race so far, 18 hours in, still 5 to go here, and you'd imagine as well now you're going to see quite a lot of driver swaps, because some people, I'd imagine, will be going to bed shortly. They've had a very long evening, or a very long night, and then for those in America it's turning into a very long evening for them at the moment. So you'd imagine there'll be some swaps soon and people can take some rest. I mean, luckily I was able to get some rest after my commentary stint earlier on. 5 hours is more than enough. If I was driving though, I would definitely need more than 5 hours, that's for sure.
No, totally know the feel. I had 3 shows yesterday. I've got 2 today. So for me, it's well, you say that. I'm on. This is show 82 of the year, and it'll be 83 at the end of today. So I've been doing the rounds. Basically, is the way to say it. But Sam Winton doing the rounds right now, making a way over to Mulsanne Corner. Now, it's a little bit of a history lesson now at Mulsanne Corner. It's a 4-way roundabout that you do skip ever so slightly to take the corner of Mulsanne, but if you go straight over on the roundabout at Mulsanne, you will find yourself on the Avenue François Mitterrand, which is named after the president of France, who took office for a full 14 years from the early 1980s to the mid-1990s.
That's a fact I didn't know, and that's one I remember for the pub quiz. I'm not sure if it'll come up, but at least I know now for what it does.
It's a wonderful... Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's a great thing about racetracks is that you have so many little hidden meanings behind them, or, that spurts off them. It's great, isn't it, that you have so many fun facts, and all of it is meaning back to people or different events or landmarks. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and you get to see that so often, a circuit like this one that has over 100 years of history that is attached to it, that is driving about, that is all about the history, the spirit, and really it's something magnificent. And we see it so often with racing circuits that the longer a circuit has been around, the more likely it is to have corners you remember and the history of moments that have happened at it, and how you try and battle around with all of what has gone through with the various events. And so the more racing that you do, the more history that you create, and this is truly one of the most historic race circuits. There's a reason why we come here and say this is the gold standard of what you have to go and race with in endurance, because there is simply nothing like this place. This is a truly sacred piece of ground.
Yes, it is. You have endurance races at many tracks, but this is a beast of its own. It's like the big track of the year. It's like I suppose your Silverstones or your Monacos of F1, this is the big one when it comes to endurance racing. It's a great track and one that I have drove a couple of times, however I'm not very quick. That doesn't help by the fact it's a 4-minute lap in the GT3s. It's a long lap to make many mistakes, that is for sure. It's definitely not one for the faint-hearted at all. As we still follow here with the Doug Henson racing yellow car, there's a couple of faster cars approaching, an LMP2 and a GTP, and I'd imagine that they'll get past quite quickly as they head through into Rouge, making their way through. Of course, here you can run a little bit wide there, so you can carry quite a lot of speed through on towards the Mulsanne Straight, and then perfect opportunity for those in the quicker cars to go ahead. This is kind of your main part of track here, where those in the quick cars can make the moves without being caught up in traffic.
Yep, and a look there going through was Lucas Moncler for Twin Turn Sim Racing by Rebecca Bornheim, and also Midnight Hurricane out there for Fox Body Frameworks by X-Wing. Midnight having actually a very interesting career out there in terms of running. Midnight will be running in British GT in the GT4 category this year, and critically on F4 Asia debut had a podium.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, Jake. I've just looked down at the bottom of my screen and we have had €400 come through from Dana. Wow. That is a great donation, and that means we're only about 75 away from the 450 that we need by the end of the hour, which I think we can do in 8 minutes.
And more importantly than that, that is the biggest donation we have received so far here in this race for a Course 24 2026. We appreciate the small donations, we appreciate the big donations, and we say thank you so much for all of your help and support over the course of a race and a series like this one, because it does mean a lot in various different guises. For example, the work that Belong to have done. 39 Irish schools now and youth reach centres have been awarded the national LGBTQ+ quality mark in Ireland, and that is through the key achievements that have been helped with thanks to Belong to and the work that has been done. So the key achievements of these accredited schools have been for policy reform, which is the implementation of robust LGBTQ+ inclusive anti-bullying policies, to establish a student voice, which is the establishment of LGBTQ+ and allies clubs to foster peer support, and then community engagement to direct outreach to parents and the wider school communities to build a culture of belonging. It was a case of 16 schools and centres that were formally awarded the quality mark for the first time following an 18th-month programme of evidence-based interventions designed to strengthen LGBTQ+ inclusion and student well-being, and a further 23 schools and centres were re-accredited, having first achieved the quality mark over in 2023.
And it just shows that, this money we're raising here, 4,400 at the moment in terms of euros, there's not just this event here that's raising money for Belong to LGBTQ+ Youth Ireland. There's many out there, and that money adds up, and that really helps make a difference. And as you've listed there, Jake, that is a lot of work done to help a lot of people, especially those who are young, who are, below 16, below 18, who are only just stepping into life, and they had to deal with the hardships early. So it's great that they can have some support and work through everything at a young age. So when they do, become an adult, of course, it's not always going to be any easier, but they've kind of had the help on the way there to kind of build that strength and that, and also be able to support others as well who are in the similar situations. Of course, I can't speak from experience, but I know a lot of people that can. And yes, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but these charities out there are all putting in that great effort to help.
They absolutely are, and we're seeing that over the course of the runs. And now, here as we are 5 hours, 5 minutes away, let's set the challenge up then for the next hour or so. Let's try and hit 4,700 euros in the next hour. I think that's a strong goal that we can aspire to, we can reach, we can get out there, as our focus now turns to the number 71 out there, which is Orlando Outlaws Esports, and Blue Jade currently behind the wheel right now and has done a very good job of running over the course of this one, along with Bobby Blowers, DJ Trout, Lily Fraser and John Matthews. 5-car team out there that has been putting the effort in and doing a very nice job of running. So they're looking to try and jump and catch back up to the Prismatic Motorsports Community Ishtar car being piloted by Julie Barker, and they are running quite similar, just a tenth between them on the last lap.
Certainly, and the gaps are coming down, and we're actually seeing some battles starting to form here, which is what we love to see. With just over 5 hours to go, in 4 minutes time we'll have 5 hours remaining in this race, as we do have a couple of cars as well in the pit lane. The Pun Crew Pinku were the one we saw earlier on with the meatball flag. They're back in the pit lane now for another stop. So they are last in the class, a lap behind Cautionary Tale Motorsports, and then also Remote Racing Helios with Joshua Swanger at the moment. They've been given a black flag, so they're going to have to go for a drive-through in the pit lane, and that race has just not gone well at all for car 16. They were in a better position earlier on when I was in the box last time out, but since then it's not gone quite to plan for those in the number 16 machine. And then looking further ahead as well, not much going on in the hypercar class apart from the potential battle for third, which could evolve between Arctic Sim Racing and the Pun Crew. And then in the LMP2 class you've got another battle for third, which could evolve between Team Secura and Multiviewer. Apart from that, not much is going on at the moment, but of course if you look on the screen there's many different numbers of pit counts done for each team. So you'd imagine that coming to the end of the race could also play a part in terms of the fuel strategies and the pit strategies, and also what tyres they've chosen to and not take. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on as well, coming through into the final few hours of this race.
Yeah, so a lot to still discover in the final 5 hours as we continue on here into the dawn, and noting that the 999 is in for that pit stop then from the field of GT3. So that is Onid XTSRC. Charlie Morgan now taking the control of the car and continuing to push on forward, as our focus is here with Danny Brennan. Gap now at just under 3 minutes rather than just over, so there's been a little bit of a switch about there in terms of that, so dropped a tiny bit of time to Prismatic, but nothing that they will be too worried or concerned about at this phase of the race. Still a long way to go before the end of running. But my question to you here right now, Nathan, is who wants a soda?
We had that discussion actually earlier, and we spoke about Monster Energy. Do you drink Monster Energy, Jake? Because then otherwise that'll decide if I need to ask the question or not.
I can't tell with your accent if you want me to have an energy drink that comes from one of the counties of Ireland, or whether I want a Monster Energy.
What, is there a county called Munster?
Yes, there is a county called Munster. There's a county called Munster and a county called Leinster out there, and they are really important in building up the Irish culture out there, because you'll have some various events out there, like hurling, for example, comes to mind, Gaelic football, where the system that they build in terms of how you play for those various teams are out there, or if you play for Munster Rugby or Leinster Rugby out there, it's very much, if you were born in the county, you have the birthright to play for those teams, and you don't see much movement or much transfer over from the various counties that go and play in the various sports, because there is such a massive affinity for, I play for my county, very similar to the likes of the United States, where you play for your state.
Very nice. No, I think a friend of mine is Irish, and they do he gets involved a lot in Gaelic football. I don't know how it works, I don't know much about it, but I know that it is very community-wise in the sporting world over in Ireland. It's not that far away from me, but it is very, very community-wise. It's a little bit like you have in the UK and, you know, England with your local football teams. I suppose it's very similar to that, but over there it's a lot of rugby and Gaelic football and many local sports which I probably don't even know about over in Ireland. But yes, question was, Monster Energy, the company Monster, the brand, what is your go-to, Jake?
My go-to... Well, here's the thing. I am a let's go with something nice and simple sort of person. I turn around, I like a good Fanta.
That's fair. You know what? I like that. Yeah, we actually was having that discussion earlier as well. I tried the American Fanta. It tastes 10 times different, and I do prefer the UK or the European version of Fanta. It's very orange in the US, and it is also very, very... It tastes artificial. You can tell there's lots of flavouring put into it, which isn't from a real orange, or at least it's been tampered with a lot. But no, I do like a Fanta. In terms of other types of fizzy drink or soda, I have got with me a couple of cans of Pepsi Max. That's normally kind of the go-to for me. I do love a good old Pepsi.
Well, there is always a case of you're looking around and whose soda choice is out there. Unfortunately, I haven't chosen soda for this show. I have got the good old classic bottle of water.
Oh, what brand though?
Nondescript. Tap.
Oh. Council pop, we call it in Birmingham.
I do have a lovely bit of council pop here, looking to set this up. But it is very nice to see how we have just one team that completely dominates conversation, as we've got the focus with Who Wants a Soda and Peter Ensor currently on circuit right now. And so my question to you, chat, is what's your soda of choice out there? Let us know as we continue on pushing. And so this will be a really fun run that we are setting up and saying, look, that is going to be there. And that Fanta is also a big fan for Hugo out there, who has completely got the UK bottle of water sorted and down pat. So you'd have to say, well done, Hugo. You are cultured with us.
Oh wait, I didn't realise what he meant. I just thought he was putting words in. Now I realised, but water, yeah. So the worst part is being from Brom, we get the worst when it comes to how we pronounce things. So I'd say a bottle of water. A lot of people say, oh no, it's water or water. No, water. That's how I say it. I always have done.
And always will.
Exactly. Yeah, not going to change now.
No, you put so much effort to say it like that, you might as well keep going.
Indeed.
Oh dear. Well, still, there's big gaps out there, and as we set 4 hours, 57 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock right now, a chance to go and look over the teams and say who's been quietly going about and doing well. I want to give actually some props to the number 7 team out there, Team Sakura Engineering. They've just been quietly working about, doing what they do best, which is just finding result, giving what they can out there. Hammy Eastner's been into the car. We've seen Emmy Flödling in there, Jaden Chu, and critically, a driver that you know very well from the fact that you've been stewarding over the British Sim Racing Cup, Noah Osbaldeston.
Yes, I was mentioning Noah earlier. A great driver. One of those up-and-coming drivers that I'm sure we'll see right at the top of iRacing in a very short amount of time. I mean, already takes part in a lot of championships. I mean, over in the British Sim Racing Cup, right up there most times out, which is brilliant to see. And he's only a young driver as well, and certainly making his name known in the world of sim racing. So, great to see him out on track as well, putting some laps in. And like I was mentioning earlier, another driver that will know very well from the Create Series is obviously Punji, the Pung crew out on track. Eli's not been in the car for quite a while, so I don't know if he's popped away, but he was in there earlier on when I joined in, and great to see him out on track, and with the Punk crew as well. A great iRacing team, a big community, and any sort of charity event that we see, they're taking part, which is what we love to see.
Yeah, big factor actually is Eli in terms of helping with the iRacing side of the Creator Series. He's one of the big sort of creative forces behind things out there. You can catch their action on a Thursday night out there on iRacing's YouTube channel, and really it's a chance really to look at and say they've done a brilliant job out there. And apparently we were going to review the Punk Route number 13, and we didn't really get a chance to, as M-Plower leave pit lane and get the chance to drive back out there. And so I think we've got a bit of sunshine now to start looking at a couple of liveries out there and say, well, how good is it? And there is Rainbow Racing Helios, which catches the rainbow out there in the sunlight really, really nicely. That is a lovely gradient livery.
Indeed. We was going to do a review earlier at about 1 AM, but it was a little bit too dark, so we got a quick glimpse of it every time they passed a slower car. But it's nice to see the Rainbow Racing livery. It's like a glittery pattern with the... Which I said earlier to... I think it was when I was with Howie, that... I don't know why I expected the red to be at the front and the purple to be at the back, but it's the opposite way around, which I didn't expect. But it's a nice livery. I love the colour dynamic over the car, and in the day it absolutely shines out on track. So yes, Review, I'll give it a solid 8 out of 10 in my opinion.
Yeah, for me, you sit down, you look at a team. You currently got Josh Schwanger behind the wheel. It sits and it does a lovely job of saying, look, this is going to be nice, very nice to look at the Hello Fresh on the front of it as well. You've got the penguin by the looks of things that's there too. I'll give that a solid 5 out of 7.
5 out of 7. That's an odd one. I've never heard that measurement of review before, but it works.
Yeah, look, why should we be arbitrarily looking at a decimal system? Let's break it up and do whatever numbers we like.
Oh, dear me.
That's a 57.4 out of a 62.8.
That's still quite a high rating, I think. You're looking at, like, what, 90% of a rating there?
Something in and around that, but they're doing okay for themselves right now. Now, Quad Dash Racing. Now, here's going to be the interesting thing. Whenever you have white on a car around a 24-hour race, you get all the marble build-up and dirt on the front of the car, and that is a car that has driven.
See, but the thing is, that suits the car. I don't know what the marbles actually make it look quite nice at the front. I really like that. Then by the number of 94, it's not as nice, but at the front of the car and near the rear, the marbles actually create quite a nice effect. And I still can't get out of my head that being the AlphaTauri logo. I know it's not, but it looks so similar.
Yes, and so right now I would look right. It's even got actually. Now hear me out on this one, because you got the light pink that's there, and you got a bit of gold trim and the black and the white. Are they secretly trying to cosplay as Palermo?
You're gonna have to enlighten me, Jake.
The football team.
Oh. Is that the one with the? Is it like a bird?
Yes.
Yes, with the got. Yeah. Ah. It is like the same colours, isn't it? Pretty much. So maybe. I suppose we'll have to wait and see if anybody's around. However, I don't know if there's many fans following the Sarah B in the chats. I certainly don't. Hence why I was like, hang on, let me search them up quickly. Then I realised exactly who they were. Yeah, maybe they are because of that. As that's another beautiful livery as well, with a valuable slide GmbH. With the black, matte black, and then the pink, blue, and purple. And I'd have an idea. I know there's a few liveries out there to do with the transgender flag, so I'd imagine if that's maybe something to do with that as well, with the blue and the pink.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see that. Looks very lovely in terms of its livery. I love the way as well that it sweeps over the top of the wheel arches and then coalesces around the headlight. I think that's very well done.
Indeed, and I do think we have a couple of interviews. We do have 153 in the waiting room, but also Olivia Hayward as well is asking for an interview as well, one of the head stewards, so I suppose we can drag those in as well over the next few minutes and have a chat with them and see how their race and work behind the scenes is going on, Jake.
Well, let's do this now, because we've got Dirty Kerhai here with us having a chance to have a chat with the 153 team. We had a chance earlier on to chat with your 163 team, and it wasn't looking too good. It's middle of the road, I'd say, at the moment for the 153 team. You got Bailey Thompson currently in behind the wheel. So let's just have a chat and say, how is it going? How are we feeling? It's a little bit of a lonely race right now. You're a lap away from the car in front, a lap away from the car behind.
Yeah, I mean, our goal for a lot of this race was basically just drive and survive, not really pushing too hard to try and get raw track position. Just because a lot of us, although a couple of us out there have got some experience with endurance racing, there's a couple of our drivers that don't really, and I think Bailey herself has really proved her worth today, despite her lack of relative experience. But we were just driving, surviving, just enjoying our time around Le Mans, because I love racing around here, even if I've not had the best stints earlier on myself.
This circuit is special, and I just want to get your understanding of why you think a track like this one is so special to drive, because I think people who don't come here, don't experience this circuit, don't drive this circuit very much, don't get why this is such an amazing circuit to go and drive. What was it that captured your imagination when you first had the ability to drive around this place?
Well, I think the first time I was practicing, at least, for to try Le Mans was back when we had the were running the Audi and Porsche LMP1s here in iRacing. Unfortunately, I caught COVID-19 at the time, so I wasn't actually able to experience the LMP1 days of iRacing. But even watching both others do this in iRacing and obviously the real world endurance racing, it's a real battle of endurance and basically consistency. Now, as someone that prides myself in being consistent over having raw pace, it's always been one of those tracks that just sort of hits the mark, because it's a fairly longish track compared to others on the racing calendar. Maybe not as long as the Nordschleife, but I don't think anything's beating that in current terms. But there's a lot of little things that you have to do right to really maintain your consistency here. So I was saying to your colleagues in the booth earlier on in the race and the broadcast, is that I struggled a lot with the little bump on the exit of S's de Tetra, and it's caught me out a lot of times this race. But that's just being a little bit over eager in some circumstances. But it's still a great track to drive. There's a lot of little things to do right, certain ways to get through traffic in corners, especially the Porsche curves, as we see Bailey behind the 88 car there. I kind of feel jealous of the GTPs, because they often have the downforce to get through the Porsche curves around the outside. Whereas at the minute, unless you're really close to one of the GT3s, you're kind of stuck behind them. So it's a real balancing act of a lot of skills that you'll learn as a driver. And it really puts it all into one challenge for you to get right and balance.
It really is one of these fantastic circuits that we get to see. Now, just talk about the plan then for FF by XR and how the Adoration team are looking at running their stints towards the end of this race. Still a number of stops left for you to go with 4:48 left on the clock. How is it looking to gear up strategy-wise for the team between now and the end of this race?
Well, because a lot of the other drivers we've had in the Americas, Bailey herself is running her final double as it stands. Benjamin Kirigaya is done with his stints for the race, and because Jordan Brunch had to do a lot of night driving as well as some stints early on in the race, he's not expected to be back in the car. So basically it's going to be me to the very end once Bailey has finished this final double stint, and it's going to be a long run to the end, but my goal is keep it clean, pick up what happens, and just enjoy the drive, which is the whole point for the Fox Body LMP2.
Well, go enjoy all of that driving and ability to get the Fox Body Frameworks team up there and doing what is needed there, as we've had a wonderful chat then with Dirtico Height, who's been here with us with the 153 team. And from one position to completely another we go to. Let's go have a chat with Race Control out there overall, as Olivia Hayward is here with us right now. Now, Olivia, field spread out quite a bit. It must have been nice over the last sort of hour or 2 hours, 3 hours or so to not really have to deal with too much out there over at Race Control.
Yeah, I mean, it was lovely for me, because I've just woken back up after being asleep for those couple hours, but it has calmed down. I just want to give a thank you to the field, because I think when we finished the race last year, we had instant count in the 80s, and right now we are in the 40s with 5 hours to go. So everyone's done a great job sort of keeping it clean this year. I also want to give a big shout out to the entire crew who are working in the steward's room. Rotzi, of course, is head steward, wrote the rule book basically and has set the framework for everyone. But everyone else who's been in, Amy, Florian, Lara, Saoirse, Jess was in there at one point. When I hopped back in, I had a look through the few incidents we did have in the past 3 or 4 hours, and every time I was like, yeah, that made sense, you made a good call on that one. So it's always nice to be able to actually put your head down and trust the rest of your team in one of these endurance races. It's the same as it is in the car, it's the same in the steward's room, so they've done a great job while I've been asleep.
Let's talk then about how this race is going to go? Because obviously you said you've seen not many incidents. You've seen about half of what you saw last year, which means I don't think these drivers are trying hard enough to get into more incidents to make you work. But ultimately, I think that as far as this goes, and running this race again, talk about some of the changes that you've mandated as a team going from the 2025 variant of Race for a Cause into 2026 and how that has helped to improve the racing standard.
Yeah, so obviously with it being the third year of an event, it's still relatively young as an event, and so every time we run one of these, we learn more things. We have adjustments we can make to the rulebook going into next year. Roxy's notes for the driver's briefing become longer and longer. And it's going to be the same in the next year. We have a couple of things that we've picked up on that we can change going forwards, but it's about setting the standards early. I feel like you want to make sure in the opening few hours that you are making the calls clear, and also you kind of do need people to send protests in because there are going to be incidents. We don't want to measure it just by how many times we get sent something, because we want people to be informed about what's going out there on track, so that we can make sure that we're holding the standards where we want it to be. And I think we got a good few protests early before the sun went down that we were able to sort of set that standard. I know a couple of them may be a little bit controversial in certain ways, but we are looking very closely at everything, taking a lot into consideration, and it's ultimately a team effort from the entire group to make sure that the best that we can, we are holding the race in the spot that we want, and from there it's up to the drivers to stick to it and make sure that through the rest of the race we don't have that much work to do, and it's been great so far.
Let's talk as well about the charity work that is being done and how amazing that we've been seeing this from the entire team that's put it together. When you jump on an event like this, Olivia, and you go, okay, we're going to do all of this, we're going to set this up, we're going to write the rule book, we're going to put all this organisational effort into Race for Charity, how stellar is it to be at this stage? You know, we've ticked over 19 hours, we've got over 4,400 euros in the back pocket. And we're saying that, you know, there is still so much positivity around this Race for a Cause here for Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be running the hours that I'm running if it wasn't something I really cared about, ultimately. By the end of this, I think I've been sat in this chair for about 20 to 24 hours. So you have to really believe in what you're doing to put that work in, and I absolutely do. It's a very important cause. Again, we have a community member who has benefited from them in the past, and so it's really great to sort of pay that forwards. And since we crossed over a little while ago, it's now more than 10,000 euros over the past 2 years, which is absolutely incredible. I'm so thankful to everyone for doing that together. And there's still 5 hours, there's still those raffles that you can enter. I'm not allowed to because I'm involved in the event, but there's still the raffles to hop on board with, and maybe we do still have enough time to try and fill up that bar and eclipse what we managed last year. So if anyone has any spare cash, we would greatly appreciate it.
You can check down the back of the sofa, you can, you know, find your old piggy bank, all of that. Well, Olivia, we'll let you get on and continue stewarding what has been a wonderful race. Olivia Hayward there joining us. Now, we do have the opportunity to talk to a driver who says that he wants to explain himself out there over the course of running, and that is with Tyler Book here from the Cautionary Tale Motorsports team. Now, Tyler, we saw you when we jumped in with a 50-minute pit stop out there. We thought you took a power hour. What happened?
You hit the nail exactly on the head. I went and took a power hour. I'm a little bit annoyed that I did, because I didn't need one last year, and I was on track to do much better on my lap count compared to last year, but I was starting to make stupid mistakes. I was falling asleep at the wheel, and I just decided I wasn't going to become a liability to someone else out on tracks. So I went and I parked it for a little bit, went and took a little nap, and now I'm up here and ready to push it to the end.
You certainly are pushing forward with a lot of confidence. You're out there right now. You're 31 laps adrift as far as things go. So in terms of overall end position, what are you looking at trying to get out there? You're about 7 laps shy of the top 20. Is that what you're looking to try and crack here at the end of the racing action?
Picking up 7 laps on a P2 car in, what do we got, 4.5 hours. It's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but it's not entirely impossible. Top 20 would be neat. I'm sitting P25 overall right now. That's not a terrible result. Just making it to the finish in one of these and for driving for 23 plus hours is a huge achievement. So I'm going to be happy with my result no matter what.
And let's just talk about the decision to drive this race solo. It's not something that everyone has the love and ability to go and do. It's one of those true, sort of Iron People challenges that we go and get to see. So what prompted you over not just this year but last year as well to go and make the decision to go, yeah, I'll do this solo?
Sorry, I'm going to concentrate on making sure I don't run into the back of this OMP2 car. This was... Sorry, coherent thought probably isn't my most strongest suit at the moment, but...
You're good.
Let's see. I've always been really good at ultra long endurance challenges in racing, and being able to exercise this thing over the course of an entire 24-hour race live up with other people, it's as endurance racing can possibly get, in my opinion, and I just wanted a way to be able to show that.
And you're doing a wonderful job of doing so right now. Obviously, the concentration levels are still needed, so we'll let you get back to your racing running. Tyler Book there joining us from the 056 Cautionary Tail Motorsports team out there. Nathan, a really good understanding of the various different elements that we see in the racing, from those who want to do the Ironman challenge, for those who want to go out and look at race control, from those who are up near the pointy end, who are a little bit further back looking for something back. So there is a lot out there that, everybody comes into a race like this with a slightly different story to go and race for.
Yes, definitely, and that's what we love to hear as well. Hear everybody's story of what's going on and also off track as well, because it's a charity event. You have a lot of different drivers turn up. It's not always your big teams. You have some of those drivers that may not do much endurance racing and think, you know what, it's a charity event. It seems like a fun cause. Let's let's go and try a bit of endurance racing. You've got some of these that have been here for years. That they kind of turn up to as many endurance races as they can. And then also some of those, like Tyler, who want to set a challenge, who want to complete the 24 hours solo. It's a big challenge, not one that I could do, so hats off to Tyler. Even though he had a nap, I still think he's done the full 24. I'll still give him that, I suppose, that award. As we do have another donation coming through as well, Jake. 30 euros from Steve Axtman, and we're now at 4,445 euros. So 5 away from 4,450, and then, of course, still around 200 away, 250 away from the goal that we set of 4,470 by the time we hit the next hour mark, which is in 35 minutes time. So, of course, make sure to get your donations in, everybody. We are at over 10,000 euros now in 2 years, which is amazing, and let's hope we can get even higher than that.
Oh, we certainly hope that we can. You just stole my thunder there a little bit there. I was just about to jump on the point there that we had another donation in. But Tyler Book doing a great job here in 12th position in class, 25th overall, and we'll just be looking to log the laps between now and the end of this race as we set ourselves up then towards the final 6th of the race now, which will be those final 4 hours that will remain, and so a chance to feel the circuit heat up, a little bit more understeer to get into the car, and really not as much worry about where you are planting and stapping. Here's Tappy from the Pun Crew, and this, believe it or not, is a fight for position. We haven't had one of these in over 2 hours.
I can see, Jake, and I can hear how happy you sound. We've actually got a battle on track for position, which is brilliant to see. And the Pun Crew now are on the back of potentially going for the podium here. The battle for third here in the hypercar class. It's Arctic Sim Racing with Nicholas Sunderby versus the Pun Crew with Tappy as they make their way down the Mulsanne Straight. Big opportunity now for the Pun Crew to put themselves back onto the podium where they were around 12 hours ago, but of course they've had a couple of mishaps since and unfortunately fell to the top 3, but now opportunity to go for it once again as they have got a bit of traffic ahead of them.
They do, and so Nicholas shouldn't be here with Tappy behind. They've got to get past Jim Lappian Johnson from Cognizant Racing Team. They were the first car out there to have to use their fast repair, and so they have been just clawing their way around the circuit ever since as the Pun Crew continues to keep its patience on right now, working through to Indianapolis corner. Here, this bank left-hander, very much appreciative of getting it turned in. Little bit of wheel work off of the exit, but then into Arnage, which unironically I think is the toughest corner on the circuit. It's tight, it's narrow, there's no run on the exit, you can never get grip through it. And now over towards the Porsche curve. So this is the wonderful crescendo to the end of the lap.
Certainly is, and a big opportunity for the Pun Crew to maybe go for a send somewhere here. Of course, this is your tight and twisty part of the circuit all the way through until the start-finish straight. So they make their way through and down towards the horrible double chicane, which I can never get correct at all. Of course, you've got the long twisties before that, and the Pun Crew still a couple of tenths behind as they make their way down to the final couple of corners on this racetrack. Gap's now down to 2.5 tenths of a second. Is there an opportunity into the chicane? A great run now for the Pun Crew to maybe make a move on the outside as they head their way in. Of course, it's Sense, Arctic Sim Racing deep, the Pun Crew on the back. Tappy looking to try and tap his way past and go up into the position as a little bit wide there for 67. And now an opportunity for the Pun Crew to go into third.
Well, now they're going to duel on the main straight here towards turn number 1. Wing mirror to wing mirror. Up towards the Dunlop chicane. They've got traffic again in front. Good lunge down the inside. Sunbee's gone deep. They've both gone deep. That'll be a slowdown penalty for Arctic Sim Racing. Justin Elliott Rude. They're just in front from Savage. And so Tappy will look at that and go, well, I did my job. I broke this one out. But ultimately, that one just not quite finding what was needed there, Nathan.
No, and the move's made in the end there as the Pun Crew go through into third place. And never mind, it's not the Pun Crew, it's another one that's going through, isn't it? There's cars everywhere trying to pick up on who's in the battle. There's the Pun Crew behind still. It was because there's another GTP behind them all. The gap's back at a second now in the favour of car 67. And I believe as well we do have Ruby as well waiting for an interview, as you did ask them to pop in. So hopefully once we see this battle calm down, we'll grab Ruby in for a quick chat.
Yeah, we just had Zach Burke just in front from Savage Sim Racing having off at Tetra Rouge, who were 4th in class at the time, and so that would have been a really big scare as they went on through. But Arctic Sim Racing now holding this 6/10 of a second margin right now and keeping themselves steady on the progress. They'll be looking behind at the Pun Crew, trying to keep this close into the Michelin chicane now, the second of the 2 chicanes, and looking to push on forward as we're ticking over towards 4.5 hours left to go. Tappy's got to be very calm about the way to go forward, the way to find this pass. There's no point putting all your eggs here on an Easter Sunday in one basket, because you're going to realise very quickly that your eggs are chocolate and they're going to melt.
Certainly, as that battle still closes down, and of course they've got to be careful, these two have here, because there's still 4.5 hours to go. They don't want to get themselves into any sort of contact and mishaps in that way. So we'll see them here with their clean battle. As the Pun Crew got a great run now to possibly make a move. They'll have to go to the outside here. as they head their way down this long straight, and now just tuck it in behind as they head on towards the break, shortly in towards Indianapolis. On the brakes again.
Trouble.
Ooh, what's happened?
It's Chris Cobb from Mariah United, VRT Purple. They're in the barriers there in the back of shot. So that's and off. And there goes the pass. Arctic then crack under the pressure. They would have been distracted by the yellows and the car off on the right-hand side, and they've overcooked it into Arnage, and there's the change of place.
It was always going to happen. Here is the replay with the Mirai United VRT, and it's a horrible mistake, but we saw that happen earlier with a couple of the LMP2s. Indianapolis, it grabs the bottom of the car, and it really takes you off into the barriers if you don't take that corner ever so right. And for me, that is the most difficult corner. I know you mentioned the corner after, but for me, Indianapolis there, it's a horrible, horrible corner because you never quite know what speed you need to take it at. And every little line you take, every little different degree of angle, you've got to take the corner at a different speed. It's a horrible one. And, you know, especially for those here that, you know, might not be used to Le Mans, some of those that are new to the circuit, it's a frightening one to learn. As again there, Arctic going off, and it's one of those where you make a mistake and they all start to come through because you get frustrated, you get a little bit angry, disappointed, but then you want to push even further on to catch back up, so you start to make those silly mistakes. So a big shame there for Nicholas Sundby, who's in the Arctic Sim Racing car, but of course it's a long race to go. More than enough opportunities for them to fight back into third and go back ahead of the Punk crew, but that gap now, Jake, has shot up to 2.5 seconds. He's really flying up, and the Punk crew have just got to now put some pace down for the rest of this stint, fly away, and then they can rejudge again once they head into the pit lane of what the next plan is.
Yeah, so they've got a chance to really go out there and say, look, we can recover back on that note. We'll bring in Ruby Nekamata to have a chat with us from Queen's Designs right now, as Asa Nyampire is currently behind the wheel of the 56 leading. Ruby, how's it going? How was your double stint then that you took? I believe you're out of the car from now until the end of the race. How has your running of this Race for a Cause 24 been?
I'm really tired. I've been basically driving for a while now, and I mean, I got off of a triple stint. I did a triple stint. I basically did double with only like an hour and a half between breaks. I've just been in the car like for a while. Me and I were just like really pulling away in the I think I saw a car off there. Okay, no, I think it's just my imagination. I'm really tired. I'm really sorry, but yeah. Mia and I just kind of swapped the car back and forth, like, throughout the night, and we just absolutely, I think, we're on a tear for that whole, like, stint of the race. And, yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with how we're doing. Asa and the rest of the drivers are going to bring it on home now. We gave him a pretty comfortable spot, and, yeah, oh my gosh, this is the most tired I've felt in a while.
Well, I tell you what, you're still switched on, because that was Leadpool Racing not once but twice there going off the road in front of your car out there. But talk about that fatigue factor, because people often go to the crutch and go, oh, you're sim racing, you're going to be tired because it's endurance and you're going through all of those elements. Talk about what that tiredness is, why you feel so tired after all the effort you've put in, and why everyone is pushing as much as they are right now. Even though you sit, say, with a laps lead, you can't, really sit back and 100% relax.
Yeah, I want to build the gap as much as I can for everybody else and just have them be as comfortable as they can be, because a lot can happen in the final hour and a half that we have. So I just want to build that comfortable gap, and I don't want to do anything that I regret, really. Because anything can really happen. It's motor racing, and it's Le Mans especially. Le Mans could be so punishing, it could be so cruel. And I've had a few spins myself, and had a few moments where there was a few mistakes creeping in because of the fatigue. And I mean, for me, I think I was just switched on for the entire stint, because it's just the adrenaline. But once you're out of the car and once you're finished, I don't know, it just, something just switches in your brain where it's just oh, I've just realized that I literally cannot feel my arms right now. So I think I was just pushing through that for the rest of my stints. But yeah, it definitely plays a factor. It definitely can mess with you. It can definitely mess with your lap times and your decision making, which probably what caused a lot of the the mistakes that I made.
Let's talk something a little bit on the other side of the coin. You and Asa are the fastest VTubers in this race right now by matter of fact of being P1 here in the LMP2. When you turn around and see that this VTubing scene out there as Asa just casually skips the first chicane for us as we're talking about it, seeing where that has come from being a niche and a novelty, now we're seeing more and more, you know, you turn around and you got maybe a dozen VTubers now here in this race for a cause. How important is it for you to see this scene burgeoning and developing?
I mean, I was kind of a late entrant into the scene. I used to stream just normally, I guess a normal tuber, a normal streamer, I don't know what you call it. But because I usually just do like esports sort of stuff, and like I didn't really see a VTuber. Well, there's one other VTuber that I know that does that does esports, but he doesn't really do it regularly. But I really wanted to sort of expose the racing VTuber sort of community to like, I guess, competitive stuff. And I wanted to give like a bit more of a platform to there, and seeing how much like not just me but everybody else, the efforts everybody else put in, like Mirai United. And at Astra, everybody, my brain is like, I can't think of the other examples. Oh yeah, X-Ring, for the work they've been doing to like make racing VTubers like make it a huge thing now. Like it's amazing, and this community is so big, and everybody is so nice, and we even have our own championship like every other weekend sometimes on iRacing now. And we pretty much fill up the field. Like I think our opening round had like 40 VTubers in one race, like crazy. Like that just makes me so happy, and it's just such a fun community, and I'm so glad to see a lot of them here. Like just up ahead, Sam Winton is also a VTuber, Peter Enzer is a VTuber, a lot of people around here, Asa included, but we can take pride that we're the fastest ones at the moment. I mean, we're the fastest VTubers.
You certainly can. Well, Ruby, go get some rest, and hopefully you'll still have a car to celebrate with some champagne in about 4.5 hours' time. Ruby Nekamata there joining us and having a wonderful run's worth of going then for Queen's Design. So that is going to be a very important go-ahead as far as they go. Right, Nathan, I want your best art critique on now. Let's get a bit more into livery review.
Indeed, but we still have this battle on for third here as the Punker are going back up the inside of Arctic Sim Racing, who somehow had took the third place back.
So we'd lost a little bit of understanding of it. We were busy talking as that went through. I'm just taking a look. They'd made the pass back through at Mulsanne Corner. Tappy saw Ian Grobler from Ad Astra run wide in front, and then that was the way that the pass was made. So ultimately, I guess that was a case really for Nicholas Sundby, Nathan, of we lost the position, 2.5 seconds back, and it was right, chat, time to lock in.
Yes, indeed, and it all continues on between Arctic Sim Racing and the Pun Crew, and I think they'll also be quite happy they're having a battle, because it's one of the only battles on track, so they're lucky too, and they also get some airtime here live on the broadcast. And I suppose while we're here, we could do a bit of a live review on these two cars, but as we're with them, I suppose it'd make sense to. Arctic Sim Racing team I've seen quite a lot over time. A couple of my friends used to drive for them a couple of years ago. Don't think they're there now. I think they've moved on since, but yeah, a team that I do recognise the name of, and then of course the Pun Crew, one that myself and you, Jake, will know very, very well, and I do love that livery. It's very, very slick and smooth, isn't it, the Arctic Sim Racing car?
I don't think you can have a car that says it's Arctic without any form of white and blue on it. It's very much like the old school Glacier racing cars, the polar bear on it. You have to love those style of old sim racing livery machines. And so to see Arctic Sim Racing right now, very, very nice livery that they've got set up. And really what you're looking at here is a car that is perfectly accentuated as well. I think they've done very well with the sort of the high-vis jacket yellowy green as well. I think that looks very good along with it.
Yes, I've only just realised that looking at the front. Yes, it is a very nice style that they've gone for. And then the punk crew is a little bit of everything thrown onto one livery, isn't it? Beautiful livery. You've got the pink, the blue, the yellow, the black, the white as well. It is a very, very funky livery. But then again, it just shouts out Punju to me. A little bit of everything. Crazy man, but we love him.
I think it's really tasteful. It keeps the design of what the team is and also leans into the event theme really nicely. I think that's a really tasteful livery, actually, that you can see on the car. And as we know, there are those who love a good critique out there at this point and saying, hey, look, this is going to be what we see as we crawl on into now 4 hours and 20 minutes to go, which is nice at this point to see that out at this point. Tappy, though, is the one who has got the control and understanding of how do I go and get this place back. It might even be that you sit for a moment, take a couple laps here right now, Nathan, and play the old school game of endurance racing, which is I don't pass. I go and sit, I take my fuel, I'll go a little bit longer. Oh my goodness. You get a massive run through the Porsche curves.
Well, that was nearly an opportunity that I don't think they were keen on passing, but they just shot up on the back of the Arctic car and nearly had to be forced into a move. As a bit of a snap there from Tappy as they make their way down towards the latter part of the lap here. There is a car ahead of them that they need to dispatch quickly, and of course that's held up car 67 as they make their way through the final couple of corners. This now does present an opportunity to Tappy and the punk crew to close up and possibly go for a nice move as they head their way up to the Dunlop curve.
Okay, calm, needing to get the clearance, managing the clearance there on James Whitehead. So now it's going to be a clean braking zone into this left-right chicane, back up the hill the other side, and needing the drive to drop back down and say, look, this is where we can go and get that sorted, but no real need of a search at the moment. It's a lot more aggressive of a line by Sunby then through the Forest S and into Tetra Rouge corner. And so as they jump onto the Honor-d'Hier, this is going to be, for the punk crew, probably an entire lap of trying to stay with Nicholas Sunby and Arctic Sim Racing. If not, they're going to be G-O-N-E gone.
Indeed, yeah. Give them a chance to run away. They certainly will, as Dogbox Racing Alpha are in the pit lane with Daniel da Silva. So they made a pit stop. The car in 6th place, in number 6, have gone into the pits. So they'll make their next stop in this race, and they'll now have completed 27 pit stops in the course of this one. And I would imagine now that maybe they will run away, will Arctic Sim Racing. Here is the Queen's Design livery, yet again, a really beautiful livery. And then again, at the front of the car, the marbles not looking too bad at all on the front of that one. And is that the bottom left of the car by the rear left wheel? I mean, I'm not sure what it is, but it looks cool. I can't quite make out from this view.
It looks like a lot of different things at the same time, and I think it might be each and every person's sort of character that is there together and is represented on the wheel there of the Queen's Design number 56. So you get a lot of different drivers that come around from a lot of different areas. So, for example, Ruby, we normally see driving out there for Samantha Tan Esports Racing. We've got, of course, the likes there of Mia Rose, who's driven for Red Bull, for example. So you get a lot of differences there. There we catch in a bit of sunlight.
Indeed. Another beautiful view of that. And yeah, it looks like it is the V-Tubers, isn't it, at the back of the car. Yeah, nice view indeed. A couple of sponsors as well in and around. A couple of pride flags as well, dotted around LMP2. And then, of course, at the top as well, Queen's Design. Very nice logo up at the rear of the car.
I have been informed that that is Victory, which is the Queen's Design's mascot on the car.
Okay, makes sense. There we go. So we've got the mascot on the car. They've got their own little mascot. But yes, as far as it goes being P1, I think that's a livery deserving of being P1.
Yeah, it is a very good position at number 1 out there at this point, and so we are getting a really good sense of what this is going to be with 4 hours and 15 minutes to go on the clock. That everyone's designed. Here's the problem though with everyone having such a good livery. Is that, you know, to have a good livery, you need to have a bad livery, and if no one's got a bad livery, then everyone's got a bad livery.
True, because nothing sets them apart, does it? As once again, look how quickly that we've got that battle caught up again with the Punk Crew and Arctic Sim Racing, as we do see the Dog Box Racing Alpha team yet again, another nice livery, the pink as it shades across. You've got different layers of pink, you've got the white as well for the logo name. So we do look at the bottom right though, because the battle is raging on here. The Punk Crew with an opportunity, but they don't quite have the run as they head up onto the braking zone at the chicane to make the move. But yet again, they're looking really, really close on the back of Arctic Sim Racing, and the last time they got this close, it was a mistake for the car ahead.
Look close. There was a little think about the inside on the Descent de la Chapelle there from Tappy to think about Nicolas Sundby on the pass. This is going to be the one that keeps on giving wide through Tetra Rouge, and this will be the dive down to the inside. The trees on the left-hand side, trimmed back, of course, after the death of Alan Simonson, Alan Simonson, then the brother of Benny Simonson, who races about in the likes of the British GT series, and also is a very big Skip Barber racer out here on iRacing. He's raced with us on Racespot in the likes of the 2K World Cup back in the day. Good move down the inside by Tappy. Pass make, back to third.
But the question is, how long is it till Arctic Sim Racing come back at them? Because it won't be long, I can assure everybody of that. It's a great battle for third here in the hypercar class for the final spot on that podium with 4 hours and 14 minutes to go. It's still a long way to go in this one. Of course, we've been in here now closing up on 2 hours. Still a while to go in this race. It's really started to heat up over the past couple of hours, as we have had a couple of pit stops as well. So Oswaldson was in, Debosky and Vila as well is in the pit lane. And I suppose we might have a bit of time to look at a couple more of our liveries, unless this battle heats up again.
Well, I don't think we're under threat into Mulsanne corner, so we've got about 30 seconds, I think, before it all starts firing. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to correct myself. From a mile back with a lock-up, just having to slow it up. Stop it like the anthill mob. Nicolas Sundby there will now have a massive flat spot on the tyre.
Definitely, that was a scary moment. I thought, oh no, he's going to go straight on. Luckily, doesn't, and well, because of that, has lost a lot of time. He's now 8 tenths back as they make their way down towards the next braking zone. So not good at all there for Arctic, but I suppose if they're hungry for P3, they've got to go for some lunges somewhere on the track to make something work.
Well, you got to make a move somewhere, otherwise you're never going to make the move. So quite simply, that was ambitious, but a little bit foolhardy if you were going to go from that far back to go and make the move. And I think Tappy was also on the radio there saying, Nathan, that look, I was trying to lift out of it, trying to go through, save a bit of fuel. Where were you diving in from?
Yes, that was scary for a moment. So I'd imagine Tappy was like, oh no. They're closing down. I just see blue closing up on my mirror in towards Mulsanne corner. That's the last place you want a car to close up on you. As we make our way through the latter part of the lap. And this is where, every time, the Punk Crew seem to catch up. So they must be really good through here, because look how much they've pulled ahead of Arctic Sim Racing through this third sector.
Yeah, so this is where you're getting the understanding of different, different abilities that are showing themselves out by the differences that you can see, as there is the over-the-top Dallara LMP2, which is out there, and I do love the Dallara. I think it's a very iconic design of how it sits itself out, but that is very striking. And you go through different phases of teams that go out there and choose colours. Of course, there was this massive phase in 2010, for example. Hugo can attest to this in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. He was driving at the time. Everyone had a black, red and white livery, it seemed, at the time. It was all the rage as they went through. Now, I think we're starting to see a lot more yellow and black teams fiercely forward. The Pun Crew, Solpec, to some respects, is in that mix as well. Now you see it with Over the Top, another very good yellow and black livery.
Indeed, I like it. It's a bit like a B livery, isn't it, with the yellow and the black there. Really nice. I like how they've got the triangles as well as the yellow overlaps onto the black, and the same as well with the black overlapping onto the yellow, and then of course the logo as well, the name over the top, written along the side diagonally. Very nice livery indeed. It fills up with some sort of like Britain's Got Talent judges here looking at the liveries, but again, really nice livery. And I think that's one thing as well that we love about the community, that some of the time and effort that these, the livery designers put in, whether they're, an established livery designer on the game, because there's quite a few, or if it's just somebody making one for the fun of it and having a bit of enjoyment. We see some really nice liveries, and this is another one as well. with the Satellite Racing Nebula team, leader of the GT3 class, green, black and white. Can't motor that colour combo at all. It reminds me a little bit of Minecraft for some reason, with a creeper with the green.
Yeah, it very much does, and so I like it from Satellite Racing Nebula here. It's one of the more, I would say, professional liveries out there. It's meant to represent the team of Satellite Racing out there when they're putting all their efforts in, and so I think they've done well. We normally see them in sort of a red and blue, and so they've changed it up for this year. They've gone to the green, and so I think they've done a very nice job, actually, of painting that up, especially as nobody's been able to see that car in category right now because they're sitting on practically a 5-lap lead at the top of their category right now. They have just gone, yeah, right, we're going to go race this, and we're going to show everybody the difference between a team that houses 9,000 iRacing drivers like Alex Gal, for example, and the others. And here's some broken eggs cooking.
Indeed, another nice livery. Black, and then you got, of course, I suppose it's a rainbow with a pride flag, a cross, with the name of Broken Eggs Cooking. Nice livery indeed, yet again. And I think then again, the McLaren's a nice car. You can kind of fit any livery onto the McLaren and it works. And that car definitely has done a great job of it.
I tell you what, the bit that I'm really impressed with is on this livery, right? So you see the transgender flag that's there on the front.
Yeah.
I love how it's also there on the front splitter.
Yes. Follows all the way through, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you could so easily just stop and say, yeah, I won't do that tiny bit at the bottom. But they've gone the extra mile and gone, yeah, we'll do that bit at the bottom as well.
Exactly. It would have been nice if it went over the top of the car as well. A proper racing stripe with the flag. They've also got it on the wheel arches as well, or the dampers inside as well. You can see on the top of the wheel. Another nice addition with that livery. It's nice that they've got the little crevices with a little bit of design on as well.
Yeah, I think it is another very nice livery out there. 4 hours, 8.5 minutes. We've gone a little quiet on the donation train, I think, out there at the moment. Let's go and give some love. You can donate by going over to Tiltify. We've got a link out there which can allow you to donate your hard-earned euros or cash monies or however you go for it and give yourself the chance to donate to Race for a Cause 24 and, of course, belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, which is a fantastic charity that is out there since 2003 and is looking to try and work with LGBTQ plus young people aged 14 to 23 to create and generate safe spaces, to empower others through education, to lead policy and practice by providing expertise, developing practice models reflecting lived experiences, to ensure that the LGBTQ plus young people have the opportunity to have their voices heard, and to advocate for LGBTQ plus young people and champion change. It is a wonderful goal out there, and it's not just here that you can donate. You can also donate to a very, very beautiful raffle that we've got going out for some very nice sim gear that is available. Now, who doesn't love a bit of sim gear?
Exactly. I was looking through the raffle earlier on, and for me, it's the pedals which take my eye. The Hoisingveld Sprint 2 pedal set. Brilliant set of pedals. A couple of my friends have some. They are really, really good. Top of the range as well when it comes to your sim racing pedals. And then also the cockpit, this GT Omega Sprint one. Yet again, you can fold it up and take it where you need. If you want to go and sim race outside, go for it. The cockpit will go with you.
Yeah, and one of the things with those Hoisingveld pedals is that when they first arrived, they were game changers in the fact that you had the load cell braking that came into play, and everyone wanted to then design a pedal like that, and you got the feel, because you ended up sort of in Hugo's era of driving was, you know, you just sit down and the brake would just go to the floor, and you'd look for feel, and you'd look for resistance and all of that. But then the moment that companies like Hoisingveld came along, suddenly it's like, oh, this actually feels like, to an extent, a racing brake pedal.
Yes, it's great. I've never used a load cell. I know they're difficult to drive, but they are like, once you get used to them, they are like really good. I mean, a lot of the drivers I know from the F1 Esports Championship, they switch to them, and they're really good. Great set of pedals. So, you know, if you want to go that extra step, it's always worth taking that, you know, extra mile and going with some of the load cells. Yes, they are expensive, but they certainly do make a difference in your driving over time. I'm still with my Moser sets, which are doing me quite well. I got it second hand, so I'm not moaning at all for the fact that I only had to pay 300 quid for it. Yes, and it's doing a fine job at the moment. It's just a shame that I don't put it to much use because I'm not that good with my wheel and pedals. I'm still quite low on the iRacing spectrum, so I've got to try and at some point get myself up there a little bit.
I know that my brake pedal is something called left trigger.
Yes, on the controller, which I still can't believe you actually drive on a controller on iRacing. I saw someone in the chat earlier, and they actually won an MX-5 Rookies race on the controller, which is why I now think, should I be that happy when I win on a wheel and pedals in the Rookies if people can win on controllers?
Yes, you should. You win. You won. You won a race. It's not about what. Look, we don't ask you how hard the road was travelled to get to victory. We ask you, did you win?
Yeah, true.
Thank you very much as well, Alexander Last, for the €15 donation. 4,460 euros as Tappy is going to get out of the car. Lewis Clark is going to jump back in the number 13 machine and continue on through. You've also got Prismatic Motorsports Athena down in with their stop. Isabel Matthews has been taking a little notch out of the gap then of Danny Brennan, who is out there in front for Taylor Mills Racing. So good stint right now for Prismatic, who are just putting the latent pressure on at the moment, not the overall pressure, as they go into box as they will take their service and driver change as Isabel, she'll jump out, and Rachel Conkerley will get back into the number 98 as we take a look at Orlando Outlaws Esport there with the twisted setup out there. And that's something I really do like, is that you get teams that basically have their livery and they almost design the livery around the sponsors they have.
Yes, indeed, which is what we love to see. And the Orlando Outlaws esports team, really nice livery there. I love the orange as well. I don't think that's a colour which is used enough on liveries, in my opinion. I think it's really nice. It can work with a lot of colours, especially black and white. So I was just looking in our commentary chat as well, because we was talking earlier about when Hugo was driving in the iRacing World Championship in 2010, and I've made him feel very, very old. When he was racing in it 15 years ago, I was 6 years old. He started sim racing in 2002. I was -2 at that point. I wasn't a thought in anybody's mind.
Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Now Hugo's going to feel incredibly old out there at this point, and that's going to be a disaster to all parties involved in this at the moment. But what you do know as well is that sim racing has been around a lot longer than people go back and go, oh, it's been around for only a certain amount of time, really, and it's not, done too much. I turn around and say, we've had organised sim racing since at least the early 2000s. There was some even back in the late 90s as well. So there is a lot of amazing sim racing that's happened, that has built, that has developed, and all of the amount of racing that has gone to get to this point. This is truly a spectacle out there of motoring and racing, that you can go around and see racing, and you have to almost double take sometimes, Nathan, to go, hang on a minute, that's a game?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, I'm just looking through actually at some of the results from races then. I mean, Team Redline were around in 2010. Now, I didn't know what sim racing was until I didn't know what sim racing was until about 2022. Never mind 12 years earlier, and even before that, like you said, the teams are running around on track still, which is just insane to think.
Also, Nathan, can I just ask what a Team Redline is, because there isn't a Team Redline anymore.
True, yeah, it's Verstappen sim racing. Yep. So I suppose X Team Redline then.
Yes, that would be the way. Although they still haven't updated their LinkedIn, that's still Team Redline at the moment. So I think that. And actually, here's something interesting as well. Their league that they do all their sessions in right now, that's still Team Redline.
So I've got to update the brand.
Yeah, it's a slow process. They'll get there in the end.
Yes, eventually. Indeed, but no, I think, like I said before, I think the name change. I mean, I always loved Team Redline. To me, that's a staple name, but putting Verstappen in front of it just shows, the kind of the level that they're at, and also the fact they've got, an F1 driver, world champion, multi-time world champion, running at the forefront of a team. As we do see the Femir Racing team with I believe that's a Fernando Alonso clip sitting on a chair, isn't it?
Yes, it very much is. Now, here's the joy of what you can have in sim racing, because what you often find is the mean team out there, and this is very much a case of how many memes and copy pastas can I put on the car and get yourself through. So they've got 3 on the side there. I don't think that's sponsorship. I just think that's an understanding of it's the magic number.
Is that an octopus at the bottom as well? I can't tell what it is. The orange at the bottom left, just above the Moser Racing part.
Oh, yeah.
Can't tell what it is. It looks like an octopus from my view. Oh, it's changing.
I still don't know what it is.
I'd love for someone from
It's
the
a
team to
mountain.
pop in the chats.
It looks like a mountain. I'm going to say it's a mountain.
Yes, I think that. Yeah. Oh, is it the Paramount? Which one is it that has the bear on the mountain logo?
I think it's Paramount.
Yes, that's it, Paramount. Yeah, there we go. I thought it was an octopus at first. It looks like it had a long head and then about 8 little legs. Toblerone.
Yeah, you got.
Oh,
yes. So that would be the Matterhorn then.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why I thought Paramount. Do they have a bear on a mountain still though?
I'm not a big... Oh, there's a big issue there, and it's involving your leaders in GT3. Satellite Racing Nebula have gone for a spin, then at the first corner, and they have been tagged by Nora's Boulderston and Team Sakura Engineering, who find the issue across the nose. So miscommunication here, and you're going to see through. Oh, that is late by the number 7.
I think they could be in a bit of trouble there, because of course it's not that the GT3s have to move out the way at all. They're still able to follow their line. They've just got to be predictable. I don't think there's anything there that Satellite Racing Nebula could do to be unpredictable. So I think there might be a telling off or a penalty going the way of car number 7, and of course that's not what they want when they're trying to battle for the podium. They're 4th at the moment behind the back of Multiview Motorsports, but they do want to get involved in that battle, so they've got to yes, be a little bit careful on track, and on track for them at the moment is Noah Osborne, who's back in the car.
I think it's Ad Astro's had an off there at the first chicane. They've had to tiptoe through the first chicanes they've gone through. We'll take a little look at this. On the brakes, lock up there of the rears, and then again a second lock up to try and get that Cadillac slowed up. And look at it, just having to really tiptoe through, get the rotation and back off and going again. I will turn around to you, Nathan, and go, will that also be a telling off in the Sim Racing Cup briefing on Tuesday?
What? I don't know what you mean.
Because it was Noah's incident.
Oh, yes. I think I had to give a penalty for that. No, I didn't give a penalty because he reported something and then it was redacted because he reported it for the wrong race. So we didn't see an incident. We was like, oh, nothing's happened. It was in the race before, but we thought, you know what? We got to go how we would in real life and not give him any penalty because he didn't report it right. So, yes, I think then after that he redacted both his reports. But no, he's been involved in a couple so far in the BSRC. But then again, Jake, as you know, it was a very hectic time out in Cadwell Park with the MX-5. So that is a combo that is very chaotic because it is like, to me, the mini Nordschleifer. It literally is. It's trees everywhere and a very thin, tight track.
Yeah, at points it is 1.5 wide out there at Cadwell, and if you haven't had the chance to drive Cadwell Park, I believe this is now your public service announcement to say go drive Cadwell Park at some point over the next week. So there is your RaceSpotTV top tip that sets itself out, but still a 4-lap lead for Satellite Racing Nebula despite the spin and the small tag that they found themselves caught up in, but they know that even with a 4-lap lead, they can't afford to be getting too involved in issues like this, because if they do end up getting caught out, they are going to be in a really, really tough position where they could see 4 laps evaporate just by blinking funny.
Yeah, certainly. You've got to be very careful with 3 hours and 56 minutes to go. Don't just think, oh, that's fine, we've got 4 hours. We can make mistakes now, we don't need to worry. No, that's the last thing you need to put in your mind. If you open yourself up to making mistakes because you got a lead, that's when that lead starts to crumble down. So that is not what they need to be doing at all, as here is one of the Aston Martin GT3s. third in class at the moment, the 999s. That's Onidex TSRC with Kieran Sharp back behind the wheel, a driver I know very well. And he's raced in a lot of championships. I've commentated over on for TSRC, but also has helped out with organising many racing championships. A very great driver indeed, and nice to see Mr. Sharp back on track.
Yeah, it is, and in third position, doing a very good job of keeping this race close out there and honest in terms of the run with Broken Eggs Cooking. They've been able to keep that one to about 3/4 of a lap's difference at this point in time to Julia Gansauch, who is sat there in that second position. So focus very much forward for Kieran in the 999 machine and trying to get that Aston Martin go. Oh, background Porsche, big slide there for Klara Kuserova. There from the FF by XR Admiration Porsche. No contact, just grass on entry by the looks of it. And then that just said, right, you are going slideways.
Indeed. Another donation coming through to take us over €4,500 on the board. And when it will pop back up again for me, it will be Marco Homs from Lame Sheep Racing. Number 11, a nice €30 donation. And where are car number 11 at the moment? Because I can't see. They are in P11 in the LMP2 class. So I think that's time for a livery review of car 11.
Pete Piver currently behind the wheel, the Brazilian, out there at this point in time. And at least right now, we'll say that is very, very bright there. They've got the cyan, they've got the purple that is there. Two colours that you wouldn't necessarily think would go together, but it's doing a good job, I think, at the moment.
Indeed, yes. It might not be in the top 10. They're a lap behind the top 10, but they can easily get involved for sure. They're a minute ahead of Afterban in car 35, as here is their livery with a couple of sponsors on the side. You've got the blue, pink, purple and black, and it is a very nice livery. It does look like quite a professional livery. I think the colours are quite nice and very compact, but yeah, again, another really nice livery with car number 11. I
don't think it's doing too much, and I think sometimes that's good because the way that you get a great livery, sometimes simple is the best way forward. I mean, let's just think about the classic livery designs that we have seen over the world of motorsport. The best that we have seen have been classic, they've been simple, and they have been very, very good to go out there and see over the runs of what we have. So let's get a chance then to jump in, have a little bit of an interview. We're going to bring Ryan Stringer in for a bit of conversation. Ryan, let's talk about this simply. How have you and the team been doing so far?
I mean, we're P6. We've had ups and downs. We were P3 before I'd done in my night stint, which I think that was where it went a little bit hectic for us.
So over at Quad Dash, we see a lot of Quad Dash racing team cars out there racing and running. We, of course, see the likes of Gianni, for example, running in the World GT Championship that we have here on RaceSpotTV, Tristan Engelstad as well. So as far as the team goes, talk to everybody about why your team is here, what the goals of your team are in this race, and your overall team goals and aspirations as you are moving into 2026.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, we're not a very big team. There's 4 of us. We're sort of more of like a friend group. Obviously, yeah, Tristan and Gianni have been doing really well in World GT. I've been engineering both of them, funny enough, throughout the races.
So it's your success rather than theirs, yeah?
No. They drive GT better than me, but yeah, no, they've been doing really well. I think P4 have actually just crashed in front of us as well, but yeah, no, they've been doing really well. And then the likes of Yanis, who used to be Brabham Esports driver. It's quite handy having him about.
Yeah, it certainly would do, and so you got the chance then to lean on that experience and expertise. Why the LMP2? What made that go, yeah, we'll go to that instead of what has been tried and tested running GT spec?
To be fair, we mainly obviously do GT driving, but we've got a couple of friends currently in the team Sakura car, Noah and James Whitehead. They're friends of mine, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we're doing this race," so we thought, "Oh yeah, we'll join it, have a laugh." We don't drive this enough, and I've kind of fallen in love with it.
Well, I'm not surprised, because it is one of those cars that basically you don't have as much the big raw power at the top that you see from the hypercar, but critically it's also one of those that don't have the in-car tools to go and save you. Do you think that you're getting a real pure sense of driving out of this Dallara?
No. I race a league with the HPD, and that is more, you've got to be on the limit every time you're driving. So I've been loving that. Going into this, it's like you're driving on a wire every lap. You're having to be so precise. If you do one little mistake, you're either getting a kick of oversteer and you're in a barrier, or you lock up and you go straight on. I mean, we had that just before the 12-hour mark. I had a slow-moving GT3 through the Ford chicane, and I ended up careering into them because I had to lock up, or I would have gone straight on through the middle of Ford chicane.
Well, in terms of this one then, Ryan, we're going to wish you the best of luck for the final 4 hours worth of running, and hope Quad Dash can find a way to a top 5 finish out there here today. A very big thank you for jumping in with us on the run. Ryan Stringer there from Quad Dash Racing, then bringing on through Sue Bredbury. Thank you very much for the €10 donation. That puts us over to €4,515 out there overall at this stage. Let's try and move on over towards €5,000 as the next big goal hit that we are trying to get to at this moment in time. Remember, you've still got a lot that you can go and donate to here with us at the Race for a Cause 24 with Belong to LGBTQ+ Youth Ireland. So changing about then as we run along, that is the Pun Crew then going by Quad Dash Racing as Lewis Clark continues on the charge forward and is looking about at this point in time and saying, well, we're going to be very happy with the results that we are running here in third position, pulling away from Coltonov now in the Arctic Sim Racing car in fourth, the number 6-7 machine, for those who know you know. But for the moment, Quad Dash having a very nice turn of time out there at this stage, and thinking this is going to be one where the later stages of racing is going to certainly be there for them as it goes. Working now through the final section, the latter half of the Porsche curves, leading now to the Corvette curves here. This big flick left, sometimes known as Maison Blanche, with the karting circuit there, named after the four-time Formula champion Alain Prost on the right-hand side, and now into this final flick left and right, the reaccordement onto the Bugatti circuit here, and the charge now forward to say, look, this is going to be another lap in the books, and there is no real worry about it. So at least as they now get themselves set up through towards turn number one, you can see a lot of grandstands then sitting and waiting. Little look around the Cognizant car out there as that looks to try and run on through there. The Ferrari with Steve Axman then currently piloting that at this stage has been a little bit in the wars, but they are doing a very good job of holding themselves steady. They do have a legitimate Aston Martin behind in Kieran Sharp trying to get through for TSRC, but for the moment they're going to be okay, and we're going to see this maybe as one of your trademark lappings on the main run, past the Stade Marie Marvanct on the right-hand side, and pushing on through. So really, Nathan, we're seeing the movement in, and this has been, I would say, a very calm run at the moment from those who have been out there and sorting themselves out. We were just taking a little look at the lapping process being put through as the cognizant Ferrari runs a little deep.
Indeed, and one thing I noticed up at the front of the field in the hypercar class is it's now 2 minutes and 39 separating Brennan and Colley, of course, Taylor Mills Racing and Prismatic Motorsports Athena. That gap has came down quite heavily in the past hour or so, by around 20 to 30 seconds. Now, it's not imminent danger, of course, for Taylor Mills Racing, but maybe they do have to start keeping some options open, just in case a situation arises where, you know, maybe Prismatic Motorsports Athena can catch up. We all know sometimes that is absolutely nowhere. A team can gain a lot in a pit stop. If they could do their pit strategy correctly here, there's maybe a chance that they could catch up. So, not imminent danger yet, but I think Taylor Mills Racing do have to start looking behind and thinking, well, what could happen here with just under 4 hours to go, 3 hours and 44 minutes left remaining in this race. Still a long way to go. Then looking around in other battles, it's starting to die down most places now. Of course, the one that we were watching earlier on with the Arctic Sim Racing and the Punk Crew, that gap has now got up 13 seconds in the Punk Crew's favour. Out of nowhere, it's just shot up, and there we can see. Third, and then of course fourth being Dennis Koltanov for Arctic Sim Racing, and then they've got a 2 minute and 58 second gap ahead of Who Wants a Soda. Not me, I've got one now, in car 48. So they're quite happy to kind of come home third and fourth here as long as they don't make any mistakes, because their pace had been really good for the both of them. And then after that, the battle really started to die off, really. You know, you look at most cars and behind being at least a lap behind, as here is now Osbaldeston, a driver that we both know very well, has been given a black flag.
Oh, so that would have been with the hit with Satellite Racing Nebula, and they are going to get a 10-second stop and go for it as Mia Rose puts in €15, tipping us over to €4,530. Thank you very much, Mia, for your donation. But Noah Osbaldeston will be donating 10 seconds of his hard-earned time in this race down on pit lane to satisfy the stewards.
See, do you know what I say to drivers to stop making mistakes? If you get a penalty, you have to donate 10 times a second you get penalised. They'll think again, won't they, about that then?
That's €100 right
exactly.
Now for Noah Osbaldeston. That's going to be a little dent in the in the fine pot, so to speak.
Certainly, but they'll behave. Think of it that way. But then again, I wouldn't want to be told, oh, you've got given a 30-second penalty for going off track how many times. That's going to be £300, please. I'll be like, oh god. No, thank you.
No, the big one is when you get a stop and hold of a minute, because then still it's 60 seconds, so that's 600.
Yeah. Maybe 10 times is a bit too much. Maybe equal it to the penalties. 10 seconds, £10. There we go.
But here's the thing, right? We talk about how much a fine should be. If you want to talk about the highest levels of motorsport, fines in terms of how you all set aren't normally done in pounds or euros or dollars. They're done in Swiss francs, which is the...
Really?
Well, yes, because Swiss francs have the highest currency rate out there. Everything is basically low. The denominative value is less than a Swiss franc everywhere. So if you find someone in Swiss francs, you can't say, oh, it's a lesser penalty than, say, something else. So basically, everyone finds in Swiss francs as the de facto go-to.
See, I don't think the pound was worth less than many, but I suppose the pound's like, is it like 0.9 of a Swiss franc? It's not going to be much, is it? Off.
You're going to make me Google now.
That's what we're here for, Jake. We've got computers, we've got many screens, we need to put them at use.
£1.06 at the moment.
Ah, so it's 6p less worthy than the Swiss franc. Is it even used much? Because I thought they used euros in Switzerland.
They don't. They use the Swiss franc in Switzerland because Switzerland actually holds itself as a position of neutrality, and because Swiss banks like Credit Suisse, for example, is one of the big main institutions in the world of world banking, they are allowed to keep their franc instead of piloting to the euro. It's like how when the United Kingdom was in part of the European Union, they made their own deal to make sure that they kept the pound.
Yeah, because I'm sure they must I'd imagine that Liechtenstein run with it then, because I know they have a lot of partnership with Switzerland, so I'd imagine they also use the Swiss franc as well, being as they're only a small country, and they might as well make use of the most valuable currency in Europe, I suppose.
Effectively, they do use the Swiss franc, so they adopted the Swiss franc in 1924 as a customs treaty, and they moved away at the time from the Austrian krona.
So we're just over the 100th anniversary then of that then, 2 years over. It's a nice celebration.
Yeah, we very much are. For anyone who's watching in Liechtenstein, hi, how are you? How's your day? And go enjoy spending your Swiss francs.
The things we get up to, Jake, it's 9:30 in the morning. We can't even use the excuse of it being the night hours. It's early morning here in the UK, and we're talking about Liechtenstein and the Swiss franc. So there we go. But then
I couldn't
relevant.
think of a better thing to talk about on a Sunday morning, on an Easter Sunday, is the Liechtenstein currency.
Oh dear me! I've got family who are probably listening and thinking, "What the hell is he on about?" Like, just hearing Liechtenstein come out my mouth every 15 seconds.
Either way, we got Dominic Isenberg down in pit lane right now in the number 23 LMP2 for Twin Turn Sim Racing, as they will continue on. Gap down to 2 minutes 40 overall. Now, you were talking about this as Dominic Isenberg will actually change driver out there. Who's going to jump in? Well, it's the other Isenberg, Sebastian, who is going to jump in. So Twin Turn will have the brothers Isenberg out there working through together. But I want to talk, would you rather have, at this stage of the race with 4 hours to go, would you rather have a quick driver hunting down time, or would you rather have a safe driver who drops the time from the group that you've got, but you know you can guarantee seeing the car?
See, I think everybody ideally thinks safe driver, but the competitiveness in everybody says, I want the fast driver. Personally, I'll go, right, you've got 3 hours to go, we'll give you the car, do what you want to do, give it to a fast driver, and let them go out on track and enjoy. If they end up losing spots, we'll hail them at the end of the race because they lost us positions, but then forget about it a day later. If you go with a safe driver, yes, you'll be happy they got to the end, but also you might think, well, what could we have done? So I'll go for the aggressive fast driver, but I know many teams would go for just a safe one, so it just depends on your style of driving, I suppose, and also the level of the aggressive driver, because the big difference between a 10k aggressive driver and a 1k aggressive driver is 2 different things. I know that I wouldn't want a 1k iRacing driver being aggressive, because I know it wouldn't end too well, and I know that from personal experience in the rookie and D-class races. It doesn't always end well.
I believe the difference between a 10k aggressive driver and a 1k aggressive driver is the old school show that was on BBC, which was Hole in the Wall.
Is that the one when they have to? It's like the foam and they have to like pose into it.
Yes.
Yes, I'll just about remember that.
And so you'll look around at that and you'll see 10k and you'll see maybe like a half slide out there, and you'll see the 1k and it's like you've got to jump up and be sideways, and it's like, oh, okay, so that's how a 1k crashes.
Yeah, see, they go to the next level. I've been foul of crashes a lot by drivers of my same iRacing level, so I'm not hating on 1k drivers because I'm one as well. I'm 1.48 at the moment, so I was over 1.6, but I'm trying to get my safety rating up, so I went to the strategy of start from the back and don't get involved. I don't understand how I've been 8 seconds behind off the start but still got caught up at turn 1. I don't know how, but I have. So the starting at the back strategy is somehow not working as well as I thought it would do.
I'll tell you who you need to take lessons from. There is a wonderful driver in the classic scene right now on iRacing. His name's Jason Clapper. He is the best driver, I think, in the world, from starting at the back and keeping it out of trouble.
That's what I need to do. I might need to speak to him because I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I don't know how I'm catching up 8 seconds in a corner, and that's not because of my pace. But yes, and I somehow still end up getting the 1Xs here and there. I get 2Xs, and it just goes down. And I'm like, right, I'm not really doing a good job of getting to C-Class, because I'm going for the classic old get to 4.00 safety rating and move myself up to C-Class immediately, so I can get involved in more intense racing. I'm still trying to get there now. It's been about 2 weeks since I've started on this new season, and I've still got a long way to go. So after this race is done, I think to be a bit of lunch and then straight onto the
Fully
iRacing
straight
grind as that's let on the brakes, and very lucky not to hit the barrier there as they were going very fast into that runoff.
Tyler Buck there, who's on his own for the Cautionary Tale Motorsports team, still in 25th position right now, so very tough to go through, and that is a small mistake, but ultimately just a small one and not a larger issue out there overall. So critical, it wasn't really too much more than that, but I would also look about and understand that there are going to be moments in this race where you are trying to avoid that sort of panic stations out there, and the ability to get into an incident is one thing, but around a circuit like this, a street circuit that as well, your ability to get out of trouble when you don't have much room to work with, how critical is that over the course of racing action that we've seen over what will now be 20 and a half hours?
Very critical, but then again, it's one of those things where you've got so much things to keep in factor that you've got to kind of balance everything out, and it's hard when you've got 24 hours of racing, especially when you're at a team of maybe 2 or 3. There's a lot more work that you've got to do, and it's not just as simple as just watching what's going on. You need to be a spotter, you need to be kind of engineering and looking at, you know, fuel strategies, pit stops and all stuff like that. There's a lot of different factors that have to go in over the course of this race. If you've got a 5-man, 6-man team, perfect. But when you've got a lot less, it's very difficult to manage everything out on track. And of course, for the likes of Tyler Buck, just one of them has to manage everything himself, which is definitely not easy to do. And probably not the optimal way to run in a 24-hour race. But it's not about winning, it's about taking part. At least that's what I say, because I don't win much at all. But yes, it's great to see so many teams. And I think the great thing as well is, I'm quite glad that we haven't got teams turning up that would be like a 7k soft, like you know, your big esports teams, because if they was here, they'd be leading by 10 laps by now, which is great to see that they're not. So we can. Well,
we do. They're 4 laps ahead.
True. Well, yeah. Well, ignoring that team, then in the other categories at least, or other classes, it's not as dominant. But yes, the Car 64 are leading very heavily as we now have a cat on screen.
Hi, Taylor. Oh, what a glorious little putty tat that we've got on screen there. How on earth do you sit a cat on top of a sim rig seat like that? How?
Oh, dear me. I mean, was you here when we had Stinky earlier on, Jake?
I was not, but I have seen.
Brilliant. You get popping up every now and then on our screen. So we've had Brian's cat, Taylor's cat, and Stinky. 3 animals over the course of this race so far. If anybody else has got any more animals they want to show off, feel free to pop them on the camera.
What a lovely scarf as well there. That is what you get to see. Oh, hello. Is very much sat down with comfort at this point in time. And we get a nice little distraction of to what fun is out there in sim racing. Very nice tabby cat out there and working for Taylor Mills Racing. So clearly focused on the race at hand here is Taylor, seeing Danny Brennan at 2:39 in control here of the pack as far as it sits. Has done very well just to keep the gap consistent, not really needing to worry, not really needing to do anything too untoward. This has just been a nice calm stint once again, and just working with the bit of clean air that is there and available at this point.
Certainly, as we have seen as well, Noah Osborderson has been in the pit lane, is in the pit lane again, and that was after they had a black flag, so I'm not sure if they've served that and gone back in, unless I've served it in the pit lane. As here is also Daniel Da Silva in the pits in car number 6. They only pitted about 10 laps to go. They're back in again. Is Dogbox Racing Alpha. And then also Alex Ellis for Satellite Racing Nebula. I was talking as well about the iRacing. See, what is the SOF of the 64 Satellite Racing? Because I can't see them on my screen.
A lot. So they've got Alex Gall, who's a 9k. I think Ayetton Williams is a 4 or 5k out there. There is a lot out there, as I have seen a massive plume of smoke somewhere that has gone through the opening corners. So something has just blown across circuit, I guess is the best way to understand it at this point in time at Tetra Rouge. Oh, I found it. It's Harrison Arendt from Lame Sheep Racing. They've had a massive slide coming off the Tetra Rouge corner in the number 11. and so they have had to desperately try and keep it out of the arm car. I think they've nosed it, but that's just about it.
Indeed. So, got away with that one then, I suppose. As hopefully we'll see what's happened there on the replay. We've also been told as well by our producer we do have a dog cam on its way too, after we see this replay here of Lame Sheep Racing. What happens here? All through Rouge, and it's just a spin and somehow avoiding the barriers. Now that deserves a pat on the shoulder. Great job indeed from Lame Sheep Racing to somehow not end up without the front of their
damage.
car.
There is damage.
Oh.
Front right is there. Oh, dog
Oh,
cam.
I see West Ham. Get that camera off my screen.
What a lovely little dog cam that is as well. Oh, that is brilliant. You've got to love all of this. He very much wants to go by the looks of things out there at this point in time, but very happy. No, stay. Heel. Good boy.
What? Is that a Jack Russell Terrier, I think?
It's a Jack Russell cross of some description, yes, but very, very nice. My grandparents have Jack Russells, love Jack Russells.
Used to have a Jack Russell quite a few years ago. My nan used to have one, and very aggressive, didn't like me, bit me a couple of times on the chin and my hand. Yeah, didn't like me at all. Don't know why. Probably the fact my granddad used to torment him and say to bite me whenever he saw me. And he did that a few times. I've got another little dog. I've got a Papillon there who's very likes to lick people a lot. He's not scared of anything and runs around and jumps around. I've unfortunately actually squashed her foot in my sim racing pedal before. I was racing, ran in my room and shot under my pedals.
That would be what we would call not ideal in terms of the situation out there. And it is also a case of now needing to maybe box your pedals up to keep anything from jumping in then on top. But you never know in sim racing circles. We see all sorts stop the ability of racers from getting a full 100% of what is needed. There is the number 7 machine then of Sakura Engineering, and they are a very nice confirmed 4th position as it currently stands. Savage Sim Racing LMP2 just behind, and they're going by them is L1 Racing through the Porsche curves.
Indeed, and the racing's kind of died off in terms of on-track action for overtaking for position, but we have still had some great views of what's going on track as he's on board now. He's Noah Osborne studying that number 7 Team Sakura Engineering car, who's probably one of the quickest drivers in this lobby, I'd imagine. After some of those in the GT3 class, a very quick driver, as I imagine many people know of nowadays, especially if you follow the Motorsport UK scene in the sports sector. So he makes his way out to the final corner and continues on once again as Gab Chavez is in the pit lane for car 35, and car 6 for Justin Elliott Rood is in the pits as well, making another stop here with 3 hours and 27 minutes to go. We're now at €4,530 donated, not far away from that goal of 6,199, which of course is the donation that we hit last time in 2025. So it will be great to get ourselves to that goal of 6,199.69.
It would be very, very good if we got up there. Asking as well over in chat. Oh, there's a rollover in the Porsche curves. It's Ledpool Racing who have gone over and they have flipped in the gravel. Aria Mulvatova then going over, and that is a massive roll. I'm amazed it's been able to drive out.
So, off topic, I don't know why I've got off topic, but let's have a look at this first of Ledpool Racing. Oh, that's a big snap. Car goes up and then it goes over many times. That would certainly be a safety car and a red flag if it was in the real world of racing, because that would be a big hit indeed. Big shame there for Ledpool Racing to go around and, of course, lose lots of time. Let's see the onboard here of this one, Jake.
Well, for those who've just had their breakfast, look away now. Digs in the gravel, and landed there. Sky floor, and then finding up on 2 wheels, 4 wheels. That is going to be a positive, then ending up turtling on the roof. So that was a massive off. I think that is, for a solo car incident, that's the biggest off we've seen.
Indeed. And so, some information through about Alexander Last's dog. Not a Jack Russell, it's a Basenji. I hope I said that correctly. It's a small African dog hunting dog that was originated in Central Africa, including the Republic of Congo and other adjacent tropical African countries. Didn't know that, never heard of one before, but there we go, another fact that I've learnt about. And they are cute little dogs, and yeah, mainly come from the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Which, if people know, the Democratic Republic of the Congo was a country that I think used to be run by Belgium, and so they would have come through Belgium in terms of where they would get their popularization in Europe. So that's a little bit more history lesson there for you. As currently as they stand, we do have the question asked of where is the 557 car? Well, exactly where we left them. 9th place, and still very much in 9th place at this moment in time. And so they are looking forward as we focus still on that 621 that has been able to continue ongoing then at Leadpore after the massive rollover that they've just had on the last lap. They now sit just behind the Savage Sim Racing LMP2 as well, and currently that is a car 40 laps down, this one 31 laps down. Leadport 3 laps to chase down Afterban. I think they're relying on retirement.
Yes, that could be a potentiality indeed, as we do see our race leader in Taylor Mills Racing are in, as that's deep from both of those cars there into the braking zone, and both losing a bit of time. But our race leaders, Danny Brennan in the car. I wonder if we'll see a driver swap potentially for the leaders. As these two head side by side again down towards the next straight, and we'll see if there's any sort of move here. And then also Tyler Buck is in the pit lane as well, but has been in there for quite a long time.
I wonder if this is a second nap, or is it one? Yeah, we might be on, as Anna Klemick then is going to get behind the wheel of the Taylor Mills Racing 41. Anna's been out there and driving very well. If you understand how good Anna is out there at driving, keep an eye on the IndyCar scene. She is someone who is on the up and up, and if she can work on her time over the next couple of months or so and get up there, she might be one of those outside shot drivers who could sneak away into the iRacing Indy 500 in the month of May.
Which is what will be great to see. A great event is the Indy 500 and iRacing. I watched the last year both Indy 500 IRL and on iRacing, both very good races. So I suppose it's a pleasure to get involved in the top split of that. Of course, there's many other splits as well that you can get involved in for the Indy 500. But then again, it's not a race I'll be too good in. I'm not very good on a normal track. An oval, I don't seem to do any better at all. I tend to lose grip quite easily and end up tagging a wall, which I don't think in the Indy 500 is the optimal strategy to win. Unless your aim is to kill everybody on the track, then it is a perfect strategy to hit a wall.
Look, I turn around and say this: if you are the only car left on track, you win.
True, good point. Even if I'm going across the line on two wheels without a rear, without anything on the rear, then I suppose either way you still won it. But no, I think it's a challenge to kill everybody. So I'm going to probably not take part in that, just to be nice to everybody else on the track. As pit stop in as well for the Fun Crew, with Lewis Clark now in the car. Of course, behind them is the Arctic Sim Racing team, who are in the battle with them. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what goes on there. As Clark is, you can see, just pulling into the pits. And then that means Dennis Coulthard will retake 3rd place. And then also further back as well, another pit stop too. I think it's Rainbow Race, but I think they're already in and out. I think they're out of the race, aren't they? They're 11 laps back. I'm not sure if they're continuing on.
Yeah, so at least right now, if you are a number of laps down, like the Punk Route Pink is, then it's going to be a very long road to recovery, I think, where we are starting to see for Kedaraf and the rest of the team that is out there. So now where does Arctic fall out by comparison is the next question, as we focus a little bit further forward than that, as this will be on through the rear cordon. And we got a very damaged car limping back right now. That is going to be Prismatic Motorsports Community Ishtar. Hubietka is the driver of the McLaren, which is a very bent in front nose at this moment in time, and he's limping about here at this point. So not great to see that sort of damage on the front of a car, and just trying to get a little bit of a sighter on where that could have possibly have occurred. It looks like that might have been damage that they've been holding on to for a fair while by the looks of things, well over a lap. So cars will not look, I would say, showroom ready at this stage, and the Prismatic Motorsports community Ishtar 1 clearly having a few, I would say, open endings to go and look at right now.
Yes, certainly. There's a bit of smoke ahead of us there. Somebody's made a mistake somewhere on the track in the first part of the lap. But I suppose as well here, a lot of cars will be running with damage, as that is a lot of smoke coming from that car on the left-hand side. That's, I think, the Rainbow Racing car, number 16, off the track again and not looking too good with Haley Gray at the wheel there. A big shame for them to make a mistake there. I'm not sure how they spun there, so I'm not sure if there was any contacts initially leading to that one, because there was a couple of cars all grouped together down there. But car 16 really not having the best day at all, but at least they're continuing on and go to the end.
I would say that's the sort of instant for car 16 and P16 in the LMP2, especially at Tetra Rouge. Most people think that the way you get around a corner, if you are struggling, is to slow it down, take it to basics, and work through the corner and attack off the exit. In a car like an LMP2 or a hypercar, that doesn't work, because you generate the grip from the downforce of the car, and so you're more likely to spin. So you can see on the outside, there goes the Doug Henson car, stuck on the outside, and the car snaps because it's not settled through, there's no downforce there, and you've just taken away the mechanical grip by being off the racing surface. Why did that car spin around? Because it wasn't being driven fast enough.
No, big shame there for Gray, who continues on. And we also see as well that the cautionary tail motorsports car is back on track, Tyler Buck. So a couple of laps in the pits and he's back going once again in 25th place overall, last in class. And also the leader of the LMP2 class as well is in the pits once more. So Queen's Design go in and should still have that lead over the top.
They should do. They should have a comfortable lap, actually, over Rudy Orvitsland, who is in the number 77 right now. Asen Yampire then driving in the number 56, hits the box. We'll be looking for some service and then the ability to jump out and away once again, as there is the Rainbow Helios car making its progress around in towards Indianapolis and clearing the likes of Evgeny Pimenov over at Pognazen, and runs wide again. Oh, and almost gets into the side. So that's the problem. If you run into issues, you're gonna constantly have this trade forward of I go through, I make a mistake, I go through, I make a mistake. So you've got to be very careful as GT3 traffic dealing with a car that is going through a tough patch at the moment.
Certainly, as we do see Arctic Sim Racing in the pit lane, but also a donation coming through, and it had to happen. €67 and 67 pence from Benjamin Cox. That takes us up now to €4,597 and 67p, so only 3 away from 4,600. We have 17 minutes to get to 4,700, which is the goal that Jake set earlier on. At the moment, we're on for that goal quite nicely, I'd imagine.
We are very close to that goal. We only need 102.33 is what we're looking at in euros, so I'm sure that can be there. We've also just had word that has come through from the team over at Prismatic Ishtar Community, which is we're okay, it just looks scary. We had a bit of a moment in the first Mulsanne chicane, so if it only looks scary, that's fine, but obviously it's not 100%, but you know, sometimes if it looks bad, it normally is bad. That's a case of if it looks bad, it's still somewhat okay.
Yes, if they got away with it, fair enough. But it could have easily gone another way, that's for sure, as many of our cars are in. Dustin Dawes, Nyogi, Leon and Fifi are in for 24.99.88 and 266. So they're making their pit stops here early on, as of course Dustin Dawes will be in the L1 racing car, which is now to 7th place. In the hypercar category, we've got Shin as well, who's jumped into the Who Wants a Soda team. Looking at other changes around in terms of drivers, we've got Saavedra as well for 143. Eric Gregis as well for car 53. So a couple of changes coming in and out here with around 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. But of course, with the fact you lose more time for doing a driver swap, you'd imagine now that once the teams have gone in this time around for this stint, that they'll be looking at maybe getting somebody to go to the end to not lose as much time.
Yes, so it's all about trying to work out who do you want to end the stint, and for some teams there will be locked in on what they have to do. We take a look here at some VR out there for L1 Racing here, and the Canadian Dustin Dawes, who is working on through. Gotta love a bit of VR out there racing and running here. You've got the lovely gloves there. I believe those are Sudspeed gloves there as he hits the brakes and tries to abandon the chicane. Immediately jumps through, has to serve the slowdown and get back up to speed. Good avoiding action. We caught that one, Dustin. You're not going to get away with that.
Oh, dear me. But then again, that chicane there, the first chicane, it's a horrible one. It doesn't look it, but the speed you're carrying down into it and how sharp it is, it's a really tricky chicane. The same as this one here as well, the second chicane along the Mulsanne Straight. We can see Dustin heading down to it now. There's a couple of cars ahead of him that he'll have to dispatch at some point. There's an LMP2. This goes a little bit deep, has to get the car cursed through. And of course, another thing you don't want to do is hit the curbs at the wrong angle, because that is a killer if you get them wrong, especially with the speed that you carry into the braking zone. A curb can easily smash you around, and with the walls being quite close, it can become a total pit lane situation.
Very much can do. 3 in a line then into Mulsanne corner. This is where it's all going to jump up. 4 in a line even. Oh, and there's a tag. They've been tagged from behind. That was Amy Nyogi from Broken Eggs who has got into the rear there, and Dustin Dawes has been turned going through. Now, how much damage is there? Keep an eye on that direct drive steering column there, and whether there's going to be any real misalignment from it. It looks okay.
It does, and do you know what I like as well? It's got the keyboard on the wall. I've never seen that before. That is actually a really cool idea.
I think it is as well, because you can just pick it up, you can put it down, or you can just use it as it is. And if you're upset with a driver, all you can do is put your hand over to the left and go blah, 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 and you can put that in the chat.
Yeah, I'd rather use the radio, though, because you haven't got to focus on typing then, which is a lot harder. This is Dustin Dawes still trying to make his way through and getting back on track, luckily.
I argue that you still don't have to worry about what you're typing, because all you can do is put as many consonants together in your alphabetic spaghetti, and you get the feeling of how the race has gone for you at that point.
True, good point indeed. Just smash the keyboard, and it'll show the anger and frustration. As here is Dawes still on board and just looking to be struggling a little bit with the car here through some of the corners now. Whether that's understeer or not, not quite sure, but we'll of course see if that's due to damage. So they make their way through down towards the final couple of corners of the lap, and just got to dispatch a couple of GT3s.
Well, including the GT3 that they had the drama with earlier, and they have cleared. One of them dives into the pits, which is Olav Lien, who is there for Beta Frost at this point, making service and stop as it currently goes. So right now they are sitting and keeping themselves moving on forward here, and I'll tell you what, it is very tough to do endurance racing in VR, because think about how hot the VR headset is when it's that close to your eyes.
True, and also the fact that it's like you kind of, even if you just go and you try and drift away and look away from them, you can't. You're constantly looking at the screen, so your eyes are locked in at that point, so you get no break, which is not very fun when you're tired, I'd imagine. But Dustin Dawes seems quite happy at the moment to continue on, as we do have another donation, 4,612 now, as Dominic Isenberg there, I think it was, with the donation. A nice few euros, 15 I think it was, and now it takes us over 4,600, so not far away now from hitting our goal.
They're doing a really good job right now of getting towards 6,199 euros and 69 cents. We are aiming for 4,700 by end of hour, and so it's all about ramping up and saying this is what you can do and this is what you can find out there. I think so long as we can be with an hour to go at around 5,100, I think we can have a power hour for €1,000. I think we can get that sorted. So there's the stretch goals that we're looking at. 4.7 by the end of 3 hours to go. By 1 hour to go, we've got to be up at 5,100, and to try and reach 6,100, that final hour is going to be a power hour with us here on RaceSpotTV. But for this moment in time, 2.5 minutes, the gap at the front of Hypercar, a lap in LMP2 and 4 in GT3. But with the tag that happened there for the likes of Broken Eggs Cooking, I'll tell you which team it will benefit the most. It will benefit Onid XT SRC. They'll be very happy out there that they'll be closing on in, and that is pretty good work for the 999 when ONID standing for, oh no, I died.
XTSRC at the end. Doing a great job so far in third, 2 minutes behind second, but definitely possible as that's a send and a half, and that's 2 cars off the road. That was never going to end well, was it?
No, that was very, very bold. In towards Indianapolis corner.
Wasn't it making the move?
Yeah, that was Dustin Dawes being attacked by Ben Bream over at FF by XR Adoration. We had a chance to talk with him earlier on. That was a missed braking zone and a half and couldn't get it slowed.
No, and unfortunately it takes Dustin Dawes with him, and Dustin's not had the best time on track at all, unfortunately. He keeps getting caught up in incidents out here on track, which is, I don't think, what they want, heading on to the early parts of their stint here out there, as we have 3 hours and 9 minutes to go. We haven't heard of many drivers at the moment. It's been about half an hour since we last had an interview, so if anybody does want to come for a chat, feel free to, as that was very late on the brakes. Way too late, and yeah, unfortunately Dustin Dawes lost a bit of time there and had to get back on track. Luckily, I don't think with any damage on that car.
Let me put it to you like this then, Nathan. Do you think it's an open doors policy where anyone can go through and basically dive down the inside of him?
No. I don't think the LMP2 should have gone. I don't think the LMP2 should have gone for it. Obviously, it's not like they tried to make a legitimate overtake. They've just broke too late. But it's a bit of a shame for Dustin Dawes how we kind of didn't expect that car to be there, because you wouldn't do.
Well, no, you wouldn't, but it's the sort of case of it's been that sort of run over the last 2 laps. It may as well be an open doors policy for Dustin Dawes. As Lars Wieler here, the BMW M Plower, is there with the wonderful BMW/Audi run on the logo that we've got here right now. They are having a very happy run of things here. Well, they're hoping it was going to be a happy run in ninth, but they are not a million miles away here on the road from 8th place. The car directly down the road from them is Mike Hamilton at Savage Sim Racing. They have now got that in the sight. That will be to move them up into 8th place.
Certainly will be, and that'll be a great move to get up under the spots. And of course, after what a long race it's been for BMW M Plower, we're not happy down in 9th. Last time we spoke to them about 2 hours ago now, they was down in 9th. They're now looking to try and move up a spot to give themselves something to be happy about here in this race. Of course, they're more than comfortable ahead of AD Astra. They're now only 4 seconds behind the back of Savage Sim Racing. So it seems that battle could definitely come down between Mike and Lars. So we'll have to wait for that one over the next couple of laps and see when that evolves. And I'm just hoping that those two don't head into the pits soon. But I'd imagine they won't be, because, well, actually, Lars will be in the pits in around 6 laps time, whereas Mike has still got another about 12 left to go in his stint.
Rainbow Racing, thank you for the $2 and... Oh, sorry, $2? God, we're tired. €2, 2 cents out there at this point. Thank you very much for it, and helping us get towards our donation goals here in this race for a cause. Next up to get by is Clara Kucherova, and Vila deals with that well. Daniele Da Silva for Dogbox Racing Alpha, a little bit slow out there at this point. So they've just had a little oopsie daisy at Arnage, pushed a little bit too hard. And this is perfect right now for BMW M Plough, because suddenly Dogbox are going to want to try and get by Savage Sim Racing, and this is going to give the M Plough team a really nice smile, as look, that gap from 4 seconds is now 1.
Yep, shot down, hasn't it? There's been a bit of traffic in the way, I think, for car 66 as they head in towards the chicane again, and look how quickly that's come down. Lars Villeneuve will be right on the back of Savage Sim Racing and certainly looking to make that move.
It was quite funny on the radio. We're behind you. It's our time now to go and make the move. Too wide as there is the... Oh, and they hit the brakes there to indicate we're going to let you go by. So that very nearly was front to rear contact. That would have made all of the difference. But the M-Power team have now got themselves up into 8th and can comfortably start setting sights on L1 Racing. They've got a whole lap to chase that down, though, in 3 hours and 5 minutes.
I was hoping for more of a battle there, but it was quite an easy move from car 557 as they can now start to pull away and start to do something in terms of trying to catch up to the cars ahead. It's difficult being a lap behind, but then again, they just got to hope that, you know, for the likes of Dustin Dawes or Danielle De Silva, that they make a mistake so it could help bring them forward. As Lynn and Tony Martin, thank you for the €25 donation, taking us up now to 4,639 and 69 cents here. So we are starting to get a nice flurry of donations through. Of course, me and Jake will be very happy if we can get 61 donated in the next 5 minutes, because we hit the goal that we set an hour ago of hitting 4,700 by the time we get to the 3 hour mark, and then of course it's about 5,100 by the time we get to the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, so it really sets us up ready for the end of running here in this one, and every donation goes a very long way to Belong To, which is the national LGBTQ plus youth organisation in Ireland, which have been doing their work since 2003 out there. And there are 4 places that you can go and get your help for out there. You can get yourself help at home, at school, in the community, and in the workplace through them. So they have inclusive workspaces available. In the community, they have the National Network of LGBTQ plus youth workers, the Rainbow Award, for example, and also they offer training for the youth sector. Primary and post-primary, they've got, of course, the quality mark, which we have kept a very close eye out on. And in terms of the map as well, it is all over, actually, in terms of the schooling system. It goes down as far down as Camola Bridge, for example. One of the schools down there, Camola Bridge, with the mark. It can go through Limerick. There's a school in Sligo, for example, that's got one, and over in Buncaran as well. There's another one there. Quite a slew of marked schools over in Dublin too. So there is a huge amount of work that has been done, and it's something that you see all across the Emerald Isle.
Indeed. I do think we have, Jake, an interview as well for car 621 with Pan, who will pop in for a chat shortly, and we'll see what happened with their car, as they put in the chat.
Well, yeah, we absolutely will, and we absolutely did. Pan, first and foremost, how are you feeling after the rollover?
That was one of the best things I have ever seen in my life. I was not expecting that to... I've never seen any interaction like that. I've managed to roll over other cars in iRacing before. Like, I flipped the Super Formula, but I've never seen anyone just roll the LMP2 like that. I especially didn't expect Ari to do that on her first stint of the final stint.
And in terms of the way this race has gone for you and the team then after all of that, is that basically the epitome of how it's gone? You were up there at the start of the race, you were challenging around P2, P3, P4, you were giving it a red hot go, and then it slowly has started ebbing away, and then does that just pretty much epitomise what this race for the Course 24 has ended up being for you all?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not really a bad thing, at least in my personal opinion. Like, it sucks that we couldn't maintain our, original spots, but I mean, we're here to have fun, like this is our 3rd year, I believe our 3rd year doing this, and we're literally just here to have fun, raise money for a good cause, and hopefully get through the entire night. That's what we're accomplishing. So even though we couldn't keep our original starting position, at least we're having fun and doing stuff like that. If it, it's coming with stuff like that, so I can't complain.
Well, no, I absolutely agree with you, and it's the joy of finishing a race like this that is so important. So now that we saw with Ari, who is still going on her stint right now, how does it look then for Leadpool in terms of how you're going to go towards the end of this race? What's the stints looking like? What's the general vibe of what you're trying to get to now as you near the end of racing here?
Right now, we're just trying to hold on to position. If we can manage to make up, I believe it's the 2 laps to the next position, then we're going to do that. Right now, I think Ari wants to finish out, but if Ari doesn't finish out, then we're going to have Sean get back into the car. I'm done for the entire night because I am extremely tired and it's 3 a.m. here. But as it seems right now, we're going to let Ari finish out. And if not, then Sean's going to finish out.
3 a.m. Go have a nap, please, on all of us out here. Pat Hiraday joining us then from the Leadpool Racing 621, and they had possibly the moment of our stint there, Nathan, having that massive rollover.
Indeed, that was a rollover and a half. I think that's the first one we saw of the 24 hours. At least the first one I saw. At least, oh dear me, what's happened there? And that's a big smash into the barriers. 2 cars involved. One of them being a GT3. That's gone straight back to the pit lane. And hopefully we'll get a replay of that. But that was a big hit into the barriers for those 2.
It's valuable slide to Cassie Hempy then and Jesus Saavedra then getting the contact and sliding into the Tetra Rouge barriers. That is what we call miscommunication. Fox Body Frameworks dive for the inside here and say, look, we're alongside. No, I didn't see you coming. And Cassie Hempy then sees that massive smash and has to tow back to pits. In fact, both did.
Not sure I can put blame on either of them there, really. It looked like a bit of a... I mean, yes, the Porsche was on the left-hand side and looks like they were staying there, but it's not like they can go any wider at the corner. They've got to try and, make the apex there, because if you go wide at that corner at Rouge, then you're going to go off the track and you don't want to get an off-track. And the 143 obviously thought, oh, that they're letting me through, so I'll go through. Didn't quite work well. So, yes, an interesting one there, and I don't think either driver will be happy for their teams, as we do see... Yet again, the cautionary tail motorsports are in the pit lane, so they've made another pit stop after only 5 laps on the last set, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But then also, of course, we did see 230 in the pit lane there. They've dropped down to 16th overall, so they are last in this race of all cars running, which is a big shame to see indeed.
Well, I'm trying to get a look here, and I believe that cautionary tail motorsports car is looking a little bit worse, well, not worse for wear, but maybe just isn't finding what is gelling out there here at this moment in time. So that has dropped them back to a place where they are pulled the car into the pit of their own accord, and so this might be another case of just needing a stoppage before trying to see out the rest of the race once more. So shame for them out there at this stage, but we got the likes of Inazuma Super Speed now in the car for Fox Body Frameworks as they take the tow. Sebastian Isenberg in the pits for Twin Turn SR, and so now everyone looking to gear themselves up, and the big counting clock that they normally have there will tick at under 3 hours to go here in this race, just an eighth of the race remaining then for these drivers. They know that they've ticked off again another valuable milestone there. They are now on to hour 22 as we're on 4,654 euros and 69 cents as Alice in there with the 15 euro donation. What a fantastic bit of help that is. Thank you so much for your donation here to help us out in a race for a cause.
Indeed. There's not long to go now in this one, especially for the drivers. It might be 3 hours long, but after what they've done so far, these 3 hours will feel like nothing to those out there on track, because somebody going a little bit wide there, heading out down towards the next braking zone. And just keeping an eye here on Taylor Mills Racing, our race leader currently in this one, and with a lead of over 2 minutes and 28 seconds, still comfortable ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena. As looking as well further down, there's a black flag and a meatball being given out for car number 6 of Savage Sim Racing LMP. with Justin Elliott Road. So something's happened for them. They're in the pit lane with the meatball and the black flag. So they've obviously done something they shouldn't have done in car number 6. Let's have a look what's happened here. Into the chicane they go. If they hopped over the curb a little bit too much, yeah, and the car's not really settled.
That's the black flag then. So the black flag is for entering with an unsafe pit entry. The meatball flag is for that hit.
Yeah. And that'd be delay. Oh, that was close. Very close. And they, parked it.
Parked it, towed it. Ultimately, when you start seeing the chassis and the mounting points then out there on the Dallara P217, you know that is a very, very unhealthy car that is left. So that is going to be sitting up. Anna Klemic here, 229, gap at the front over Prismatic Athena. And they'll be quite happy that they are maintaining this margin. Not getting themselves involved, not really too many troubles out there to talk about at the moment. They're just hiding behind the barriers ever so slightly, moving on through the Forest S, leading onto here the Mulsanne Straight. Out there is a KFC on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of the screen there as you dive on down through, and they set themselves out and bring themselves into play. Let's go have a chat with the M-Power team. Dalve Tapper is here with us. Now, Dalve, this is going to be a very solid run, actually, that we're now starting to see. You've gone by the GTP, you're now up into 8th position, and you're now looking at trying to catch the car that's in front of you that started 6th and is 7th.
Yeah, I mean, that sums it up really well at this point. Yeah, I mean, we are further back than we would have liked, obviously. Mostly because of, funnily enough, my involvement in those sad incidents. But yeah, we're just trying to claw back as much time as we can, haul as much as we can, and just have some fun along the way.
Well, you're trying to get as much as you can out here at this moment in time. So when you do get into situations like this, and you're mired back a little bit, you're a few laps down compared to where you want to be, how does the team rally together and find the understanding of this is why we do it, this is the fun we're going for, and this is what we're aiming for next?
I mean, I think the first bit for us anyway was, I mean, and it's always been like that, but just to give each other time to really just work through it on their own, and then sort of come together and, what are we going to do next? How are we going to tackle this? And so on. I mean, for me, mentally, it's been a bit of a tough race because, as I've mentioned before the incident, we've had both times I was the driver in the car at the time. And yeah, I know it's taken me a while to get over it, but we're back into the swing of things. We're trying to still get P8, even though that's a big task, but we're trying. It's just huddling together and getting on with it. That's all you can do, really.
And in terms of how this team normally comes together in races, this is your first time in the big sniffer, so to speak, here, this BMW. So what is it about the car that attracts you? We know we call you the M-Power team because you're normally out there in an Audi. So what is it about the BMW that made you lean over to that then for this race?
I mean, mostly because we just go with whatever we like most of the times, despite whatever, the bot may be at that point in time. I think a big factor in it was that I think, did all of our GTP teams for Sebring take the BMW? I think we may have, at least one of us did. And it was just a case of also just having familiarity with the car, having just done another event. But yeah, I mean, it also just, like you mentioned, it kind of suits the theme of the team, being M-Plower, play on words with BMW, obviously, kind of makes sense. And then, running a completely different livery on the car that associated with a different brand is kind of also just our thing at this point.
Well, as far as it goes, we hope that you're going to get an extra position out there from us to you. So for the 557 team, of the BMW M-Power team, David Tapper, here along with us to have a little conversation with us. Nathan, we sit ourselves down now with 2 hours and 51.5 minutes left in this race, so we're getting closer to the crunch time hours, and we call these the silly hours right now, with 3 hours to go, with 2 hours to go, where all that attention has been paid to the race, and suddenly that concentration slips.
Very easily too, especially when you've been out there a long time in that car. Very easy to just get a lapse of concentration, forget things for a moment and make a big mistake, and we're going to see that, I think, over the course of this now, because there's going to be a lot of tired drivers, a lot of awake drivers as well. Those in the UK will be, in Europe will be waking up now. It's 10 o'clock here in the UK, and it'll be 11 and onwards in the rest of the European continent, and then of course those in America and Australia and Canada will be slowly heading to bed. It'll be late times for them now, so we'll get that switch over now from kind of European to American to European again in the grand consensus of who's on track. As here we do see the Queen's Design team, car 56, leading the way by a lap at the moment, and that gap's not really gone down at all, has it, over the past. Since we've been here, it has been a lap. It's not been any lower, it's not been any higher. So just keeping consistent at the front is Queen's Design, and that's all they've got to do now, just be consistent to the end. But also, having such a gap as well, when they get the hypercars catch up, they can maybe lift off a bit more. When they catch up to a GT3, they can wait for a bigger opportunity than other teams that have to send them, send their way through just because they need to catch up. These don't, so they can play it a little bit more safe now when it comes to traffic management.
They absolutely can, and they will now catch up to Leadpool Racing and Ari Mulfaitova, as there goes the move to the inside, taking the right-hand side of the road. Out there, of course, when you drive here around this circuit, you're looking around at getting as much clearance as you can. They drive, or actually that would be quote-unquote as far as a pass would go in France. That was a pass on the correct side of the road there from Queen's Design.
Yes, definitely. As luckily making the move past us now, a hypercar is going to catch up onto the back.
Oh, around goes Queen Design. Just like that.
Dear me.
And Arnage back steps out. And we say Arnage is the toughest corner on this circuit. That's why.
It's a horrible corner because you're coming out such a horrible section already. You get onto the brakes, and the car just goes completely. Nothing you can do about that at all. And well, I said they don't need to worry. Let's hope they don't get any damage, which I don't think they did because they didn't hit a barrier. But certainly a bit of a dent in their lead, slightly by maybe about 8-9 seconds. I think they've lost.
Didn't lose too much. They lost a little bit, but if that is an omen for something else, then Ayetton Williams is going to have to be very alert to what Henrik Rieser-Strand is going to be trying to get to by the end of running out there. So I think this is a very important moment as far as this race now sets. And so I would turn and look at it and say, well, look, you have a mistake, you've got to reset, and you've got to make sure that, you go into the next lap with a blank mind, as now it is over 8 minutes, an 8:14 stop for Justin Elliott-Rood, then coming out the pits and charging along then for another go forward around this circuit. But there is Ayetton Williams still with a lead, but with a little bit of damaged confidence potentially going through there, what happened at Arnage.
Yes, certainly, and I think if they made a mistake there now, probably the plan could be, right, we'll take a little bit more safer into there this time and not go full beans into it, because we don't want to do the same. And, very lucky didn't hit the barriers. On any other day, that could have been a barrier hit, as we have hit 4,704 euros donated. About 10 minutes after our goal at 3 hours, but we'll let them slide. Running 10 minutes over, but we have now got 4,700. It was Taylor Dubosky with the €50 donation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Taylor, for that. Of course, we've seen Taylor Dubosky out there and driving. So 4,704. We're now moving on over. The goal for the next 2 hours, get to the end, well, with an hour to go, hit about 5,100 euros, and then we can go into the power hour with a lot of confidence to go and say with Gab Chavez down on pit lane at the moment, as our focus remains then with the likes of the car that has just been passed by your overall leaders. That's Quad Dash there, who are sat in the number 94 and not a million miles away actually off of Sebastian Eastenberg and the twin turn sim racing by Rebecca Bornheim. So for them, they will probably be looking at who do we put in the car. Ryan Stringer is there at this point in time. The next question will be how they look to run at the end of the race, because it is the toughest car to drive, the LMP2, in the sense of strategy, because you've got so many pit stops you have to make over the course of the race.
Yeah, too many for some drivers. The way it's just constant in, out, in, out, in, out, shake it all about. Looking at pit stops we've had so far, most have done around 30. The most I can see on here is 32, 33, 34 now from Transam Motorsports. Yeah, most drivers are in and around 25 to 35 at maximum. Your median's around 30. That's a lot of pit stops in this race so far. We've only ran for 22 hours, so lots of stopping and starting. But then again, I suppose you've got to do lots of pit stops because the laps, you know, you're only doing about 13 laps of pit stop on the on the hypercars, but that's because that's like 3.5 minutes long. So, you know, it's like 2 of a normal lap. So you kind of half your stint time, don't you, really, in terms of laps counted?
Yes, so I think that you're looking at how you're counting your laps, how are you looking to try and push around and say, hey, look, this is what we're trying to do. It's going to be very difficult to push through with out there in the race, and you know that you just have to keep finding the stop. You've got to race away from what you've got. Now, Fox Body Frameworks, by the way, when they do get back out of the pits, are also going to have to come straight back into the pits, Nathan, because they've got a drive-through penalty.
Which is not good. I presume that was the incident down at Rouge, wasn't it, when they made contact with the Porsche. I can understand why they got the penalty, because they are the faster car, and they probably should have avoided it a little bit more. But yeah, I think you could have advocated for both sides there, for either a penalty or not a penalty. But yes, I'll go out and go back in again. Not ideal for Fox Body Frameworks. But then again, they're 11th anyway in class. It's not like they were fighting any higher anyway.
True, but now they're in a position when they have been effectively overtaken now by the leading LMP2, so they find themselves now down in 12th and further back. So basically, as far as those that are still running, with Tyler Book back down in pit lane once again, they're not last, but now they're becoming even more second to last.
Yes, which is not ideal at all in this race, and I think that's where you get a little bit, I suppose, disappointed being right near the back. You don't want to be there, and it does take a bit of a kick out of your motivation to go forward, because you know that there's probably no chance of making any moves. You're certainly not going to make any on track, so it's just about hoping that others make big mistakes as well. So it's just not really motivate you to get to the end, but with 2 hours and 43 minutes to go, you might as well. You've done many laps already, many hours, so might as well continue to the end, as Hayley Gray for Car 16 are in the pit lane again. And they are down in the mid-pack, really, of those in the GT3, so they're going to have a lot of work to do to work their way back through those. And then also Benjamin Cox is still in the pit lane in car 230, so I think they are done and dusted. And that was the car that we saw go off, wasn't it, with 143?
Yes, so I think that will put them in a race-ending position as they're leaving the pits, or has left the pits on this lap, is Dogbox Racing Alpha with Jules Carpenter in the 006 out there, not quite 007, so we're not playing spy games at this point in time, but Jules Carpenter is running quite nicely right now in that 6th position. Started 8th, a gain of 2 out there, and we haven't seen really too much these dramatic moves in terms of qualifying pace and where everyone was at practice, for example. I don't think there's been a seismic shift over the course of this one. It's just been measured, consistent, not much to worry about, and that's what we have seen, a pace level that has stayed relatively consistent compared to qualifying.
Yeah, that's what it's about, being consistent. Even if you're not consistently the quickest, even if you're consistently a second off, it's better than being on and off the pace. As Taylor Mills are in the pit lane with Anna Klemic. That's a car there being overtaken, a little bit wide out of the corner, and we'll see whereabouts the lead will be here for Taylor Mills, because they'll drop down to probably about a minute and a half at maximum. Obviously, given they've not got any damage, which I don't think they have on the car, you'd imagine yet again they'll go out and still be comfortably ahead of Prismatic Motorsports. They'll go in a lap later, and they'll drop back that gap back to around 2 hours and 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's really going well now for Taylor Mills up at the front. And I noticed as well now, I didn't think it was earlier on, but Prismatic Motorsports have got a lap over the Punk Crew now.
They do, and so for Prismatic, they know they're very firmly second, and they'll be looking to eye up if there is any way to get back the win in Hypercar class here. You can see the lights flashing then. At the moment, they're on that Cadillac steering wheel. There, Anna just getting ready, angling the car over to the left-hand side to get the drive out. Don't have to worry about clipping the Porsche. Oh, they've clipped the Porsche. But away and going once again. And Anna Klemic will now be looking to try and keep this stint going on forward. Now, critically long stop out there. It's now a gap of 1:16. At this point in time. So it swings and roundabouts, obviously, because there's give and there's take. But in theory, you're looking around and saying, well, how much longer can you go? And Prismatic will go, well, it's advantage us on that. Inazuma Super Speed will get out and going again in the Fox Body Framework car. A 19-minute stop that will involve a drive-through next.
Indeed, and we do see the Punk Crew in the pit lane too, from third, so they could drop below Arctic Sim Racing, but of course once they pit they'll jump back ahead again, so it doesn't really matter that they'll drop below to fourth for the time being. Because here is Lewis Clark making their way in car number 13, and they've done a great job, of course. Dropped behind, ace of the podium, and you thought at that point maybe that, Arctic will hold on to this, but we had a great battle earlier on about 3 hours ago, where the Punk Crew really had to get past Arctic. They got the move, lost it again, but they got it, and as soon as they got it the second time, they just flew away in that 13, and they've done that, and they've now, before the pit stop, had a 30-second gap here, as we do also see Prismatic Motorsports Athena head into the pits as well.
So that's the same lap strategy then to Taylor Mills Racing by the looks of things, so they're executing on the same level, just the gap shows the difference right now. Our focus here with Henrik Rieser-Strand, then from the number 77 team of Over the Top, and right now they are finding themselves not quite over the top of this LMP2 field, but close enough to it where basically they can peek their head over and go, oh, there's only that to go. Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's unlikely that they'll get any move now for the lead, because it would require a big mistake from Queen's Design, which I don't think will happen. And then, of course, even if they do make a mistake, that means they've got to stay green for the rest of the race, which is a long way to go. 2 hours and a half here, or just over 2 hours and a half. So you'd imagine that the battle for P1 and P2 is done in the LMP2 category. I think still, though, up at the front, given that the gap's going to go up between Taylor Mills and Prismatic to around 2.5 minutes, I still don't think that's a comfortable gap here, because all it takes now is a meatball flag, a mistake for Taylor Mills Racing, and Prismatic are back in it. So I think they're still under pressure here, because they haven't got a clear gap like Satellite Racing have and what Queen's Design have. They got half of that at least. They do. Isabel Matthews then is going to get back in the number 98 and is going to be given that responsibility to give chase out there at this point of the race. See what you can do. See the laps if they can be held, if there's any fortune that can go the way of the Prismatic Motorsports Athena team. That's what they are trying to uncork at this point of the race, and feel that they are very good at this point in time at keeping themselves honest, keeping themselves up there, keeping themselves close as far as this run is going. And already along the Honnaudière, or what is known as this run towards the Mulsanne Straight and into this first chicane. There's the right, there's the left, there's a shopping centre on the right hand side, and just off of that shopping centre is a good laser tag. You ever been there, or do you just know the facts? I just know it's a laser tag. I know it's a good laser tag, and I have played laser tag, and I had a very fun strategy when I played my laser tag. Never played laser tag ever. How does it work? No? You just you need to play laser tag. Is it good? I'm sorry, you all feel like a little kid again as you're given a laser gun to go pew pew with.
Oh dear me. No, I do want to try it one day, for sure. As we do see our leaders in from Queen's Design for the LMP2 category, so they're in, and we'll see what sort of gap they'll have. I'd imagine it still stays over a lap here, as Sarah Van Veekelen now will head into the car. And driver I haven't seen yet in that machine since I've been in the commentary box, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, we're getting shout-outs to the Decathlon on the left-hand side of the Mulsanne and the Auchan supermarket as well. So that is very much a case of everyone is getting their own little loves around this section. Of course, you've got to have a supermarket over there. There's Ruben Hout, who is in the pits for the number 67 car out there at Arctic Sim Racing. So Ruben making the stop. Sarah Van Veekelen then in at the number 56 now for Queen's Design. So Sarah taking control of the car and running through. Henrik Rieser-Strand also into the pits and making service as we take this onboard look then through at Arnage, and we've taken a whole lap to rotate around on circuit, and now as you head over towards the likes of the Porsche curve, this is really where you are starting to understand, okay, the end of the lap is near. I've made it through Arnage. I'm now at the Porsche curves, and now needing to deal with passing a car through the Porsche curves. Hold, steady, steady. Outside line is going to be a little bit better. I've got more downforce. Gets the clearance.
And that's where you've got to be careful with traffic as well. Very easily can a GT3 go wide there, or can an LMP2 go wide. That then has to halt your progress, because you can't just send it around and hope they don't move out of the way, because if they're going to go wide, they're going to go wide no matter what. So very careful through there when you're overtaking some of the slower cars, as we have seen a change of driver for Arctic Sim Race, and as jumping into the car is Nicholas Sundbeek. So back into the car now for Arctic. We'll have to see what 67 can do in terms of moving forward now, in terms of trying to bring that gap down. It was 31 seconds between themselves and Punk Crew, it's now 25.
So it has shrunk, and at the moment it's all about how you know. And actually worth talking about here for the Punk Crew, Punju is in the car at the moment. Eli Singh out there running and doing a really good job out there at this point. So the charge is there and simple at this point. You have to hunt down Boss.
Certainly, and see what they can do. Of course, Eli Singh, a very, very experienced racer here on iRacing. I think every time I click on Twitch, he's live doing some. He does some wacky different combos. I know that for sure. So I'm sure he's done this one a lot though. The hypercar around Le Mans. We'll have to see what he can do in terms of keeping that gap ahead of Nicholas Sundbeek. As here he's still on board with car 98 of Isabel Matthews.
Hi, Mum.
Making their way through. We'll see what they can do.
He saw that there on the back of the car. Oh my goodness! Hi, Mum. Out there as Isabel Matthews cleared the Feven Racing car, which was piloted by Matthias Dungle. So, Mrs. Dungle, hello. I hope you're having a good time watching. Out there as far as this goes. Next clearance then past Asias Guaman from Afterban, who is there right now, and there is the Feven Racing car right now, the 420 machine on board then at the moment. And big thing to note here in this BMW M4 out there, Fanatec steering wheel.
Yes. Wait, do they use a Fanatec steering wheel then in that car?
They use a Fanatec steering wheel.
Oh my! No, I didn't know that. Is that the same one you can use for a sim, or?
I believe it is. It translates very close, but obviously it will work for real world stuff. But yeah. Fanatec, because this came out in Sim first, they partnered with Fanatec on the steering wheel, and that's why Fanatec are on the steering wheel.
Ah, that's cool. Never seen that before. That's great for the BMW as they're making their way down again on this lap. So 2 hours and a half in car 420. That used to be one of the numbers of the day, didn't it? You have like 67, 69 and 420, I think before my time, used to be the popular number. Is that true, Jake?
Yeah, there are popular numbers. They go through, you know. There was a time where everyone decided they wanted to be car 21.
Yes, I remember that. Yes,
Numbers will come and go, and trends will will wake up and fall away, and you know there'll be a new number at some point down the road that everyone think it's funny. So you know there will be something out there for everyone that will go through. My number in sim racing, by the way, is 72.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Mine's 71.
Oh, why isn't that lucky?
I don't know why it's 71, but about 3 years ago when I went onto F122, it was one of the numbers I could pick, and I picked it, and ever since that's been my number. So it's either 71 or, if I can't pick that, it'll be 710 or 711, which is then just 711.
Well, my philosophy on number choice is, once upon a time there was a driver who got very upset in a racing league and decided to let it be known in the Australasian continent that I absolutely have to run car 72 for the brand, for the understanding, because I need to run this car, otherwise it's not going to work for me. So I said, right, 72 is now my number and nobody's going to make me change otherwise.
Do you race often on the 72, or do you never race at all? Because I don't think I've seen you much doing the actual racing.
I haven't raced in years. Like, in terms of properly going out there, racing, I don't race. I look around and I have a bit of fun out there from time to time, but I don't get much time, if I'm quite honest with what I do, to go out there and just sit down and have a race. But if I run, it's the 72. If the 72's taken, I'm car 101.
Now, the question is, so you've picked car 72. Now, what car do you pick? Hypercar LMP2 GT3?
I take GT3.
Yeah, same, yeah. They're the slower car. They're easier to drive for me. A lot easier to drive. That's why I picked them. And they also sound very nice. I prefer the sound of a GT3 personally. Not saying that Hypercar and LMP2 don't sound good, but I do love the sound of a proper good old GT3.
Yeah, it's really fun when you're out there and you're hearing a GT3. It's the most populous class we traditionally find, and actually what you find is how good your racing is often dictated by how much fun you can have in a GT3. That seems to be the modern grasp of how good is everything going right now. Yeah,
definitely is. Here is another pit stop for car 926, and here we're on board with Mulfutova for Leadport Racing, who have done... They were the car that had the rollover earlier on, weren't they? And they're now running a lot better on track now, without running over, which would not be ideal at all. As here is Shin. What's happened? Oh, that's not one.
That's heading over to Indianapolis, and that has just nosed into the barriers. So that is a very weird incident. I'd love to see an onboard of the steering for why that suddenly snapped in the way that it did, because that is not typical out there. So here's the onboard. So the steering there has it's almost shaken itself loose.
Yes, it seems like there's something wrong there with the hardware, doesn't it? It doesn't look right at all, and the car's, you're not going to say that from that point, are you, really? When
it's
you
almost like the force feedback has slowly turned itself up to impossible levels.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any control there for the driver, which hopefully that can get sorted quickly, because that's the last thing they want, isn't it? An issue like that. As we continue our way on here, watching Anna Klemic, the race leader at the moment in the hypercar class, of course the race leader overall in this one, doing a superb job out there on track and making their way through Indianapolis now, and hopefully not doing exactly what we saw last lap from Shin down there.
Yep, manages to not out there. Lith Fox actually behind the wheel of the number 57 car at the moment now at Mirai United. Hugo's been very happy to see Lith out there and running, one of the creators over in the iRacing Creator Series. And further to that as well, worth noting, as the Mirai United GT3 leaves pit lane, is the fact that you've got full body tracking available when Lith is out there and driving in the sim. So ultimately, if you want to say how much effort goes into putting a rig like a VTuber's rig together, Lith Fox is possibly one of the more important creators in that regard, who has put the work and the effort in to raise that standard. That's a bit wide though.
very wide indeed. It's going to happen, isn't it, that corner there at Rouge? It's very common that drivers do go wide there. And that's because there's no barrier, so you kind of, if you're going to go wide, you let the car do it. You don't bother trying to force it, because that's only going to lose you time. As McLaren making their way down the Mulsanne straights, and most drivers now are just trying to get to the end here, because a lot of them have got nothing to fight for in terms of position. Like, for example, here, P10 in GT3, you're like 3 laps behind the position ahead. Nothing to fight for, just get to the end of the race is kind of the call here. And I think that goes the same for everybody in the GT3 class, because they can't battle for the win, and then the laps keep going up and up and up as they go down the order. So a lot of the GT3s, they were just driving to the end. The same goes for most of the LMP2s, but I think there was a battle that started to close up a little bit further behind. And then also in the hypercar class, despite it being a 2-minute and 33-second lead, I still think there's an opportunity maybe for something to get a little bit spicy later on if there's a mistake maybe from the leaders, which, considering they've barely made any, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. And from what I heard early on, they did use their fast repair already, so they'll be in a spot bother if they do crash.
They will be, and so they'll be just hoping that they can go through. Oh, Badger in the number 66 machine at the moment for Savage Sim Racing has gone on out and sorted. So out there, I quite like that. At the moment, Badger is out there and running. It's almost like the Brazilian trait that you see in football, where they don't go with the full name, they go with the nickname out there. So you've got like Ronaldinho or Ronaldo, or however you want to go and sort it out. Badger out there and running and racing. We need more of that in sim racing, I think.
Definitely. I think we're going to see a lot more of it as well over time. Everything seems to be getting more popular in sim racing, no matter what it is, which is great to see. As here is Badger in P9 currently, in car 66 in the Porsche. That's a car I don't often see driving around in the hypercar class. Now, I don't know if that's just because I've been focusing more on LMU and it's not the best car there, but I don't tend to see the Porsche, which is great to see for once on track here in the hypercar class. I think your most popular ones are like your Ferraris and your Cadillacs, isn't it, mainly?
We traditionally see that at Sebring. We actually saw quite a bit of Porsche running. Porsche Coanda ended up second overall there, and they were only out at Sebring by 1 second to Verstappen Sim Racing. So I think it was a case of, Porsches are in when it comes to maybe some of the lumpier, the bumpier circuits out there. And I think that although the BMW is certainly working well, the Ferrari is working well, the Cadillac often is a very good go-to. I think the one that we miss more than anything else is the Acura, but the Porsche does still have some niche running.
Certainly, which is great to see. Talking about the Acura, that was the car I drove when it was like OP a couple of years ago. It was the best. It was brilliant to drive, and then it kind of dropped off over time, so I don't really drive it. I don't see anybody drive it anymore. And saying that, I haven't really driven a hypercar since I drove the 24 Hours of Daytona in 2024. I've been more of a GT3, but because I stopped playing iRacing, I got demoted to D-Class, so I spent a lot of time trying to work my way back up there. A lot of Mazda driving, Toyota GR86s, and yeah, just trying to get myself back into the classes where I can actually fight. And driving a GT3. There's still onboarded Badger here, and seem to do quite a consistent job. And I've noticed that now everybody seems to be waking up, and even though we're seeing a few more crashes, I think in terms of consistency, a lot of drivers are taking to the track quite nicely now with 2.5 hours to go.
What we are going to note now, Nathan, is that there is a drive-through penalty for Quad Dash Racing out there, and that is for an incident under yellow flag. So that is going to be not great for them as they pilot over the Mulsanne and work themselves down to the southernmost point here in the Pays de la Loire region, and now working through that first chicane then of Daytona, heading over to Michelin with the Damocles of the stewards hanging over their heads.
Indeed, as we do see as well a pit stop from Zen Nomi, and as we get to around 2 hours and 22 minutes to go, we're going to go on board with one of our drivers and just have a couple of minutes of a break so we can rest our voice, but also you can listen in to the beautiful sounds of iRacing and some of the cars we have on track. So we'll let our producer have a pick of who we're going to go on board with for a lap around this circuit, and then we'll be back with you for commentary very, very shortly.
just ticking over 2 hours, 18 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. You would have heard down there in pit lane the rapid changing of gears up and down from Ryan Stringer through that drive-through penalty with Quad Dash Racing. That would have been a way of keeping off the limiter, or on the limiter, but keeping a little bit of extra pace and the average speed up going through. And so that's a way you can gain an extra half a second to a second, but be careful on how you do it through that section, because you could again end up getting a speeding penalty down through if you are not too careful. Going to jump in and get Asa Nyampire to come in and have a little chat with us, another driver from the Queen's Design field. And again, margin here, Asa, looks really, really strong. You've still got the lap over the top, so you'll be happy with it. But on that stint for you, a little bit of a spin at Arnage. Care to talk about how that came about for you?
Oh, you caught that? Okay. No, it was just unfortunate that I just went a little bit too far to the left to open up the corner through Arnage, and well, I just bottomed and 50-50'd the curb completely. And so then once I got like off the curb, I tried to just, you know, make sure that I could make the corner, got on brakes, and well, unfortunately just the rears went round on me. But thankfully it was only minimal. Like if that's all the drama I'm going to have today, then, you know, I'm pretty happy with that. Just a little spin, got back on track, kept going. The rest of my stint was pretty smooth though, so I'm happy with that. Track conditions may be getting a little bit spicy. I don't know what's going on, but like it just feels a little bit slippery out there. Though I did just do a triple stint, so maybe it's just me getting tired.
Well, in terms of having to deal with this race, of course, we're now in under, 2.25 hours to go soon. So there's a lot of great racing that has come about from this. And, of course, it's not easy when you're trying to work out, okay, what's my stints and how many stints do I have to do in a row. The evolution of the car from you between jumping in it the first time to jumping into it now, did you notice much change, any change, or has it been a car out there that has felt distinctly different as you've jumped into it over the stints?
I think, like, comparing it from my stints yesterday, it's not too different. Like, the car itself is still, like, predictable enough. I'm just having to back up some of my, I had to back up some of my braking points, or just lifting a little bit sooner. Those sorts of things, just to adjust to the track conditions today instead. But as a whole, like, the car does feel great. I just skill issued. But it happens to the best of us at least once.
It does. It happens to me all the time, apparently. So don't worry, you're okay. You're safe at the moment. But as we go, confidence then with the team. You've got Sarah van Feipelen then at the moment in the car, looking to bring this one towards the end of the race. As far as an overall performance with the team and the drivers that have been in and around with you over the course of this run, could you have asked for anything much better than what you've got right now, a commanding position where it's yours to take?
Honestly, couldn't be prouder of the team and all of our efforts. I know Ruby as she was coming out of her last stints was really kicking herself with like a couple of mistakes that she made, but like she also just came off of doing crazy stints during the night with Mia swapping back and forth. So like I was telling her, look, we're doing great. We're in a lovely position. We've got a great gap. All we have to do is just run our race, keep to our plan, just doing, our Lyco runs, just drive it like we have been the past, however long the race has gone on for. We're up to, the 22nd hour, almost. So like our strategy hasn't changed once. We just maintain focus, and like everyone's done their part. I couldn't ask for more from anyone. Mia absolutely sent it. Ruby then backed her up. I've been able to do my part. Wushel in the car right now is doing stunning. I'm very glad we had her come in to help us. Otherwise, it would have been just the four of us with Ainur as well. And Ainur, I believe, will be coming in for the final stint of the day and closing out our race, which is, I think, kind of fitting.
Well, I tell you what, it's all according to Keikaku for you. Asa the Nyampire joining us then in the Queen's Design number 56 and having a very good run over towards the end of the race for the Queen's Designs team. So there is a lot out there still to try and navigate by at this point, and we'd say that it has been a wonderful run here at Le Mans with still 2 hours to go. 4,704 euros and 69 cents is where we sit at the moment. Let's try and pull this one up towards in the next hour and 15 minutes. Let's try and get it to 5-1, shall we? I know it's a big stretch. You haven't seen much of a donation train in a bit, but let's try and push then towards that final hour and how critical it is going to be. Nathan, now critically here as we sit with 2 hours and 12 to go. Unlike what we normally see in endurance racing in other series out there, there is no driver time requirement here. No. You can have someone drive a minute out there, crash the car, and the car is still allowed to reach the end because there is a minimum driver requirement of 1, which means there is no need to fair share.
No, definitely not. And I suppose that's a good thing as well. If, you know, maybe your team's getting into a bad spot with the driver, they can always bring somebody else in and say, actually, you know what, even though I've drove for maybe 8 hours, if you need, I'm happy to take the next stint, or I'm happy to take it till the end. So if you are struggling and you're happy to, always a good chance to get somebody quicker in the car if you're trying to chase down a position or trying to finish on a high, because obviously when you get towards the end of the race, for many drivers it can get quite stressful, knowing that, you know, that the view is on them in terms of finishing and hopefully getting a decent position. So you can swap if you need to. But also it also gives some flexibility as well. Of course, you've got drivers that will end up missing their stints by going to sleep and not waking up in time, and maybe issues with their hardware. Well, you don't have to worry when there's flexibility like that, because you can just put someone in the car whenever you need to. You know, say you'll have to try and meet maximum drive time on track, because we have 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. So we're starting to come down now in towards the 22nd hour. This here is Emilia Mackin going for a bit of a spin at Arnage, and yet again number 16 not having the best time out on track.
No, not ideal, and Rainbow Racing Helios have seen backwards quite often over the course of the last few hours. I think Trans Am Motorsport are going to do exactly the same, locking inside front, can't get the rotation, and suddenly that's going to be more gravel art down there at the Mulsanne hairpin. I'll tell you what, they're doing very well to continue to run on through that section despite all of the gravel that keeps getting kicked up. It's a nightmare when it's dragged back onto circuit and you're just trying to put your foot down on the throttle and you can't, because you've got all sorts of stones out there. It's like when you're out there and you get back to your home and someone's kicked out all of the chippings out of your drive, and so you realise, oh great, I'm going to have to sweep those back in.
Yes, it also creates a lack of grip for the drivers out on track. So it's not ideal to have to try and drive through that, as one of the BMWs here being overtaken by 2 of our hypercars, and then also looking a little bit further back as well, Trans Am Motorsport have got a black flag too for Alistair Walkup, so not going too ideal for those down in car 93, and apart from that, there's not really much going on.
So therefore 193 diving down into the pit. Instant point limit for Trans Am is going to really hurt car number 93. So Alistair Walker will go on through. Now we know the instant point limit out there is at 100 instant points. If you hit it, it's then every 20 after that. So what you'll find is you've got room in the first part. If you hit it, you then find you don't really have any room for the final stages of the race.
Certainly, as we have heading back out of the track, and also Joshua Easy as well for car 557, the BMW M Pleasure car, who was actually now up into 8th place. They were down in 9th, stuck down there, but they got past Savage Sim Racing and now sit a minute and 20 seconds ahead. So they're in a very good spot now of closing in on a top 8 finish in the GTP class as they head down onto the brakes. And we'll see what Trans Am can do in terms of moving forward. They are 3 laps behind Lead Poor Racing, but yet again, anything can happen here. So never can count out an opportunity to move forward if cars ahead have accidents and have to be towed back to the pit lane and fix their car. As Joshua Easy, I believe, he'll be in the pits for about 40 seconds-ish, and then we'll head back out, or at least we'll have a 40-second pit stop and then head back out onto track, because Tyler Buck as well, he's in the pits again. Not sure if he's finally gone to bed again, because he's now really far back, 27 laps behind 11th place. So I'd imagine he's gone for another power map maybe, and then we'll just return for the final stretch with a couple of hours to go.
Yeah, and so with those couple of hours, we will see how it goes through. Please be kind in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Please be kind. But right now, we are looking out and saying, all right, okay, how do we now look at pushing here in terms of the final couple of hours worth of racing? I'd see tyre tracks down at the second chicane as we focus with Trans Am Motorsports there. So someone's obviously had to basically escape through out there, and a lot of smoke came up. I wonder if it was Sakura Engineering. No, it would have been a car just in front of them who would have gone through, which would have been Savage Sim Racing's LMP2 effort that had to abandon ship at the second chicane. And we're seeing a lot of that here. You know, often what we're used to seeing is cars going over to the left, skittering over the chicane, the second part, and then going out. A lot having to basically bail out early and then run through as much as they can to avoid losing the time. So they're starting to take the... I think this is one of the traits that we're seeing a lot more now of sim racing. Drivers understanding earlier that they can avoid the issue of a mistake. They can recognise, diagnose the issue earlier, and then can get themselves out of trouble quicker.
Yeah, certainly, and I think as time goes on, and you know, drivers are constantly running into new issues, and they'll learn. And obviously, drivers from other teams will be in contact with each other, and you know, when all these different issues come up, no matter what it is, over time, once they happen more and more often, you can kind of predict what's going to happen, and also what the plan of action is to get out of issues or to avoid it before it even happens, which is lovely to see. And I think that's what's making sim racing, you know, even more great now. Drivers kind of know exactly what's going to happen with every situation heading up on track, or at least they have an idea of what they can do to stop any issues or to gain as well. You know, pit stop strategies over the years have gotten sometimes bizarre, where you think, did the team even think that would work, or are they just testing something to see? Because some of the strategies that teams do in these endurance races are crazy. And a lot of the time they work out as well, which is the best part of it in the end, as we do see a black flag as well for Afterbanners. Stinky is back on our stream again. He's had a nap and he's back with us.
Yeah, a lie. Well, I wouldn't say a lie. That's the worst thing to say. He is awake and well, is what I was trying to get at there. So very much awake and happy, and that's what we like to see out there. Stinky is available to everybody out there. Look at that, top of screen, front and centre, and very, very happy doggo at this moment in time. Yeah, go on. Enjoy your scritches.
Certainly. Yes, it's great to see him back again with us, of course. When I saw him earlier on, about 20 hours ago, he was eating peanut butter off a spoon. Then he was fast asleep. Then Justin Prince woke him up when he was asleep by shouting, "It's Stinky!" And then he woke up, and then luckily he went back to sleep. Has had his night time rest, and he's now back awake for the day. So hopefully we'll see him at the checkered flag as well. And hopefully we can give him a medal as well for winning, because I'm sure that is one of the teams that are up in the top, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah, Sakura Engineering making that stop, and of course Stinky is there with Prismatic. So we see that, a little bit of side-by-side as we race along. This is Sakura Engineering versus Savage Sim Racing. So Jake Hannon and Noah Osbaldeston. Noah's going to get the inside, cold tyres versus warm, and ultimately it's going to be a win for the cold tyres out there as Osbaldeston commanded the inside of the Forest S.
Indeed, as continuing our way on, and here is Team Sakura Engineering, who've kind of been up and down and everywhere in that top five. They were in third for quite a lot of the race. They've dropped to 5th at one point, and they're now up in the top 4. We know Osborne, who's been doing some great work in bringing that team forward. Of course, I've had black flags, have had a couple of unneeded pit stops in the race, but so far it's on the up now for Team Sakura in car number 7 as they make their way down in towards the next braking zone. And of course, looking at gaps around, it's very similar in all 3 classes. It's not really moved. It's about 2.5 minutes in the hypercar, but it's 1 lap in the LMP2s and then 4 laps still in the GT3s. It seems that everybody's now got a little bit more consistent at the top of the timings. Of course, those below are still running into issues, but those who are running in your top 3, top 5 seem to be quite consistent on pace, and nobody's gaining or losing anymore, which, if the gaps were maybe a few seconds, not gaining and not losing would mean a lot more because it'd force you to push. But some of these teams don't want to push because there's no point. Just stay consistent, which is what they're all doing. As here's Ayetton Williams in the GT3, just driving his way through in the lead currently, and I mean, they've got no worries at all. They are now 4 laps in the lead ahead of Broken House Cooking.
Evening drive over in Strauss, and having a very nice, easy run of things at the moment. The Satellite branded gloves out there in the Satellite t-shirt, just they're working through there on the Symagic wheel, just managing to weave on through, no real worries at all, just going about business, driving without any concern out there at the point. And this is what we call the luxury laps out there of a race. You spend the time looking to build a margin. When you have a margin, God, doesn't it just make an endurance race so much easier that you can just sit back and go, yeah, I've got 4 laps. Let's just calmly go about business.
Definitely. It makes it, yeah. I think the worst part is when you're driving with pressure and, you know, you're driving that with that adrenaline for hours on end in an endurance race. It takes a toll on you mentally by the time you get to the end, especially when you've been away for a long time. And, you know, a lot of the time, once these drivers step out of the car, they're not going off and doing what they want. They're spotting, they're engineering, helping the driver who's moved into the car. So it's not the fact you just drive and you go. You're still there for the whole time unless you go for a rest and some sleep. So when you've got a 4-lap lead like that, you can just relax and be like, right, we're comfortable, 2 hours to go, just don't crash, which is easier said than done. But when you've got a team such as Satellite Racing, who are very strong in terms of their driver rating, they don't need to worry at all, I don't think, about crashing here. They are going to be very comfortable up until the end now with 2 hours and 1 minute to go.
Well, I look around at it, and when I hear don't crash, I don't hear the word don't, I hear crash. Oh, go on then, I will, out there, and that's often where my troubles lie, as there is Sakura Engineering and Noah Osborne once again looking to make the push right now, flashing the light, saying, hey look, can I get by you, Amelia, from Rainbow Racing Helios? I think you're going to have to make a racing pass to go and get by, jamming on the brakes. Nothing there, nothing giving, so you're not going to get too much luck that way. Josh Easy trying to get through now for the M-Plower team. They'll have to work away by, so sit yourself into line. Oh, blocked, and there is the switch-up moment there. Wide, though, is going to be through the corner from Macklin, and so suddenly going to get swarmed for that. So there goes 1, there goes 2, straight on by, and that's sometimes when you go out of your depth. You try and lap in places where you feel comfortable with, and other times, you know, if you're going down to Centre La Chapelle, you might not feel comfortable lifting off through a section where you load the car up.
No, that's not the thing you want to do, because if you get the car unbalanced, it's a killer. So you've got to just judge everything carefully, and I suppose in these races, that's where you get those situations where you're like, right, quickly, what do we do? And you've got to make that split decision of, do we lift off? Do we go full throttle? Do we brake? You know, in those moments, you've got to just, I suppose sometimes it's not about thinking, it's just your brain doing it and hoping it's the right option. Which in these multi-class races makes it difficult because you got cars at different speeds. When it's the same speed of car in the same class, they kind of expect you know what you're doing, and they'll expect you to do certain things because they also are doing the same. Whereas when it's multi-class, you don't know what they're going to do.
And everywhere they go, side by side, Jay and Shin moving through with us, Boulderston and Macklin by Klara Kucherova. Then and making the pass on by Nora's Boulderson. Saw an attack actually from Macklin in towards the first of the chicanes, the Daytona chicane. He said, look at my initials, that is NO for no, is the responsibility. In fact, going to attack back again into corner. So that is really going to be making a nightmare of things. Thank you very much as well, Blue, for the €25 donation up to €4,729 and 69 cents here as we tick just under 2 hours to go here in the Pays de la Loire region at the Circuit Day 24-Hour du Mans.
Indeed, it's been a long race, and I'm starting to get a little bit tired. I wish I didn't have 3 hours of sleep earlier on. I started to feel like I've been driving for 20 hours here at the moment, as a few pit stops are coming through now, as we have just under 2 hours to go in this race. And just looking up and around the top of the field, of course, yes, that gap's going to shoot down between the top two, but it will go back up again once Prismatic go in there, and normally around a lap or two behind the strategy at Taylor Mills. So yeah, over time they will eventually get that gap back to around 2.5 minutes. Once they've been in, of course, Over the Top have gone in first this time. Normally we see Queen's Design go in first, but this time Over the Top Racing decided to go in first with Huygens, so we'll see when about Van Fypland will go in, as well as I think we do have another interview waiting in the chat, Jay.
Yeah, we absolutely do. We got Jordan Brunch, who is here from the FF by XR Adoration team. Jordan, what is your type of brunch?
Hello.
Hello. Yes, indeed. What sort of brunch do you like, first and foremost?
That's a good question. How about you? What kind of brunch do you like?
I like the good old classic full English breakfast.
See, I can't say English breakfast because I'm Scottish, so I think that's a conflict of interest, you know?
What about a good old Scottish breakfast?
Oh, of course, of course.
You can go with that, that certainly works. Up and down day for FF by XR in the various categories, but you'd have to say this is looking like an upswing at the moment for the team.
Definitely, yeah. So we've had some trouble, but we're fighting back.
So, dealing with some of that trouble that you've dealt with, just talk about the adversity that the team has had to go with. You got Ben Bream in the behind the wheel at the moment. We saw about an hour or so ago the massive incident that you had with the likes of L1 Racing in the number 24. So, it's not been plain sailing by any stretch of imagination, but it looks like you're now starting to get things back on track.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like we've been up for so long, and we're just trying to, you know, get back into a full state. You know, it's one of those kind of things. But I think we're still running alright. For me, it's kind of strange. I'm used to driving with the Mira United VRT team, so for my first time in like ever running this race, it's strange driving for a different team. So.
And talk about driving for a different team. What do you go into dealing with a different team out there, having to navigate the different partnerships, the different ways people drive, the different setup approach that's there? What's made it different for you out there to run with the FF by XR team?
Yeah, my preparation's always the same for us, but it's like for me, I'm not used to like my teammates as much. I'm used to banning the car right now, but the other two drivers we have, I don't really know that well. So you just gotta figure out like what's their thought process and how their driving style, and you know what their preferences are.
And in terms of now the final 2 hours, you're currently ahead right now of Twin Turn Sim Racing by almost a lap. You've got about 2/3 of a lap to chase down Lilac Zero over at Blayhigh United. So ultimately, for you, are you looking around at this going started 20th, in 20th, job done?
I mean, I'd preferably like the whole position, but if we can gain anything, I think it would be a cherry on top of sorts.
Well, we will wish you the best of luck moving on forward there. Jordan Brunch joining us from the 153 team out there overall, which is, of course, the FF by XR Adoration team that is out there. Nathan, what is your favourite brunch?
See, I don't want to copy you and say a full English breakfast, but I can't think of anything different. I do not mind a bacon and egg sandwich, a sausage and egg sandwich, to be fair, with a runny yolk and a bit of tomato sauce. That, for me, does the job. I do also like a good old McDonald's McMuffin as well. I don't know what it is, but it just tastes perfect. I don't know if it's because it's morning and you're really hungry, because it wouldn't hit the same at like 6 p.m. at night than it does at 8 in the morning.
No, that's very true. And there's this lovely Al Murray sketch actually on why bacon just like gets you out of bed and is like God's divine intervention of the greatest thing the world has ever seen.
Well, I don't know if it's true or if it was just a ploy by the school to get us in early, but apparently bacon is actually good for the brain in the morning. When we used to go for our exams, and well, even before that, when we was doing our revision at high school, I said that like it was years ago. It was only about 6 years ago. We used to get given a bacon sandwich if we got there before 8 a.m. for free because it was good for the brain. So I don't know if that was just a ploy to get us into school or if it actually worked, because I don't notice any difference for me personally. But yeah, apparently bacon's good for the brain to get it woken up, but I never know if it's true or not.
Well, you got a free bacon sandwich out.
Exactly, that's the main thing. For 2 weeks on the trot, I can't say no to that, can I? When they're normally like £2.50.
Exactly.
So, very happy.
Game the system. You've managed to get 25 quid out of the school on bacon sandwiches.
I wouldn't want to know the price of them now.
Oh, I don't know, the price of it, and the shrinkflation as well. So you know, you're probably paying about what, £9.34 for a bacon sandwich that's got just the slither end of a tiny bit of fat.
Probably, I wouldn't be surprised. Especially some of the cafes around by me as well. They're going flying up in price, but at least the tea and coffee's cheap, and that's the main thing for me nowadays. A good cup of tea in the morning will get me going. A nice cup of Earl Grey, perfect for me.
Yeah, that's no problem at all for me. All I need is a bowl of granola and yogurt, and I think I'm very happy to charge over towards lunch. That's kind
what's your morning drink though? Are you like a juice person, tea, coffee, water?
No, I'm very much an orange juice person in the mornings. It's the sort of thing that, you know, you just sort of get into rhythm and understand with. It's the same rhythm that my wife has, and so basically I used to be the sort of person who would, you know, go to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, wake up at midday and go through and just go, right, let's have lunch. But ultimately, I'm a little bit more mature than that, and so now I'm able to have a breakfast, and I can say I quite enjoy an orange juice out there from time to time. So that sets itself up at this stage as the focus then is over to Prismatic Motorsports, Athena and Isabel Matthews. The gap is slowly creeping back out again, now to 2:36 here at the front of Hypercar. So gap going the wrong way for the Ferrari 499P at Prismatic, and for Isabel, I think this is going to be a case of needing to see some Taylor Mills Racing drama in order to see a change at the front of the category.
I think the good thing is as well, because they know at this point that it's not anything that they can do which will put them into the lead. It's to be a mistake. So I suppose they're comfortable in the fact of, right, we've not got to push any more because we're not going to catch them on pace. It'll be down to a mistake. So they can still run their own pace and not worry about overdriving the car, because that's the last thing you need. If that gap was like 5 seconds, you'd be overdriving, pushing the car too much, and probably end up in a spin. But they could just continue running consistently now and hoping a mistake happens ahead. Well, the same will be for Taylor Mills Racing. They'll be hoping that the car behind makes a mistake, because they know that there's not a cushion now that they can have a big accident. If the likes of Satellite Racing Nebula, you can afford to have a big crash if it happens, or a big mistake, because you've got the 4-lap buffer, which is like what, it's more than that. It's about 16 minutes, isn't it? It's 4 minutes a lap, so about 16 minutes of time that you can shave off if you need to, whereas Taylor Mills have got nowhere near that. So they've got to be careful, and Prismatic are trying to hunt them down. And then, of course, for the LMP2, it's a bit of a dodgy one there, because that gap's at, what, about 3.5 minutes? It's just over a lap, so it might be around 4 or 5 minutes. Yet again, if they make a big mistake, Queen's Design, there's still that opportunity that over the top could just about edge into that battle and try and close down with the remainder of the race. So they've all got to be careful up at the front, apart from Satellite Racing Nebula, who are kind of happy to do what they need to do, really.
Jessica Perry from Rainbow Racing chats to us about what is the correct answer, in her opinion, on what the best brunch is, which is bacon, sausage and hash brown sandwich with a bit of brown sauce, which I think is a very nice way of going about it. And I would say you're not wrong out there. I tell you what, Ewan O'Leary isn't too impartial to a hash brown.
See, I like hash browns, but not on a sandwich. To me, potato and bread doesn't work. for me. And the brown sauce is also a no-no. I don't like brown sauce. It's disgusting. I don't mind tomato sauce, but not brown sauce. I mean, what's the situation with you and O'Leary and a hash brown? It just seems like a very odd comment out of nowhere to bring up.
Well, that was what was said. He said he likes a hash brown in his English breakfast, and then that came up about around with David Haynes, who was out there running. And actually, the thing about David Haynes is that David Haynes is actually a very, very good speed eater.
Oh, what like challenges or stuff, or you just eating quickly?
Like he could probably go through like a Whopper Hungry Jacks, which is the Australian equivalent of a Burger King, because Hungry Jacks have the rights rather than Burger King have the rights in Australia. He could probably get through one of those in about 9 seconds.
What? No way. I thought I was good in like 2 minutes. 9 seconds.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I do want to see a video of that one day.
He does have a channel with it.
Oh, right. You need to send it me later on, because I need to have a look at that. That is crazy. I remember seeing a few. There was one guy on YouTube that had like 20 million subscribers. I can't remember his name. He's, I think, Matt or something. And he used to eat some crazy things in record time. And yeah, I used to think I was a quick eater, but some people can somehow trump me very heavily. Are you a speed eater, Jake? Because I'll get told by my family that I eat too quick, and no one's going to take it off you. Eat slower. But I just eat quick normally.
Well, I lived in a family of 4. I had to eat quick, otherwise people would take it off the plate, basically. So ultimately, from where I sit on the table, I do eat quite quick, and I don't think there's anything wrong with eating quick, especially when you're in this profession, Nathan, as well, when you realise that you've only got half an hour between shows, for example, and quick, you need to get something down you.
Yes, you've got to cook everything, eat it, then have a minute to let it settle down, and then get onto a broadcast. Believe me, I've done that too many times when it comes to having to cook something up quickly. As many times I've thought, you know what, I'll just not bother eating or wait. So that's going to be Rainbow Racing off the road again down at Arnage. But no, I've then thought, like, I've gone for like a 3-hour broadcast, and I think, right, I'm not going to have anything to eat yet, so I'll wait. And then I'm like, oh, I regret this now. I'm 2 hours in and I'm starving because all I've done is shouted and talked for 2 hours. So yes, you've got to make your choices very wisely when you have a busy schedule indeed.
1 hour, 46 minutes and 51 seconds here on the clock. We're at €4,729.69 as Sergei Shocknai is going to leave the pits then in the Multiviewer Motorsports Dallara P217 and continue on the hard work that is needed. They've now managed to sneak back ahead of Sakura Engineering, who have fallen a little bit behind the 8 ball after the penalty and are going to have to work hard to gather back the time. So for Shocknier, this is going to be a really, really big stint in their battle for the last spot on the LMP2 podium.
Certainly, as shortly as Jamie Jessica Martin's doing a little bit of admin work, and then we're going to see them pop into the chats and talk about Prismatic's 5-year anniversary, and of course some more about Race for a Cause and Belong To, which will be great to hear. So shortly we'll see Jamie Jessica Martin pop in, but of course, as you said as well, more donations coming through here, and at 4,746, so we're only 250 away from getting, no, 350 away from getting 5,100, which is our goal for when we reach 1 hour. So 45 minutes, 350, I think that's possible.
I'm really upset to hear this, but Car 560, which is Cautionary Tale Motorsports, have been shown the black and orange connection flag, which means they have to go back to pits and get themselves sorted. As thank you, Don Gooby, for the €17 donation out there. 4,746 euros and 69 cents we find ourselves at, but they are going to need to let the connection reconnect properly here for Tyler Buck before they're allowed to go back out and challenge the final stages of the race.
Indeed, as we do see here, Multiview Motorsports in third at the moment, making their way down towards the next chicane here along the Millstone Straight, as Silicate is in the pits as well for car 87. They've made a stop fifth at the moment in the hypercar category. And we've also given another donation as well. We're at 4,796. So I believe 50 has come through. We'll see in a moment who that is from, but great to see another €50 donated. That's from Matthias Dungel. So big thanks to Matthias for another €50. So nearly Jake at 4.8 thousand, which then takes us only 300 back from our goal in 44 minutes time.
Yeah, so we're not a million miles away. Very nice to see that we're ticking close to 4,800. We're looking for about 5-1 in the next 44 minutes or so. Give us a strong chance of a €1,000 power hour. If we could get the donation train rolling, I think we're going to be flying about here with some wonderful effort, but still a great number, 4,796.69. I think that's still a really, really strong attempt that we have seen out here in terms of our charitable donations and putting ourselves in. Trying to get around Cameron Samadai here from Valuable Slide now is Sugi Shoknye, who is going to see behind Andrew Pike from Onid, and then Over the Top, who are there as well to go and set up. Joining us now is Jamie Jessica Martin, who's here to talk about Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Now, 5 years ago, Jamie, is the chance to say you set up a racing team with a goal in mind, and the opportunity to put that to the level that you wanted to was huge in terms of now what you have been able to do to achieve, and the way that, you know, racing here for females in motorsport has now become a lot more accessible and easier.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Yeah, no, it's been massively surprising. If you told me 5 years ago, or when the kind of the early machinations of this chaos was kind of formed, I wouldn't believe how much we've grown, what we've achieved, the stories that we've told, the memories that we've made. I don't think I could ever have imagined it, and I probably would have called you insane. I always call Prismatic a happy accident, because it was never meant to be, or at least when it first came into existence, it was never meant to be this. It was never meant to be a wider community that could do good and can help transgender and non-binary folks in sim racing. To get into sim racing, get through the door, offer them opportunities, provide them a space to share and grow their passion. And the fact that we've now hit our 5 years as a team and as a community it's so hard to find the right words to explain how it feels. I mean, the fact we've been able to achieve some great things like Race for a Cause the past 3 years is testament to the hard work of so many incredible people, and that's ultimately what we decided to create a livery, or I put together a livery for all three of our cars today to highlight that. On the back wing of the car, on each of the cars, there is obviously our 5-year anniversary logo, as well as names of anyone who has driven, who has contributed, who has provided something to the team over the years. And you might not see it that much, but it really is a subtle thing that, you know, ultimately ties us together. So yeah, so difficult to find the right words.
And so, as you have this burgeoning and growing team and more people looking for opportunity and understanding and basically a safe space to go out there and race and have that joy to go and work with, in terms of now looking at the way this team is going to look forward into 2026 and beyond, what do you think the goal of the team will be after the first 5 years, now for the next 5 years? Is this going to be just a continuation project on what you've already done? Are you looking at maybe looking to move into the more competitive side and being aggressive in that sort of space? Or how is Prismatic going to be looking at its next 5 years of development?
Well, I think for me, our dream has always been to put our car in the most competitive space possible. You know, we've entered a ton of series. We're consistently a team that I think is pretty strong. You know, ultimately we have shown up and we've gone against the big guns. You know, take
British F4, the Esports Championship. We've been a consistent contender there over all of its seasons. You know, and that's a series with some elite level talent. And we've had some incredible moments that have shown that we're not just there to make up the numbers. We're there to belong. And for us, we have wanted to push towards the endurance side, the higher level competitiveness. I know there's always been kind of talk of the ultimate. I think one of our goals would be to try and qualify for IVRA over the next couple of years. You know, the sooner the better, of course. But I think we've got the talent to be able to give it a good crack. And ultimately for us, you know, we're consistently running in the NEC and the Nürburgring Endurance Championship on iRacing. We're consistently one of the have some of the top teams in the NEC, which is a big thing for us. Oh God,
that's a moment for William Campbell and Scrubs Go Racing Revival as Isabel Matthews pushes through there and has a big issue out there on track. Sorry to cut you off like that.
Yeah, no, I watched it at the same time. Yeah, I watched it at the same time, and I was like, oh no. You know, to get back to the point, we've always wanted to go into more competitive fields. You know, to continue pushing ourselves forward. And that's ultimately been the goal, and we're going to continue doing that from a competitive side. But then from a community side, we're going to. I think for our, you know, from a community side, we're just going to continue doing what we do. We find our best talent through our community, through people giving themselves an opportunity, for providing a space to come and go racing, create contacts, create, you know, communities, and go out there, enjoy themselves, and some of that incredible talent ends up racing for us. And, you know, hoping that with that, we'll continue to push forward and continue to make a positive impact, so that 5 years later we can continue to have more incredible trans and non-binary talent in our midst.
Let's talk about now the charity and the work that's done. It's got a wonderful camera view of the 5 years of motorsport that's there on the fin of the car there. Absolutely wonderful to see how that has been presented out there. We've caught that picture as part of our camera coverage as we've gone through. So a wonderful bit of a look there at how that sits. But let's talk about this legacy right now of this Race for a Cause. Over the last 2 years, we're over 10,000 euros donated. We're about an hour and a half away from the end of the race. We've still got the raffle that's available for people to go and enter if they want some nice pedals, a brand new seat, you know, that sort of thing that's going through. But as far as it goes, to consistently put a level of donation that it is not a small amount, you know, for a community like this one, and especially over to belong to as well. Just how important has that partnership been? We've talked about how that you've had drivers who have really helped from it, but when you get the news and see the work that is being done in the space by Belong To, how much positivity does that fill you with?
A heck of a lot. I mean, whatever words I can say. I mean, in terms of the impact that we had, the impact we've had. You know, I've been speaking to the incredible folks that Belong To for a long period of time since we first approached them late in 2024. We've obviously been involved with them, and they've been always consistent presence, always wanting to work with us even more. And this year they've done an incredible amount to help contribute to us as well. I mean, in terms of what they've provided, in the grand scheme of things, some of the impact of the fundraising, I mean, it's a generalised amount, can't talk about the specifics, but last year alone, that money that we raised, €6,199.69, helped contribute to continue the supporting of 91 LGBTQ plus youth groups across Ireland. 450 parents were directly supported from their family support service. 319,075 students were reached through their Step Up Awareness campaign, a week campaign, and 68,670 students reached out through their LGBTQ plus Quality Mark campaign. That's not a small number of people. That's real people, real families. You know, 450 parents, some of the most I mean, outside of the youngster who's going through a whirlwind, family, it's so hard, especially in a world where family is really important to someone's, support structure. To have 450 parents given the support needed to be able to understand and ultimately find out the best way to support their child is incredible. And beyond that, the 91 youth groups across Ireland that it continues to support, it's massive. And that impact is huge. It's one of the biggest, for a charity of Belong To size, it was one of the biggest charity events last year that they have largest donations they've ever received one of the largest events. And now that's only going to add to it. I mean, the fact we've got, 10,000 euros over 10 years, there or thereabouts. It's not an insignificant number, and it is the lifeblood for small charities like this. And those small charities can do a lot with a little. And give them a lot, they're going to do a lot. That's ultimately what I love to see. And not only that, but helping charity as a whole has been something that Prismatic has always consistently done from the very first moments of our organisation and the way it's come together. So yeah, it's so amazing to see the impact, and we're hoping that this year we should hopefully get some slightly more precise numbers. We've got potentially the folks over at Belong To are going to try and produce some content post series to be able to enjoy the moment and also to share what these events have done for them. And I'm hoping also it inspires for many other communities to go out and raise money for their own causes, because the world's a better place when we all support each other.
I completely agree, and I think it is such an admirable cause that we are running with here today, and the work that is done, the community that has rallied around together, and the amount that we have raised, it is simply a fantastic testament. And you know what, Jamie, thank you so much for being here and having the opportunity to be along with us over the course of this running. So please, with all good opportunities out there, we'd love to have you back at the end of the 90 minutes remaining just to chat about the event as a whole. But Jamie, Jessica, Martin, they're joining us and having a wonderful discussion about Prismatic Motorsports, the 5 years so far, and where to go from this point onwards as we tick over with 90 minutes almost left to go in this race. We're taking an onboard look with Prismatic Motorsports, Athena and Isabel Matthews at this point. So at least for the time being here on this long run forward, Nathan, this is going to be a very, very important hour and a half that remains left in this race. And so now you're starting to set up what will be the final stages now, and going forward and looking for that end goal at the end. This is the hour that you basically race for, the chance to race for whichever goal or result you are hoping to get.
Indeed, and teams are now going to have 2 pit stops maximum. Some, depending on when they pitted, might only have to do 1 stop till the end. We'll have to wait and see. So the teams now know that we are coming to the end. There's not long left in this one, and it's great to come to the end of a race because you get to crown your winners and your podium sit, and everybody can have a break. But it's also quite sad as well because you learn a lot over the race. You speak to a lot of different people, learn a lot of different things, and sometimes it is sad to see the race end. As we have an hour and 30 left to go, of course. We started 22 and a half hours ago. It's been a long, long afternoon, evening, and now heading in towards the late part of the morning. We should be finished around, I'd imagine, 1 o'clock for the checkered flag. And then, of course, we'll be able to crown our winners and our podium sitters, which, of course, is one of the great parts of the events. When everybody comes together at the end and starts giving congratulations, I mean, there'll be lots of chatter, I'd imagine, in the Discord chats as well, which is what we love to see. Is some smoke there. Somebody's, I think, kicked up a bit of gravel, but they continue on. But yeah, as I was saying, it's great to see everybody in the chat as well in the Discord. They'll all be lively and congratulating each other and spreading well, which is of course is what we're also here for, isn't it? Everybody can be together and have a bit of fun, as that was what happened as Ari went off the track and did kick up a bit of gravel.
Yeah, a tiny bit. jumping about there, and not much more that can be said except that that is going to cost a little bit. Now the battle for third in LMP2 now closes to just a couple tenths of a second. Wiggle there for Multiviewer Motorsports and Sugi Shonknier, who is there trying to hold off Noah Osbaldeston for position at Team Sakura Engineering. It looks like there's about a car length between them as they run here from the Porsche over to the Porsche curves out there, eyeing up the inside. It's not going to be a lunge for this moment. There's too much clearance at this point, but hard yards being put in at the moment. 50 euros from Sebastian Isenberg. Thank you so much. 4,846 euros and 69 cents we sit with at the moment. Let's keep pushing towards the goal that we raised last year, but driving out of the Corvette curves now is where you need the help of the traffic, and just about going to get it there with John Ebersol at Panda Spec. Just in front of that, Phoenix Fifi at Galaxy Racing.
Well, I have no doubt we're going to reach that 6,100. I already think we do, because of course when it comes to the final hour, that's when you get all your big donations coming through, but also yeah, you get the drivers that'll donate, I don't know, I'll donate £1 for every lap I complete or something like that. That's when they all come flying through as well. So I have no doubts we'll reach the goal that we raised last year. As here we do see battle for third continuing on here in the LMP2 class between Multiviewer Motorsports and Team Sakura Engineering, as a great run out there out of the Dunlop curve here. And Team Sakura looking to try and eye something up here now as they head their way down in towards Rouge. And of course, Noah Osbaldeston is one driver you do not want on your rear trying to overtake. He's a very fast driver, and from what I've seen, very aggressive as well. So we'll see what he can manage to do over the next lap or so, but I'd imagine this isn't really going to be that difficult of a move because they do look very quick, and you'd imagine they'll catch up and get that done very shortly. I mean, in terms of looking at the laps are done before they pit again, when it loads for me, it seems that 5 laps have been completed for Multiviewer Motorsports, but 10 laps have been completed for Team Sakura, so they'll be in around 2 or 3 laps time, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so it won't be long before we start hitting that pit stop window. Thanks, Julie Barker, for the 15 euro donation out there, which puts us over to 4,861 euros and 69 cents. It's a huge privilege to see that donation come on in from you, and we will now be keeping an eye out on where Noah Osbaldeston will look for the decisive move, and that's a big old lift and coast into the second chicane, the Michelin chicane. Nice and narrow, looking for the drive off the exit. Shocknier, I think, is going to have to defend here, coming along over the Mulsanne hump and over to Mulsanne corner here. This is a pretty important piece of overtaking that could be needed, but again, Osbaldeston is very heavy on the lift and coast.
Yeah, lots of Lyco here for car number 7, and I think they're happy to because they know they've got to pit soon, so there's, I suppose, not much point in overtaking if it's going to lose them time. They'd rather save a bit of fuel and help them heading into the final stints or final couple of stints in this race as they continue their way on. A couple of cars behind there, just touching a bit of gravel. There's a great group of GT3s there as well behind, 3 of them all racing together behind that hypercar. This here is Osbaldeston again, a great run now as they head their way down towards the next braking zone. Of course, this is where you'd expect him to, stick with the back of the number 926 and then try and make a move, but he's happy just to stay behind again. So you can tell he's definitely in that fuel-saving mode here.
And ultimately, I think the big key about being in this fuel-saving mode is being able to keep up at exactly the same time. They are following the traffic around as they move through. So for Broken Eggs Cooking there and Julia Gansauge, there, that's the clearance. That's slow from Scrubs Go Racing Revival as they went by. And they are really struggling to rotate the SGR Ferrari. So if they had a smash-up out there on track, and the answer to that one is they have been limping it around home for a while. Then in the number 865, they've had an issue as they went through at Mulsanne corner.
Yes, indeed. As an hour and 24 left on the clock, so as we did see a black flag come through for Dog Box Racing and also Meatball flag for Ad Astra.
They're off. Scrubs Go Racing have gone off at the next stage. It's the 65 car needing to turn themselves around now and get themselves into pit lane, as our focus is on this third place battle. But there is a car limping its way, trying to get itself home, and so there is a lot still to uncork at this moment in time. So that, as far as it says, is tough for Scrubs Go Racing Revival, but they're now getting the gap now, and that is critical there for the likes of those racing at multi-viewer.
Certainly is. We might be having a chat as well soon to Zed Murray in the Trans Am team. Before they take the car to the end, they're going to hopefully pop in for a quick chat with us and discuss what's been going on so far for their race. As coming in, says Jake, and they're straight into the waiting room.
They are, so let's get a little look over with Zed Murray. Zed, you got the final stint of today's running for Trans Am Motorsport. You find yourself currently 25th overall. You're 4 laps down away from Leadpool. You're 6 laps ahead of the leading GT3 out there. It's a little bit of a lonely race for you, as Jules has just gone for a little bit of a spin. But talk us through the day, how you've got to the position you've got to, and the work that you will be looking at doing in this final hour. Hopefully we will get the microphone in play. Zed, have you got a copy, buddy? That will be a negative at the moment, so we'll try and get Zed then working on through with us in the next few moments. We continue on the battle here for third position in LMP2. Noah's Boulderston now looking over. Outside they will run into Mulsanne Corner, just happy to lift and coast around, looking for a way to jump through, a way to go and get this move sorted, and now needing the drive off the exit. Will now be following the coattails all the way to Indianapolis Corner, where we might be able to see the chance of an overtake, just moving about slightly on the straight. Very difficult with how bumpy it is on the run to Indianapolis, so you've got to be very, very cautious through this section, running through to the right and the left. A good lift and coast, and there's Boulderston running that different strategy and making it known. Zed, do we have a copy with you now? Well, hopefully it's taking its time. We'll get Zed then in just a moment. So we will get a case of let us know if you're there. So that is going to be good. Oh, Zed, we've got you.
Hello, yes.
Finally here, worth the wait, I'm sure it is. But really a race for your Trans Am Motorsports team that's sort of in the middle of everywhere right now. You just got a nice chill hour, it sounds like, to get yourself home.
Yeah, definitely. It's been an interesting race so far. Haven't had the pace of the leaders, but it's been fun to take part and just keep turning laps. Yeah.
So, in terms of turning your laps in the 93 Trans Am Motorsports car, what has been the big key in terms of how you've been looking to set up this race, keeping yourself around, dealing with the quicker hypercars that have been going by, and then the slower GT3s that you've been having to overtake? What's been more difficult, the former or the latter?
I would say probably the faster hypercars. I would say GT3s have been pretty easy to get past for the most part. It's having a much faster car flying up behind you that can be a little scary sometimes.
So you're certainly having a good fun time. Now, as far as Trans Am are looking here in the number 93 car, what's the main focus then of the team, as you've got great racing that has come along through here? What is also going to be the goal that comes out of this race, and where are you expecting to look to ply the majority of your team's sim racing trade?
Well, we mostly take part in the official iRacing special events and things like that. We have done the Road to a Cause series that preceded Race for a Cause, and hoping just to continue as we are, you know. We race mostly just for fun and to make friends in the sim racing community, and you know, that's the main, or that's main enjoyment in sim racing, I suppose.
And in terms of that enjoyment on a race like this, I know that you're out here representing Ireland here. So in terms of the cause that you've got, how important it is, and actually how close and how much it will help benefit the people in and around you, how critical is it to race in a race like this?
Oh, it's incredibly important. You know, it's, as a lot of other people have said in the like throughout the race and before. It's been not a great time for trans people and queer people in general in the last few years, and being able to raise so much money for a fantastic cause is incredibly important, you know, and it's so nice to see people being able to raise that much money.
And with that, we hope that you will have a very good final stint of this race with no dramas, no spins whatsoever. That's just a clean run through. We will hope the best. Not a problem. Zed Murray, they're joining us from Trans Am Motorsports and having a very nice chat with us, Nathan, as we now set ourselves up as we go. Now, I do also note that the 53 Ad Astra car has the black and orange mechanical flag next to its name. Yeah. So that's not great.
Well, they had that about 15 minutes ago, so I'm not sure if it's happened again, or if they've damaged the car that much, they're still in the pit lane with it.
They're still in with it.
Oh, damn.
So sorry, I've just seen it. Their lap 364, Tetra Rouge corner. They have nosed it in off of the curb on the exit to the inside, and that is just trying to stamp the power down, and that is what has basically put Ad Astra down in the lane and needing required repairs rather than a fast repair.
Yep, not good at all. They've lost a lot of time. They're 9 laps behind 9th, and they're only a lap ahead of 11th. So maybe, somehow, 143 can get themselves back in, as that was the crash there. And, yeah, big one indeed. And they got it back off the road, luckily, before they towed it to the pits. But now it is required damage they need to fix on that 53, as Dogbox Racing Alpha are in the pit lane with Joel Carpenter. Slow made another pit stop, and they're a lap ahead of L1 Racing, so they should be quite fine in terms of keeping that P6 spot. And then our race leader as well, Taylor Mills Racing, Anna Klemick is in. So they'll make their next pit stop, and probably one of two more now. I'd imagine they'll have another one towards the end, maybe, with about half an hour to go, maybe a little bit before.
You're on point with it. I'd expect that they've got here with, what, 75, 76 minutes in the race. You can go about 40 to 45. So they're well in the wheelhouse now for 2 stops between now and the end of this race. Nothing silly here, as Anna Klemick then jumps out of the car. And into the car now will go Taylor Mills to bring her own team car back home and sorted for the end of this race, which I think is pretty critical out there as far as that all goes. There is Lilac Zia in the Blaha United Motorsports Pink Harlequin Cat Shark team, which is name of the day, and handing over the car there to Georgie Trepchik then to go towards the end of the racing out there. So very good to see out there that we're seeing these changes of drivers, and now off and away after Jack's a pretty routine pit stop right now there by TMR.
Indeed, so they'll go back out and should hopefully be, you know, ending this one off with a win. Of course, they're a minute and a half ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, but they've got to pit again as they've done 11 laps on this stint. So they'll both be able to do 2 more stops, and I think most teams will be able to go 2 more stops in this one. And then, of course, we'll get to that checkered flag later on in about an hour and 15 minutes' time. And you'd imagine, really, your top team from each class will probably take the win here now. I can't imagine them losing out with only an hour to go, considering how consistent they've been over the past 22 hours and 45 minutes.
Stranger things have happened, though. Who can forget 2016 when, you know, Toyota did a 23-hour and 54-minute Le Mans race and not a 24-hour race?
Well, what happened? I wasn't around in 2016. You have to explain the situation.
They ran out of fuel with 6 minutes to go.
Oh, well, they was leading the whole way.
Pretty much.
That's heartbreaking. That is I mean, I'm hoping that these drivers don't, because they've got a lot of people telling them, oh, you've got, you got your fuel calculator, you've got your teammates all telling you. So I hope no one runs out of fuel here. If so, I think they'd be rather disappointed, especially the race leaders. But I'd hope they'll be able to get that one to the end, as the Punk crew are in as well, with Eli Singh and also Prismatic Motorsports Athena as well in for their penultimate pit stop in this race. And then I think, looking at most of the others, I think, yeah, your GT3s and your LMP2s have probably also got 2 stops left. So it's very, very similar now to the end for everybody in terms of their pit stops. It's got to be 2 stops. It just depends what lap they go in.
It does, so there's not really that much difference we're seeing now in hypercar strategy. Most people jumping in, as too is Sarah van Fijpelen. Then from the lead of the LMP2 category for Queen's Designs, with the lap margin over the top number 77, and it is a driver change as in will come Anil Rose then to work on in for this stint of the race and get a little bit more running over towards the end. Got the gap over Oyvind Haugland at the moment, and then Suki Choknier, who is there in 3rd position. So they've got the margin, they've got the gap, they just now have to have 2 more stops to bring this race home. Exactly.
It's a lot easier said than done, because yes, they've done a great job, and you'd imagine they will, but the last thing you need now is a mistake, and this is when it's most popular, or most likely in my opinion, when you get to the end and the pressure's on you. You know that you're in a winning position, but you know that one big mistake and your race win is over, and maybe even the podium if it's that bad, because Arctic Sim Racing are 2 laps back. If you get into a big crash and you've got like 15 minutes of required repair, that's your podium potentially gone, or at least your top 2.
Taylor Mills there, driving about and saying, yeah, this is all right at the moment. Managed to get through this section without too much worry at all, concentrating in through the lefts and the rights and really getting the sense of how much movement is there in and about as you're driving in for what you can. This is a good drive at the moment with a 2:35 margin at the front, and you see as well there with the Racing Pride decal there on the left hand side. You go over to the middle where you got the number, you got the weather vane that is there, which is an indication for the sensors of what sort of conditions everything is in. I always imagine it like someone's left an Allen key.
That's a good analogy indeed. I'd say I don't think I'd find that funny, but I'm tired, so I do. I find anything funny at this time of the morning. As we're 6 minutes away before it turns noon here in the UK. Of course, hello to everybody wherever you're watching in the world. Myself and Jake here from UK, and then of course our producer Hugo over in Germany. So not that far away in terms of time zone difference, but yes, it's been a long night and a long day for us all.
Very much has been, but it's been worthwhile here in terms of the running. Tipping through the Daytona chicane, looking to get the drive off of the exit, and part of the deal that this circuit has with naming that first chicane the Daytona chicane is the fact that now Daytona has the Le Mans chicane instead of the bus stop.
Yes, it's changed, hasn't it? I don't remember what it was like before or after. I've only driven the track like twice in the past year. I don't know how it's changed over time. I've only driven it when it's been one version. So I don't know what it was like before. Or after, I don't know. I've barely driven Le Mans, which is surprising because it's one of the tracks that I do enjoy watching. But I've only driven it on one layout before, of that chicane. And yeah, I'm hoping to drive it more. I do want to take part in one of the 24-hour races at some point around here, because it does look quite fun. It looks chaotic, but it does look very fun, especially when you've got a group of friends that are, you know, very near your pace. The issue with me is a lot of my friends tend to be involved in the esports scene, so I can't really turn up and they've got like a 4 or 5k stuff, and I'm here like, hello, I'm 1.4 KI rating, so I don't think I'll actually get let into the team, unfortunately. So I'm on the hunt to finding people at my pace, which I've joined a team recently, Jake. It's Dark Wings Racing, they're called. They have a rough I rating between 1.5 to 6k, so I can fit in there somewhere, hopefully.
Ooh. Well, John Eversole for Panda Spec going around twice and trying to recover back, and everyone finds their team out there, and there will be a case there that everyone is trying to jump up. So congratulations on finding a team there, Nathan. I'm sure that will be really good for you and Darkwings, and maybe we can see Darkwings in the race for a cause in 2027.
Maybe. I don't know if it'd be a wise idea to let me drive, but maybe I'll be here at some point. We'll have to see. We'll need to get a lot of practice in before then on most of the other tracks before I take on Le Mans, because it's like the Nordschleife, isn't it? It is a different beast.
It is. There's nothing quite like it in the world of motorsport, as there is your leaders in GT3. Satellite Racing Nebula built up a 4-lap advantage by the 6 hours to go mark, and they have refused to let it go ever since, and so they sit with an hour right now, just quietly ticking away the laps, and they've been really nondescript actually about the way they've been running. It's not been a case that they've been, lights out, flawless, and nobody's been able to even touch them or get close. This has been a team that has just gone on about its business, hasn't really stood out from the pack too much, with the only thing that has stood out from the pack for them is the fact that they have the gap they have.
Yeah, certainly, and it's just about, if you've got the gap, you're very lucky in this situation because you haven't got to worry, like I said earlier on. Whereas if you haven't got the gap, you've got to be pressured all the way to the end. And I suppose that's a good thing and a bad thing, because at least it's keeping you on your toes, and you can't just relax and drive, because when you get relaxed and once you're not, in full concentration, that's when the mistakes are more likely to happen. So I suppose there's pros and cons of being alone and being under pressure. It definitely is. Justin Dorsey's out in the pit lane in P7 at the moment, who's yet again done a decent job. Of course, they were arguing with BMW M Plower earlier on. They've only got a lap over them, so they're very happy in the position they're in terms of finishing hopefully in the top 7, as we also see Who Wants a Soda in the pits too. They're 3 laps ahead of 6th, so they should be happy to bring home a top 5 here.
Yeah, so with that, they're hoping their top 5 is going to be good at Who Wants a Soda. That is Jelle Binsbergen, who is now down into pits, jumping up onto the jacks, getting a set of tyres as your leaders comfortably navigate around here at Arnage Corner and over towards the fabled Porsche curves here out at the Circuit de 24 du Mans. At this point, a 4-lap lead, a team that often is very important in what they do and where they race. They often are challenging for the results that they want. This is sort of the team where you can say, look, you got a driver like Alex Gall out there who's 9,000 iRating. It's very tough to beat someone who sits in that top 1% of all sim racers.
Yes, very difficult indeed, because it's not just the pace, it's everything that they have with it as well. The race intelligence, the knowing exactly where to and where not to pass and where to let other people through. It's all of that comes into play. It's not just raw pace. There's a lot more that makes a driver, as I say. Being a faster driver doesn't make you a better driver at all. And those who are up in the high races, they're not just there for any reason. They have had to do a lot of work and win a lot of races and make passes against a lot of other drivers, as here is Noah Osborne, another driver that's quite high in the R rating. I think he's around 7k now, I think. More so in the Formula, I believe, from what I've seen at least. Still a very quick driver, and one of those who's on the up. And then also behind him is Dominic Isenberg. That gap's 13.8 seconds. Looking in terms of the gap with the pit stop, so Sakura have done 3 laps on this stint, and the car behind have done 7. So they're still going to be very similar on strategy, so it's now just down to pace. And I think Noah might have that over Dominic barely. It's going to be closer, because the gaps aren't that big between the two, are they, per lap?
No, and you've got to remember, Multiviewer are down in the pits as we speak. So this is a critical moment here for Sakura Engineering on if they are going to get back up here into 3rd position. 41.9 seconds off the jacks goes Sugi Shockney, and I think Noah Osbaldeston is going to lose out, and he's going to lose out by a fair few seconds here, because Shockney has done a very, very good stop and will be up to speed.
Yeah, certainly. It's now just about getting out onto track, and 1 hour and 5 minutes, you can treat this now as a sprint race, technically, because you've had 23 hours nearly, well, 22, headed into the 23rd. This one last hour, it's like the sprint home. It's like when you're heading home from holiday and you've got half an hour left of your journey, and you've got one last bit to go. That's what it's like now. And for these drivers, it's about just pushing on.
Are we nearly there? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's what it feels like for many, I think. Especially those that are tired. They want that race to end, but those that are just getting up and ready and have just jumped into the car, they'll be wanting a bit more time to do some work, won't they? Because they'll think, well, we've only got an hour to do a lot of work because they've had 23 hours to get everything done, and some teams it just hasn't gone well as it at all today.
No, some teams have been on the wrong side of the 8 ball, so to speak. But you got to remember in a race like this one, Nathan, if you have teams that will do proportionally well and make a lot of places, you have to expect that a team will disproportionately do bad and lose a lot of places. You can't have good without the bad in sim racing.
No, certainly not. And it goes very good or very, very bad. And yeah, as I said earlier, I've done a race where I think it was 70 laps behind the leader at the end. And yeah, I know the pain of not doing very well at all. But we finished, and that is the main part. We might have finished 70 laps down, might have finished like 45 laps behind the car ahead of us, but who cares? We had a bit of fun, and that's the main part. A lot of the time in sim racing, especially in charity events, where it's not like you come in here to win big prizes or to win a championship. You're here to help raise money for a charity, and then have a bit of pride of saying, well, we won that event. We won the event that's raised over. Well, hopefully, is going to raise over €5,000 for belong to LGBTQ+ Youth Ireland.
Yes, and so in that sense, then you get the understanding of you're putting all this hard work, you're putting all this effort in, you're driving about, you're raising the money for charity, and so the first thing first that you have got to try and aim for here is a result at the end of the day, and Chocnier with a 4-second margin, 3.7 at the moment over the likes of Team Sakura Engineering as we set ourselves over towards the end point here of this race. And I think the perfect time now to go through a rundown of where everybody stands from top to bottom. We'll start here in your hypercar category, where Taylor Mills Racing have the lead of division right now with a 2-minute 36-second gap over the line over Rachel Conkerly over at Prismatic Motorsports Athena. The Pun Crew with Punju himself behind the wheel, the owner of the Pun Crew, Eli Singh, there in the number 13 car. He is third position right now at 2 laps adrift at this point in time. You can see just piloting away through the chicanes out on circuit. Behind that now by what will feel like about a third of a lap is Ruben Haidt, who is there for Arctic Sim Racing in 4th position. The Dutchman is there trying to pilot on and get a bit more on your top 5. We'll round out with Who Wants a Soda, and right now another one of our VTuber crew behind the wheel in the form of Reska Kyoso, a Creator Series alum out there at this point in time. In your field of LMP2s, it is Anor Rose, who is currently doing the duty at the moment for Queen's Design, who have the lead and have the lead comfortably here by the tune of a lap over Oyvind Haugland and the over-the-top number 77. Multi-viewer Motorsport has been the focus. They hold a slender margin with Sugi Chocnier over Noah Osbaldeston. That gap is just a handful of seconds as Osbaldeston tries to save behind Oyvind Haugland for pace. And your top 5 there rounded out by Twin Turn Sim Racing by Debecca Bornheim. Dominic Isenberg there behind the wheel. It's been dominance in GT spec right now for Ayetton Williams and the Satellite Racing Nebula number 64. A 4-lap lead that they house over the likes of Julia Gansauge for Broken Eggs Cooking, as in 3rd position is the 999 of Onid XTSRC. Andrew Pike currently piloting around, and they have that 3rd position. The bus is into station soon, but it is 4th at the moment for Doug Henson Racing Yellow, a wonderful team that is out there and part of the, I would say, the Jimmy Broadbent extended universe out there in terms of how they sit in the number 87. And your top 5 then rounds out with the car chasing them down at this point in time along the Mulsanne. of Savage Sim Racing GT3. Alexander last in the number 69 car is trying to keep that gap down here right now. It is Mustang versus Porsche in the race for fourth in GT3.
Indeed. It's been a very chaotic race, and of course the gaps are large, but I think when you go to a race like this, you expect large gaps. And that's what it comes down to, strategy more than pace, I think, in a lot of times here, because you see teams gain so much from maybe, earlier in the race, losing time, but, maybe saving a stop, or, maybe not having to take tyres as much. It all plays in, as we do see Alexander last on our screens with that horrible West Ham jersey. And, well, I can't say much. I support Birmingham City at the moment, so, yeah.
Well, in our intro video, we had someone in an Aston Villa jersey, so...
Oh, no. Definitely not. Oh. Who do you support, Jake, while we're off topic quickly?
Oh, Bristol Rovers.
Oh, we're not having the best season, but it could be worse, couldn't it, I suppose?
They're on a really good win streak right now.
You're about 15th, aren't you?
Exactly. That's a really good win streak for us right now. We've turned a corner. We've turned a corner, as we do many times over the course of a sim race.
Dear me. I mean, I suppose you can only get better when you're down at the bottom of the 4th division, I suppose. Of course, West Ham are not having the best time either, are they? 18th at the moment. But let's not bore everybody about football, because I imagine there's a lot of people in the chat that do not watch football, and I don't blame them. It's a very stressful sport and wastes a lot of people's money. I suppose the same goes with sim racing as well, doesn't it? A lot of money spent for rigs and all the equipment. So, I mean, I'm lucky that I've only got a rig. Well, I've got a chair and pedals and a wheel worth about 500. Some people have something worth triple or quadruple that.
I've just got a chair and an Xbox controller. I think I'm doing budget sim racing quite well, thank you very much.
Is it an Xbox One controller or an Xbox 360 controller?
It's an Xbox One controller.
So that's about what? A chair? How much is your chair worth? About 200-ish?
You will be surprised. I got it on a game store selling discount, and I got it for 50 quid.
So your setup's worth £100, ignoring the computer.
The computer was also from that same selling down. So if you want to talk computer and the controller and the chair, I have a 500 quid setup.
You know what? Can't blame you at all for that. At all. My computer's on the upside of 2,000. Luckily, I've got it on a finance, so I don't have to pay £2,000 outright. I pay it on a monthly deal, which is a lot easier. But it also means I can run all my games perfectly well, because on my old computer I couldn't run anything, unfortunately. So it's a bit close there between two LMP2s and a Porsche GT3 into the final chicane and back up towards Dunlop curve once again, as we now have 56 minutes to go, so less than an hour. And everybody now, I don't know why this happens to me, but you start to get awake for some reason when you head into the final hour. I'm tired throughout, but as soon as you hit that 1 hour mark, I seem to wake up again, which is exactly what I've done now.
Yeah, so we know it's near the end of the race as George Trepchik and Jules Penn make their way by Alexander last. Out at this moment in time, I'll focus on the race for GT3 in the 4th and 5th places at the moment. Doug Henson Racing Yellow have the gap right now. They did a 3:57.6 on the last go around. Alexander last lap did not count on the last lap. We didn't get a time in on the board, but one thing we do know is that Christian La Rochelle was in the 3:59s to the 4-minute margins. Alexander Last has done some 3:57s over the course of some of his stints out there at this point. So there are important notes in that, in the sense that Savage Sim Racing GT3, they're going to have to drive an absolutely flawless final stint to go and get there. Chat, let's get to 5,000 euros. Come on, let's go. Let's try and get to 5,000 here before half an hour left in the race. We're on 4,861 euros and 69 cents. And let's make sure that we get ourselves in onto that as it goes the chase on here down the second part of the Mulsanne.
Indeed, not long to go. Let's hope we can. I'm hoping we can get to 6,100. It's a bit of a stretch at the moment, but I'm sure we can do it. I'm really sure we can. So we only have 55 minutes to go, and of course, I'd imagine as well that Tiltify will be open after the race as well. So if you're a little bit late to the party, you can still get your donation in as well. to help raise money for a great cause here around Circuit De La Sarthe, also known as Le Mans. And now this is my question for you, Jake, because I imagine you'll know this easily. I mean, I'm new to endurance racing. Le Mans, Circuit De La Sarthe, why is it two different names? Because it's the same track, isn't it, of course?
It is the same track, and it will come down to the licensing rights of the circuit, which of course are owned by ASO, I want to say, who have the rights to the name of the circuit, the 24-hour, or the circuit of name of Le Mans. And so the 24-hour race gives the license to whoever wants to hold the circuit name at that. And so at the moment we use here in iRacing Circuit de 24 Heures du Mans, but Circuit de la Sarthe is also a name that does have credence and precedence in terms of how it looks. And so as far as that goes, if you go down through the history of esports and video gaming, Circuit de la Sarthe is often the name that was used for when people got the first ever chance really to run this circuit back in, I believe, Gran Turismo 4.
Oh my, that is a long time ago. I remember Gran Turismo 6 coming out when I was young, so no, GT4 would have been a long time ago. Maybe, I don't think it would have been before I was born, but it wouldn't have been long after. Let's have a look. Gran Turismo 4 was brought out in, actually it was brought out when I was 2 months and 20 days.
Come on, you're a kid born in sim racing. You should have been all over that.
Well, but GT5 wouldn't have been far away by the time I grew up. Must have been playing on a computer or an Xbox 360 was at the time. Yeah, GT5, that's the first one I played, and that was 2010. So yeah, I was 6, and that makes sense. Now I do remember the good old GT games. It was on the PlayStation 3. I had the GT5. I didn't like the PlayStation, though. I've always been an Xbox person, and I got a PlayStation 3. Then I moved to an Xbox 360, then an Xbox One, and now a computer which has cost me a lot more money than I would have hoped.
Yes, I can imagine it has. I will correct myself. The owners of this circuit here, De La Sarthe, or the Circuit de 24 Heures du Mans, are the Automobile Club de l'Ouest and, of course, the Ville du Mans, which means that the city owns the circuit outright. So, basically, any time that you go out there, it's operated by the Automobile Club, but the city owns the circuit, and so, effectively, everyone has a say. If you live in Le Mans, you've got a say about the circuit.
Yes, definitely. As we can see here, a few of our cars making their way through. Here's Andrew Pike, third at the moment in the 999 car. Been a great job so far, as we have had another donation come through as well from Asa Nyampaya of €15, so now at 4,876.69 cents. And I'm wondering if we'll ever hit 0.0 or if it'll always be 69 until the end, because it was 69 last year, it seems.
Until the end. It's the internet. It has to be.
Oh, and I don't know why, Jake, but for me, you've gone very quiet out of nowhere.
I was lent back. It was a case of. It absolutely has to be because it's the internet.
Yes, of course. 67, 69, or 42 tend to be your numbers. I mean, there was obviously you said earlier 21. That was one when I was about 12.
And the bonus
that was
ball?
the number. Of course, we all know what 9 plus 10 is. It equals 21.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That is undeniable mathematics there, and that is true commentator math that we see out there at this point. As our focus remains here on Andrew Pike, we'll go around now for a 343rd laps worth of racing out there. By comparison, your leaders, all right, now Taylor Mills Racing, they're on lap 392 of this race. So at this rate, we are very easily going to tick well over 400 laps worth of racing here.
Yes, a lot of racing around Le Mans. And I mean, when you think, 400 laps of racing, that's a long time. But when you say 400 laps around Le Mans, that sounds a lot longer than it actually is. Like, to me, I'd rather say 24 hours than 400 laps, in my opinion. I don't know why. 400 laps just seems way longer than it actually is.
It is, and 400 miles, 400 laps, you know, you're ticking around, you're trying to find the laps, trying to get it all there. Now, Chocnier has started to be clawed back down, and this is going to be an interesting position because Oyvind Haugland here, this is to put another lap on the car in front. So you've got third, second and fourth in line as it currently stands. So for Haugland, I just want to clear, and that's going to be important here for Noah's Boulderston for Team Sakura Engineering, because I just want to clear will also mean I get a shot here at Chocnier trying to get this place.
Certainly, this is going to get interesting here, and I hope it doesn't end in contact, because it's got it written all over here. You've got two cars battling for the podium, but then one also trying to lap themselves and continue on in the same class, and the pace as well isn't that much different, so I would imagine it'd be the easiest move really for PT to go through and continue on making their way up towards that checkered flag in around 49 minutes time. And of course Osbalderson will be waiting for something to happen here so he can launch and make a move as well. But you'd imagine, not to lose time, that Chocnier would back off a little bit here to allow the 77 through and then not lose any time to Osbalderson. But this battle still will rage on for third place.
It will, and the clearance there, 1.3 seconds now finds the margin, 1 1/4 now as they will tick through. Lights will flash, maybe as an acknowledgement of thank you, or also to keep an eye out for Ayetton Williams there and Andrew Pike, and they will be all there hoping to try and charge on down. That's going to be deep on the brakes, that's going to be deep on the brakes, and they're going to have to be side by side. This is not what they wanted right now between these two. Chocnier very good on the brakes, and look at this, popcorn out and ready. Noah's Boulderston.
He's very easily looking to eye up a move for third. A quick moment as well as Dover Tapper in the BMW M Player team has been given a meatball flag, so they'll be back in the pit lane and repairing that as they got a GT3 to make their way past first. As they head their way in towards Indianapolis, and then on the brakes ready to head down towards Arnage, a very difficult braking zone. We've seen it make victim of many drivers so far this race. So we head our way down, and Osbalderson there, because of the GT3s, took a bit of a compromising line, loses time on the exit, but still has a lot of pace in that LMP2. And then another couple of pit stops coming through as well for Dedeper and Finley in 11 and number 6. So they'll end up going back out to the track as well for their final stints.
I just want to note that the 163 FF by XR Admiration car has been given the black and orange connection flag, so they're down in pit lane as well, having to deal with it. Porsche curves and traffic, name an iconic duo out there as Andrew Pike needs clearing here. Around towards the Corvette curves, and both just about jump on through. Now you start thinking about for Chocnier whether this third place is going to be able to hold. We've seen how aggressively the fuel save has been in for Team Sakura Engineering. I think they're looking around at this thinking, we can get this, but we need numbers on the fuel so we don't have a tough job at the end of this race.
Definitely. As we head our way back down towards turn 1, and Osbalderson's got a decent run here up towards Dunlop. Now, it won't be a move here, but it could be a move down towards that first chicane at the Mulsanne. But then again, it seems like he's already lifting off again. A bit of Lyco here for Osbalderson. In terms of laps completed on this stint, it's 9 laps. So you're looking at 12 maximum, really, or maybe 13 at a stretch. Whereas Multiviewer have done 5, so they can go for another 6 or 7 laps here. I didn't mean to do that, it's just the numbers that came to fact. So that's going to make that undercut potentially interesting here for Osbalderson if he can make it work.
Yeah, we're just getting word that the M Plower car had a massive shunt over at the Porsche curves. It has no front wheels, no front at all out on the car. So Dalve Tapper's crash was an absolutely massive one, as we'll take a look at it right now. Oh my. Upside down in the catch fence there with a Porsche going through, and that pretty much sums up the M Plower day.
Yes, that's going to be a lot of repairing on that car, as here's the onboard with the Porsche. They head their way down. Oh, that was a big shunt.
Oh, I wonder, I'd like to get the onboard look there at that Porsche, see what the steering inputs were there, because that was not normal to see going through that section. So let's take a look. Porsche just calmly dealing with it, going to the inside. Oh no, that's just a lose. Lost the rear end, and basically victim of the accident there. The back stepped out, and I tell you what, if you're driving around in that Porsche and you have an incident like that one that you've navigated through, that's Klara Kucherova for FF by XR Admiration out there. If you have an incident like that, they got the black and orange connection flag as well. An incident like that, you just feel absolutely horrible being caught up in it, because you don't ever want to catch another car in a crash.
No, definitely not. Especially something like that, which I think without the M-Power car being there, it would have been a spin into the barriers, or maybe not even a spin into the barriers. If they got caught by the grass or the gravel, they could have stopped in time from the Porsche, but unfortunately it led into a big incident. And here we are on board again with Noah Osborne-Aston, the team Sakura Engineering, as they will head their way into Indianapolis again. Of course, this time there's no lap traffic ahead here for Osborne-Aston, so we should have a better line towards Arnage, then a good run down towards the Porsche curves.
Leading this one here, Arnage, nose to tail between them, third and fourth positions. Shockney looking around at Osborne-Aston here and wondering whether this is going to be a good enough hold by the time they get to the end of running. So over towards the Porsche curves once again. They will have I would say the condition of David Tapper to think about then, that they will hear about as they go on through. Now through this left, watch out for the next right. Two bits of traffic in front are going to be Dayton Lowe at Scrubs Go Racing Revival and Lith Fox over at Mirai United VRT Purple. So they are there. They have to get by both of them, and so now clearance is going to be everything, and Shockney is going to place in the middle of one. The second will pit, so critical gap now being found.
Indeed, and of course this is helpful here for the car ahead, but not good at all for number 7. So Multiview could get up the road a little bit here, potentially. The Ferrari will be dispatched by Osborne-Aston by the time they head down towards the Dunlop curve, and then heavy onto the brakes, and in stint time now you'd imagine a couple of laps left here for Osborne-Aston, and probably maybe about 5 laps left for Shockney in the 926 Multiview Motorsports car as they make their way down in towards Rouge again. Of course, we've seen quite a few accidents here over the course of the race, and I think this time now these two will make this through quite nicely. And then of course it's a long run down the Mulsanne straight, but every time we've headed into some sort of braking zone down here, Osborne-Aston lifts off very early, and he's happy to. He's looking to save some fuel here and go for the shortest pit stop possible.
Definitely looks that way. We're hearing a Penta stint then done and dusted then over at L1 Racing. So Ashley Mim is back in the car of the number 24 as in comes Ayetton Williams for the final stop of the day, and also in is the number 57 car out there at this point making stop. That is the Mirai United VRT Purple car. So Lith Fox out of the car. In for the end is Akito Asuzagawa then to work through, dancing by the Onid car. Then goes the likes of Shockney and, oh, sorry, not the Onid car there. In fact, that will correct myself as John Ebersol's Panda spec Motorsports Aston Martin that goes through. They've both got the white on the front, so that's the toughness of trying to find that. And clearance then is going to be needed. And look how far out wide you go off of that second chicane, all the way out onto basically the verges of this road.
Indeed, as they close in again, a couple of tenths now is the gap between the two. And I'm sure we'll see Osborne-Aston when we get towards the brakes lift up a little bit earlier. So they're heading towards Mulsanne Corner now and make their way through nicely. This time though, Osborne-Aston sticking close to the back of Sugi Shockney as they head their way down to the next couple of braking zones. And Multiview Motorsports have got a lot of work to do here to keep Noah Osborne-Aston behind. But remember, Osborne-Aston has to go to the pits earlier here. Now he's looking for the move.
Looking to the outside, turned inside then. Side by side they will be. A little bit of overlap between Osborne-Aston and Shockney. And Osborne-Aston lifting off initially, but carries the mid-corner speed through the right into the left of Indianapolis. Commands the apex through the middle and back to the podium goes Sakura Engineering.
Great move, really good move there. And it was a bit of a dicey one up the inside in towards Indianapolis, but he made it work in towards Arnage, and now, before he pits, can start to pull away a little bit. It just depends when he heads into that pit lane. It could be maybe 2 more laps maximum, I'd imagine, here for Osbaldeston. And then, of course, the main thing is because he knows they're going for the undercut, he's going to pit earlier. The best thing he can do is just pull a bit of a gap as much as he can to Multiview Motorsports, who are now behind, who will probably end up struggling here from now on.
Well, this is the key. How much of a gap can you build in this time for this final stop? They have held, they have saved, they have looked around at what the strategy is going to be, and now I think Osbaldeston happy to pull the pin, give himself a good shot here, and say, look, my turn now to spend some time on the front trying to run away, and now really attacking the rear quarter mont and pushing through on the exit. Tiny grab of gravel, and so the gap will remain at a rough about half a second between them here for third and fourth places. Two cars coming out of the pits. They pass his Afterban and also Lame Sheep Racing. They both exit pit lane. 11 minutes 24 for Kucherova after being caught up in that massive shunt. So they will be able to continue out and going again. Look at a wiggle here. Choquenier looking back to the inside and won't get the angle here down for the Forest S.
No, we've got a good run in, but of course messed up the exit slightly and has lost a bit of time. So he's probably going to drop back a little bit now from Osbaldeston. Here's the onboard of Choquenier at the moment in that Multiview Motorsports car. P4 at the moment, and of course pit stops will be imminent soon with 38 minutes to go on the clock here. But we're now comfortably into that 23rd hour of race, and of course this is our only real battle in terms of something for the top three. Everything else is pretty much done and dusted all throughout the field, so this one I'd imagine even after the pit stops will probably go all the way to the end, because both of them have very good pace. Even though Choquenier looks slower than Osbaldeston, he's not really dropped that far back off as much as I thought. They make their way down towards the next chicane, and that gap's around over a second, and just see what can happen here now. I mean, obviously, Jake, Osbaldeston's got to go in earlier. I mean, would you think that's a helping hand at this point or not? Because it means he's going to have to carry more fuel potentially.
Well, we know he's going to have to carry more fuel, and it's going to be a few laps more fuel, and so you're just asking how much gap can you build for the more fuel you have to take at the final stop. This is the deal breaker right now, and it's why Choquenier is not out of this race here in third place. This is why this is such a great battle, because they've spent 23 hours and 23 minutes trying to get themselves into this position, and ultimately it comes down to who's been the more economical, and that's endurance racing in a nutshell.
Yeah, definitely. It's about being clever as well and knowing exactly what to do. Like, yes, maybe this stint has helped well for Osbaldeston, but the next stint might not. So it's never going to go well all race long. There's always going to be times where you're ahead on strategy and behind on strategy compared to others. Of course, you can see Osbaldeston's lifting off because he doesn't want to have to pit too early. He wants to go as long as he possibly can because he knows that Choquenier is not going to have to go in just yet. I mean, look at the laps completed. It's now 11 for Osbaldeston, 7 for Choquenier. If you're looking at what it's been roughly now, around 12 laps max, that's going to give 3 laps in hand to Sugi Choquenier, which you'd imagine then could be something to, get that third place locked in for Multiview Motorsports, because there's only going to be so many laps left that Osbaldeston can catch back up when he drops behind, because I'd imagine he would do at this point with the longer pit stop.
I just want to point out that the most slam dunkiest of slam dunk drive-through penalties has just come through for the 163 FF by XR Admiration team. The incident there with the M-Plower team has allowed them to sit through. This car stopped actually on the exit then of Arnage, and that is Laurence de Dapper.
They only went into the pit lanes a few laps ago, so I'm not going to talk for de Dapper, because I think Osbaldeston's gone in.
I wonder if they've had a wheel failure or something of that ilk, or because they've been parked there for a while and they're looking for a way to get themselves back going again. So they park perpendicular to the circuit, and race control have alerted everyone that there is a car parked there. So Laurence de Dapper finally will be able to get the clearance and go once again. Really weird moment.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully it can get sorted soon. And of course, it's always a dangerous place to be parked there on the exit of Arnage. The last place you want to be parked on the exit, really. as here is Noah Osbaldeston in the pit lane from third. Of course, got the move done, as we also have had another donation of €100, 4,976.69.
Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. So we are really, really appreciative here of that donation goal coming in from Willow McAndrew. Thank you so much for the donation, as Rachel Conkley will pit in for the final time here for Prismatic out there, as here is your overall leader, currently looking to put Arctic Sim Racing a third lap down here in this race, hitting the brakes and now hitting the final stop, Will Taylor Mills.
Indeed, one more stop now for Taylor Mills to, hopefully come through and take that checkered flag. P1 out of all. Of course, Rachel Conkley is in the pit lane as well, but of course the gap's still going to stay the same at around 2.5 minutes, like it has done for the past 3 or 4 hours. And I think the main thing I want to keep an eye on is whereabouts Noah Osbaldeston will be compared to Multiview Motorsport. So Noah Osbaldeston was in the pit lane for, let's have a look. So it was a 40-second stop, 1 minute and 11 in total. And the main question is, how little time will Multiview Motorsports have? I think they could be at around maybe 38, 39 seconds, a little bit less.
35 if they can get a couple laps in by comparison. So that's what I think Multiview are hoping for with Sugi Shockney, just to get a few more out there, as we see clearance then from the second placed Prismatic Motorsports Athena car and Rachel Conkley. We always say, if you're on the lead lap at the end of a race like this one, you have done a really good job, because you talk about differences over the course of a race. When you think you've raced for 24 hours, you split by, 2 minutes 40 out there? That's the equivalent of being a tenth of a second slower every single lap.
Yeah, definitely. So it's a really tight moment now for many drivers on the track, because we have just over 30 minutes to go here in this one. And of course, a big thanks again to the €100 donation from Willow McAndrew. 4976 now is on the board, so not far away from getting that much needed 5,100 that we wanted to head towards the end of the race. Of course, the main goal being 6,199, and I'm hoping that we're going to get some more the big donations here in the final hour of racing. So also noticed as well, Dogbox Racing Alpha have been given a meatball flag, so they're going to be in the pit lane. And still, Dover Tapper, after that contact, is in the pits still, has lost 4 laps over the car behind.
Well, Jules been able to drive the car home. The front is absolutely smashed to pieces, and this is where Indianapolis corner goes in, looks to try and get the run through the middle, and that's just gone straight on and into the wall, locking up the tyres, and it's so easily done. Please stop, and ultimately for that sort of damage as you go in, you really haven't actually had that much speed into the barriers. They've only hit the barriers at 40 kilometers an hour out there, which is what you do on a road, but it has completely caved the front in.
Yeah, I think the worst part about a situation like that is, as soon as you lock up, you know that's it and you're done. So then you're just hoping that something miracle, a miracle can happen where you can not hit the barriers. But once you hit the lock-up stage, you've got no way of getting it out of it there, because it's such a short moment before you go into the barriers at such a high speed. Yeah, it's a big shame, and of course that can definitely ruin your race. If it was on a Le Mans Ultimate, for example, that would be your race over, probably. That would be a retire from the race. So iRacing a lot more rewarding for big incidents like what we've seen today so far. As Savage Sim Racing GT, black flag. Now that's not good, because they're only 38 seconds ahead of Doug Henson Racing Yellow with Oscar Hardwick. So that could be a little bit close there between that battle for 4th and 5th place. And then also as well, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva are into the pit lane with Fitzpatrick. And I think I do want to keep an eye here on when Multiview will go in, because they're 1 minute and 17 seconds ahead of Noah Osbaldeston. In terms of last lap times, though, Osbaldeston hasn't put a new one in yet, so we're still waiting to see his first lap time after the pit stop, but it's getting a bit touch and go now, isn't it?
It is, and we're now starting to really understand just how difficult the final stages are of a race like this one. They haven't had any weather to worry about over the course of this run, so they've been pretty much blessed with a track that has been, as I would say, standard for good running, as we have expected. And Sugi Shotnier then, who is waiting on that pit stop compared to Noah's Boulderstone, is going to be a huge margin call that will be left at the end. Now keep an eye on this for third in Hypercar, because Eli under pressure. Arctic Sim Racing have ruled this gap down. Ruben Height looking now to get this one into play and up to P3.
Indeed, this is getting really close now. You've got a battle for third in the Hypercar and in the LMP2 classes now. Ruben closing in on the back of Eli Singh as they make their way into the brakes, and you can see they're lifting off heavily. A little bit of fuel saving as well here for Ruben Geitz in that car. In the Arctic Sim Racing machine, of course, they were trading positions all race long, really. They've swapped around at least 4 times in this race, and at one point the Punk crew got a good 20-second gap ahead of Arctic Sim Racing. Now that has really shot down, and here's a possible move.
To the inside, defended then towards Mulsanne corner. Height lifting off of the power, not wanting to really attack too hard into Mulsanne, looking for the drive off the exit. A lot more aggressive by the number 13 of the Pun crew there, Eli Singh. So there isn't really much more that can be said except patience is a virtue at this moment. 28.50 left on the clock. Here comes the launch, and what a massive run of overspeed by Ruben Height, going to the outside, and will be looking to sweep around here at Indianapolis to move up into third. Eli will try and hold that outside line and thinks about pinching. They're going to go no after you, sirs, in towards Arnage, where again it is not going to be Arctic Sim Racing who are happy with it. Height having to wait.
And yet again, a great defence there from Eli Singh to put the car into the perfect place, and he knows that he's not as quick as Ruben Height behind as they make their way down towards the Porsche curves, and yet again, a great line here, and I think that's the move done, I'd imagine now.
Oh, not yet. Oh, I thought around the outside of the Porsche curves couldn't be any sweeter, but Eli Singh is not letting this go. Plunger on the defence, doing an absolutely brilliant job of holding that ground, but Ruben here is not going to be outdone, and he's not giving this one up.
No, he certainly isn't, and that's what we love to see. 2 drivers fighting fairly as well. This is brilliant racing as well between the 2 for third place here after 23 hours. Never mind. Oh, that's ruined it. Give them unlimited fuel. I don't want them to pit. I want them to battle lap after lap. So Ruben Height's in the pit lane. So that battle for third meant nothing anyway, because I think the Punk crew have already pitted. They have. They'll be going to the end now, so that battle's over.
Full pit stop gap. Well, I wouldn't have said it meant nothing. If they got caught up in an instant there, then they would have been in a whole world of hurt.
Definitely.
So, trundling down the lane, 27 minutes left on the clock then as we await a handful of stops. Your overall leader then trundling about just behind. You can see Panda Spec and Satellite Racing Nebula there. So 2 leaders that were in the same shot. We know that Einor Rose has made a final stop of this race and is good to go to the end, but tiptoe through the wonderful Porsche curves. And actually, something that you don't often see on a road course, because there is so much force that goes through the Porsche curves, a NASCAR-style safer barrier.
Yeah, that'd be something, wouldn't it? It's add another element.
It is, and very much has been over the last few years down at that section of road, through the rear quarter mont, back onto circuit. Believe it or not, this is still over 6.5 minutes now for Joel Carpenter to get the damage repaired on the front, and Taylor Mills then comfortably dispatching through over Akito Asutagawa and Sebastian Isenberg. Then as the progress through makes itself known in the final 26 minutes worth of running. So there is the clearance that's needed. There is the number 23 of Isenberg for the moment at Twin Turn Sim Racing by Debecca Bornheim. Not going to be close enough to get to the likes of Team Sakura Engineering. We are still holding out for that final multi-viewer stop, but at this rate it's probably going to be about a half stint of fuel rather than a full stint.
Yeah, it's 25 minutes to go. They've done 10 laps. They can probably do 12. So yeah, they're only going to have to do then, what, you had another 6 minutes on, you got 19, you got what, 6 laps they can do? Yeah, maybe even 5. They can maybe put on for 5 laps. That is literally what you said, half a stint. So that's going to make it interesting here because old supporters.
So Multiviewer Motorsports are making their final stop of the race right now. They will hit the marks. It's only 60 kilometers an hour down through pit lane. The squeal of fanfare then as they jump down in on the lane and say, look, this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to go about our business. They will now look towards their box and see a very battered Helios car down in pit lane. So they are done and dusted for this one. Fuel is there and now being put into the car. Turn over and look for Sakura Engineering. Right now they're only just making their way to the Porsche curves right now. So this looks like it could be a really, really good stop by comparison as they work on through. When do they get their launch? 25 seconds. They've spent stationary in the lane. And Noah Balderson through the Porsche curve now, heading towards the Corvette curves here. This long right-hander next is going to be the clearance point that they're sitting for. Off and away go Multiviewer Motorsport, and it's a long gap for Sakura Engineering. Too long.
That's a great gap, isn't it, there? It's 21 seconds now. It'll drop down to probably about 18, maybe a little bit less, but that is perfect for Multiviewer Motorsports. They've got an 18.5-second gap here ahead of Team Sakura Engineering. Now, we saw the pace come down before. The gap was about 15 seconds. It did drop down and go the way of Osbaldeston. Now, that's a lot of work to do. Once again, with 23 minutes left on the clock here, it's a long time. I don't think they'll do it. They've got to bring down like a second a minute, pretty much nearly. It's going to be hard, very hard.
It's going to need 3 seconds a lap faster, and Shockney is no slouch right now doing lap times. I just want to compare what Sugi Shockney has been doing over the stint. She did her best actually on lap 362, a 337.4. She's been consistent around the 340s to the 338s in terms of that regard. You go back to Noah Osbaldeston, he's quick, but he's sort of also in that same realm. 39s he was doing at very good consistency. So I don't think that Noah's going to have enough. I think Sugi's 17.5-second gap here, I think that's going to be safe unless there's a mistake.
Yeah, I'd feel bad for Sugi Shockney indeed if they end up losing that lead now, because it's such a great lead to be third and to come home with the podium. I mean, that battle for the P3 was between themselves, Team Sakura and Twin Turner. Oh my, that is a very damaged LMP2. No, Hypercar, that's a Cadillac of Ian Gromit. Oh, that's the one that crashed before, isn't it? And then now, I think they've been in the pits for 11 laps.
Well, another one.
Oh,
this time the other way. Bang! Massive amount of energy disperses there through at Tetra Rouge, and that is a huge accident for Ian Groble. He's gone left, he's gone right in terms of those smash-ups, and I tell you what, with the colour on the Ad Astra VRT car, I was very worried for half a second that was the Taylor Mills racing machine.
Yeah, because it was a very similar colour, wasn't it? You know, very similar design from that view. Because here is the Taylor Mills machine, 2 minutes and 31 seconds now ahead of Rachel Concoli for Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and this is just superb driving by Taylor Mills, and not just Taylor Mills, but the team. They've done a great job all race long of having that lead and looking to cruise home to victory. Of course, 21 minutes. You'd imagine they won't make a mistake now, with not long left to go, but big, big race this is for them. Of course, they've won it before. I think they got second in the other race, so that's, you know, 3 out of 3 podiums, 2 wins as well.
Yeah, perfect. Can't really argue about the way that they are going about business. They have got the result that they want on paper. They qualified the car in second, but noted that they were only a couple tenths off the pace of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, who found a lovely amount of time out there over the course of the qualifying lap. But as we know, on paper, this was going to be a very close race, and in reality, it is still a very close race at 2:32. The gap out there, but it's been very well managed by Taylor Mills. And we talk about endurance as a race of laps more often than we do a race of gap.
Yes, indeed. as it's 20 minutes to go now, so third of an hour left as Sean Fitzgerald is in the pit lane for car 621. Of course, 13th in the class at the moment. It's not been the best race for them down in the Leadpool Racing team, and they've dropped down. Yeah, they're 3 laps ahead of Transam Motorsports, so they should be finding holding on to 13th, but I don't think there's any chance at all of them going any higher than that and fighting for 12th here as Lame Sheep Racing are there. Of course, they had some contact earlier on with Lawrence de Dapper, but they are back in the race and they're now 12th. Running forward as I say that, they're in the pit lane.
They are, and that number 11 is making a stop at the moment for Lame Sheep. So they have reached their run here with 19 minutes to go. Here in this one, just quietly going about their run as they look to consolidate a finish. Not everyone's going to see the checkered flag. We've slowly had more and more cars run into trouble, but we still have, as far as I can count, 39 cars still running in this race, and so I would say they're doing a really decent job of proving what they can. We go back then over to GT3 for the moment, because as we go along the Mulsanne Straight, there is the likes then of those looking to prove what they've got. Broken Eggs Cooking in second position. Amy Nyoji currently behind the wheel. 3/4 of a lap lead is the margin they have over third, and they've given it a really good go. The only issue that they've run into today really is for Broken Eggs Cooking. Satellite Racing is a world-class team.
Yes, definitely is. They've got some very strong drivers in that roster. I think you said one of them was 9K, which is like, that is like your top 1% of drivers. Maybe even less than that, might be like top 0.5% of drivers. As they all continue their way down towards turn 1, of course, here is Satellite Racing. They'd be that in that beautiful black, white and green livery. I don't know why, but colours, I could not think of them for the life of me then. I'm that tired, colours are just, I'm trying to think, hang on, what colour is that? I know what it is, I can't get it out of my mouth. But yeah, black, white and green for those in that car. And then I think yet again a moment to talk about the liveries. Some of them we've seen today are absolutely amazing. Really nice liveries, and that's what we love to see as well, isn't it? You know, we get some of our community designers come together and create some fantastic liveries for the drivers to put out on track.
We do, we really, really do see some lovely liveries out there when drivers and paint creators go out there and prove that every single time there is so much amazing running that goes. So it's worth noting here that we are in raffle mode and you have got 15 minutes available left to go and get your raffle sorted. So make sure that you bring yourself in and use the QR code to donate and get yourself a chance of picking up the likes of the Hoisingveld Sprint 2 pedal set, the Stormbaser Sprint folding cockpit, or the Next Level Racing HFB Haptic Gaming Pro out there. So you can go on and get yourself in and involved by picking up on that. Let's take a chance though and go and chat with Sarah Dove, who has been out there running over the course of this race. Sarah, I've known you for a number of years now at this point. You've been in sim racing for a very long time. How has it been over the course of this 24 for you and your team?
A bit ups and downs. Hello. We've had some like technical issues that have cost us quite a lot of time, unfortunately. No damage, no crashes, which is great. So it's been a case of just driving and trying to deal with those technical problems we've had that cost us a position or maybe two, I'm not sure, but it's still been good fun, great fun.
And in terms of that great fun that you've had trying to unlock what you've been trying to get to, just talk us through then some of those ups and downs, how the team has come together and how impressed you are that with 15 minutes to go you are going to find a finish here today.
Yeah, it's always a great achievement to finish a race as long as this one. Yeah, we had a brake pedal issue where the brake was dragging for Brie, which cost quite a lot of time before it got fixed, and also a wheelbase problem where the force feedback just stopped working, and stop on track and restart the wheel and get going again, which we dealt with it, but it cost us time again. And also Saoirse had a iRacing crash while she was driving, so the tow from that took quite a while, but we've kept it going and we've been pushing as hard as we can.
Well, I have to say, P7 in LMP2 category in the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva team is certainly no slouch in terms of how you've looked to put it together. You've gained 5 places over the race. How much of this as well has been a learning experience for the team from this race, maybe potentially looking in towards the 2027 race for a cause?
There's definitely been some learning, like figuring out what strategies to go for. We still hadn't gotten that sorted until in the race, so I guess that cost us some time, but also learning a bit more how the car wants to be driven and what it doesn't like. The LMP2 can bite back if you don't treat it the way it wants to be treated. So it's a little bit tricky that way, but it's really fun to drive still.
Well, we'll let you go and see the final 10 minutes out with your teammates then. Sarah Dove joining us then over from the likes of Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Minerva out there and running. Now, I am noting that we've had a donation in from Fish over at the SSR team, which has put on through then a very nice amount of donation money in to take us to €5,046.38 out there. We're almost at that 5,100. That is 89.69, sorry. That is out there and going through. It's very tough actually to see pink on white actually at this moment. My eyes are a bit bleary after doing 6 straight hours of this. So at least for the moment, very, very brilliant we have done on this donation train. And please get your donations in as soon as possible, because we will be running the draw and we will be letting people know who is going to end up picking up what.
Yes, indeed. It's great to see everybody getting involved, and of course the raffle, a great thing to, great initiative as well to get people to donate as well to the charity and also win themselves a prize. We've got 3 great prizes on offer. I think everybody will be very happy to win at least one of those. And yes, of course, we'll have the raffle done after the checkered flag as well, as we do see Satellite Racing Nebula in the lead in the GT3 class. It's been a 4-lap lead for about 5 hours, maybe a little bit longer. So they haven't really pulled away, but they haven't had to. They're very happy where they are at the moment. And then, of course, up at the front in the hypercar class, still very similar, 2.5 minutes. And then in the LMP2 class, we've actually seen the gap come down below a lap. It's now 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, so 3 minutes 30. Queen's Designs then for the first time have lost the lap because Henrik Rieser-Strand has actually made the overtake on the lap going through. So that has been a chop and change for position. They've just done that actually into the first chicane. And psychologically here for a team like Over the Top, they'll be really pleased that they've made that pass, because it means that they're not behind by a full lap, and that is a huge statement of this race was close.
Yes, very. I think even though it's been like a 24-hour race, I think 2 minutes is still quite close around this track. I'd say it's very close actually, considering how difficult this circuit is and how many things can go wrong and what has gone wrong for many drivers and teams so far. As these two here just making their way out of the final corner, back down to turn 1 they go with 10 minutes to go. So you're looking at, what, 3 laps left now here, Jake? So the teams can finally start to probably relax a bit now, especially those in the lead of their class, knowing that actually, you know what, as long as I don't mess up for about 50 more corners or however many it is, we'll take the win, or we'll take a podium or a top 5. It is time to probably relax now and just get to the end. Obviously, we have seen Noah Osborne gain in, but it's at 12 seconds. So if we had maybe another 30 minutes, there'd be another question on whether he'd make the move. But being 12 seconds back, it's not going to happen now.
Effectively, with a 4-lap lead, Satellite Racing Nebula have won the GT3 field. Yeah. I don't think there is a way that they can lose it from this point, even if they do not finish from this point onwards.
No, which is insane to think. They've got 10 minutes left and they've won the race. I mean, that just shows the dominance, doesn't it? Pure dominance by Satellite Racing. But then again, I suppose when you look at their team on paper, it's an expectation to win, I suppose, isn't it, at that point?
It is, and with the way that their team is now starting to settle itself in, they're making big challenges in the likes then of the Ivor Endurance Series. They are names that are always up on the table. They're fighting up against the best teams in the world. I don't think they are 100% there just yet. As Mira, thank you very much for the €10 donation. 5,056 euros 38 cents is where we sit at the moment on the docket right now. We're desperately trying to get over to 5,100 and as well to that €6,199.69 goal, which is what we raised 1 year ago. But they have been dominant. They are looking around at this team and saying, okay, we do need to be starting to look at the bigger picture out there, which is we want to challenge the best teams out there. And I think their next goal at Satellite Racing Nebula will be get their drivers' iRatings up to go challenge at the highest splits level of racing.
I think from what we've seen today, their composure on track and the way they've managed the race in terms of letting traffic through and, their general pace, I think they'd be fine in some of your, your higher splits. Not saying they'd be fine in split 1, but put them in a higher split, and I think they'd be very, very fine to continue in that. So, really good racing from Satellite today, and of course, Ayetton Williams in the car at the moment, a driver we've seen quite a lot in that car. Very quick at the moment and doing a great job. And then I suppose the fact that you've got the likes of Satellite Racing who are winning by 4 laps, you look behind and you've got, Broken Heads Cooking there, you've got only TSRC. I think they're also, honourable of a mention. I think they've also done such a good job as that was a little bit dicey.
Careful there, Ted, as Eli Singh from the Pun Crew jumps on by. So Punju making the clearance and going and getting the jump through. Real estate trader by day job out there at the moment for Eli of the Pun Crew.
Another donation.
Go, and another donation, 5,101 euros and 38 cents. Feven Racing with the 45 there to get us right up into the points. Thank you so much. And so we have hit this wonderful position with 7 minutes left to go. Remember, you can still get your last chances in to join in the Race for a Cause 24 raffle out there. So that is a really, really good run as far as they go. And I can confirm that the in-sim chat is all talking about what they're going to be ordering down at the KFC Mulsanne.
I mean, what would you be ordering, Jay? What would you go for?
Oh, Zinger box.
That's fair. I'll go for a bonus. Is it bonus banquet? It's called with the chicken, the bonus chicken and the chips and the popcorn chicken. That would be my choice.
Yeah, other fast food restaurants are available too. Big expansion actually in the UK of Popeyes recently.
Yes, I noticed that. There's one couple by me, which I didn't think there would be. There's one in the train station, then one about 10 minutes away.
I would say a lot of people getting a good enjoyment out of some Louisiana chicken. I first noticed it actually on my honeymoon. I was so shocked. I went to Milan, right? I was in Milan, and believe it or not, opposite the hotel we were staying at was a Popeyes, and I was just like, what? Why is there a Popeyes in Milan?
Yeah, that's an odd one. I mean, there's a Taco Bell as well by me. There's a couple of them popping around, and yeah, it's nice to see a few more of our American fast food restaurants appearing in the UK and in Europe. As that's a send, and that was nearly not ideal for Taylor Bills.
No, nearly not ideal though. Still is some level of ideal. So was able to just about cover it as staying resolutely glued to the back of Ruben Haidt, who is there in 4th position. this will be the moment that you try and sort yourself out. Final stop for Henrik Riesestrand. Ultimately, will have to drop the lap with the final stop with just 5 minutes to go. A splash and dash then here in this one for the 77 over the top team. And ultimately, just a couple laps left to go in this race for Taylor Mills Racing. And they will now pass the leaders of LMP2 in a moment of acknowledgement that these two teams, they have themselves a lap and 2.5 minutes respectively, and they now know that they are just a couple laps away from safety.
You'd imagine here it'll be, yeah, they'll get one more lap because they'll get to the end before these, but then they won't have enough time to do another one. So I'd imagine this will be the penultimate lap now of the race of a long 24 hours. Of course, it's been a busy time for us as well in the commentary box and for the other commentators, and also Hugo and Ramiro, who's been here in the production booth. It's been a great stream here over on Racespot as always. And yes, can't wait to hopefully be back again in the future for this one because it's been really fun. Glad to be in here for the final 6 hours alongside you, Jake. And now we get into the final 4 minutes.
And now we're up at €5,111 and 38 cents. Thank you very much over there, Classic Artistic, for the 10 out there. So brilliant stuff as far as that then has been going. But at least at the moment, raffle entries are now closed, ladies and gentlemen. You can no longer put your entry in for the raffle. We have all of the people that we need available to it, and so right now we are all set and saying that we are ready for that as and when at the end of racing action. Thank you very much for the €50 donation, Alex Mackay. Then €5,161 and 38 cents. With 3:27 on the clock, it is official. This is the final lap of the race. Next time they cross the line.
Indeed, and of course, looking at that donation goal as well, we're 38 away from being 1,000 off to 6,199. So not far away at all of getting ourselves towards that donation goal of €6,199 and 69 cents. Of course, that being the amount that was hit in the last events in 2025. So it'd be great to go and one-up it again here in 2026 and then set ourselves up well for 2027.
Onboard, following on the chase here. Don't do anything silly now, because you know the gap is about a minute as they sit. Working through is Taylor Mills, and noting here that they've got to get by Chiara Kucherova, and they do so. Through now over towards the Corvette curves, dancing through the lefts and the rights, a little bit wide there in front from Ruben Height, and this is going to be the clearance for the lap that is then put on Arctic, who go 3 laps down with that pass as Barney stands and waits in the gantry box, waiting for this chance to say this. It is 1 lap to go here at Le Mans.
There we go, 1 more lap, and that will be a sigh of relief there for everybody crossing that line, knowing there's 1 more to go. As that's a car off ahead down at the chicane. Hopefully they don't get in the way here of Taylor Mills, and I think they'll stick to the right hand side and let Mills go through. But I don't think the first thing that drivers want to do is crash on the final lap. I think that's the worst thing you could possibly do here. So come on, guys, keep it on track for 4.5 more minutes left in this race, pretty much for the lap to be completed. We've had another donation come through as well from Luca Monroe, a driver I know very well. €25 coming in there, so now only 5 away from 5,200.
Yeah, this is brilliant here in terms of seeing these donations flying on in. Keep them coming, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get as much as we can here in the final stages of this 2026 Race for a Cause 24 over to Belong to Ireland, which is one of the most fantastic charities out there, and they are all about the National LGBTQ plus youth organisation from 2003. They have been looking to grow from a youth project into a unique national services and advocacy organisation with and for LGBTQ plus children and young people. This has been a huge charity drive out there. They create and generate safe spaces for LGBTQ plus young people. They empower others through education to support LGBTQ plus young people, to lead policy and and practice by providing expertise, developing best practice models and reflecting lived experiences to ensure LGBTQ+ young people have the opportunity to have their voices heard and to be an advocate for LGBTQ+ young people and to champion change. Into Mulsanne Corner, and now the drive for home will now set itself in motion for car number 41, which has the control of this race. This has been one where you sit down and say, for everybody, it's now official. 24 hours is there on the clock. All you have to do is find the checkered flag from this point onwards. It has been really a day of smiles for everyone. 24 hours is very difficult, very tough to go and race. They've had to fight from adversity right from the drop of the green flag, where they got a penalty for overlap on the start of the race. Had to serve a drive-through penalty to start off their day. Fought back the 30-second deficit and pulled themselves clear over the course of the remaining hours of running to 2.5 minutes out in front. The cat toy is being put ready in celebration as we are going to have so much fun to say that this was some great racing there, but Taylor Mills won't be having too much concerns about this, because driving it home and for what will be the second consecutive race run here in this championship effort, this is going to be a huge race for of course 24, because in 2026 TMR will have it once again. Taylor Mills Racing come to the line and win a big yes then as it goes through. A huge win for the number 41 team, absolutely huge. The number 56s of Queen's Design are making their way now through the Ford chicane and the rear cordon. So it was a huge day for them, a team that has got together, have so many great drivers out there. Queen's Design have a perfect run and take the win here in category as they cross on over, and there is Ayetton Williams for Satellite Racing Nebula, knowing that as far as they go, they have got here right now a lap of honour to go through. They will be the third to last, if not potentially the last cars here, Nathan, over the line.
Yes, indeed. Still at the start of the lap, pretty much. They've got a couple of minutes to go here, but of course a great driven race by Taylor Mills Racing and Queen's Design, and then of course Onboard, or looking offboard here too. Satellite Racing Nebula, they know that win is now in sight. Of course, 4 laps over the head of Broken Eggs Cooking, who I think have done a very good job to finish P2, and then of course third at the moment, going the way of Ionid X TSRC with Andrew Pike at the wheel, a well-deserved podium as well for car 999. It's not long to go now until Satellite Racing can take that win. Of course, they've had a very interesting race, so as many others. Of course, they started third after qualifying, and they got to the lead quite early, and as soon as they got to the lead, it was like, right, you know, head down, let's go, and push, push, push. And they are now not far away from taking that well-deserved win in the GT3 Aston Martin.
Yeah, they've only got the second half of this lap over to go on a day where they have been the dominant team, and it's never looked even close to likely that they have been going to lose out on that regard. And ultimately today, this is going to be where they turn and say, well, we've raced for a cause, we've raced for good fun, and they have raced dominantly out there in the number 64 car out there. And Aston Martin, really, in terms of a car right now here, Nathan, has really proved itself to be fantastic in terms of the way that it's gone about and how it has really suited this Le Mans circuit. There aren't really any hairpins, it's just slow 90-degree corners that you find in various stages. So where it struggles in that first gear and you maybe have a bit of trouble in the second gear, it's really good everywhere else. And I think that's why this Aston Martin has done so well around this circuit.
Yeah, certainly. It's suited in really well to Le Mans, and I think maybe that'll be the choice of car for them next time, because it's worked well. And it doesn't seem like they've ever had an issue. I don't think they've ever had to go to the pit lane for damage, or I don't think they've even got into any contact. They've driven very well.
Once.
Oh, well, correct me. Woods, I still think Woods over 24 hours though is very well, considering most of the cars have been involved in multiple bits of contact.
I completely agree. If you only have one little moment over 24 hours worth of racing, you've done this correctly. Very difficult to have a race like this where there aren't any issues out there for those around. Just behind them is the Onid XTSRC car of Andrew Pike. As they run through the Porsche curves, they've got a minute and a half to get themselves over the line through the Corvette curves now, passing the Circuit Alain Prost, and the camera slipped a little bit there, so ultimately it's a case of well done, and that is going to be a very dominant display of victory then, crossing on over, and ultimately is going to just about finish over the line, blinking over the line. A big sigh of relief there. Job done, well done.
Yes, a great job indeed for Ayetton Williams to cross the line and take the win in the GT3 class. And, well, there we are. 24 hours of racing is complete here around Circuit De La Sarthe, or Le Mans, or De Mans, whatever you want to call it. A great evening and afternoon of racing here. And now we can breathe and sigh and have a relax.
Let's take a look then at classified results then from the Race for a Cause 24 here in 2026. Taylor Mills Racing win by 2:37 over the line. They had to work hard with adversity to get back into position, and a big scream of yes from Taylor Mills says the job well done. It's Prismatic Motorsports Athena in second, and the Pun Crew who find themselves third, with Arctic Sim Racing and Who Wants a Soda fourth and fifth at 3 laps adrift. L1 Racing will finish sixth, and it is 9 laps down for Joel Carpenter and the Dog Box Racing Alpha car. They had damage late on in the race. Salvage Sim Racing are 8th, and Dalve Tapper, who saw a massive accident for the BMW M Power car, then in the 9th position, as Inazuma Superspeed would drive the Fox Body Frameworks by X-Ring car into 10th overall. You would then look around and say that Ad Astra would find themselves 11th in class as one of the first retirees, along with Cautionary Tale Motorsports not finding the finish, and the Pun Crew Pink at 118 laps away from the end. In LMP2, it is Queen's Design who get the victory that honestly their pace did deserve. They strategized perfectly. Closest challengers were over the top, with Henrik Rieser-Strand taking that one to the line. A good hold late on strategy from Multiviewer Motorsports there, with Sugi Shocknier ahead of Noah Balderson and Team Sakura Engineering. Twin Turn SR by Rebecca Bornheim are fifth, with Quad Dash Racing sixth, and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva then in 7th. Play High United Motorsports Pink Harlequin Cat Shark are in 8th, with Georgie Trepchik, as Ben Bream will bring back the FF by XR Adoration car in 9th, and Victor Cernegren will drive the second of the cars, the Gamma of the Twin Turn machines in. After Ban, and then Lame Sheep Racing 11th and 12th in class, with a big tip over for Leadpool Racing that we saw with a few hours to go. Trans Am Motorsports, Savage Sim Racing LMP then do find themselves to finish with Jagger Finley, and then out are Rainbow Racing Helios and Yellow Vision, which means neither of the cars that started on a 24-hour solo attempt would find the finish. 5 laps it will be marked as for Ayetton Williams over the line in the Aston Martin, ahead of Broken Eggs Cooking and Onid XTSRC. Doug Henson Racing Yellow would end up in 4th, a good result ahead of Savage Sim Racing GT. Panda Spec Motorsports are 6th, ahead of Orlando Outlaws Esports, with Bobby Blowers bringing the car to the end. Georgie Mackay at Prismatic Motorsports Community Ishtar, they're in 8th, ahead of Feven Racing and Mirai United VRT Purple. Akito Asuzagawa bringing that one back. Beta Frost and Cognizant Racing Team 19 and 20 laps respectively down, with Scrubsco Racing Revival, FF by XR Admiration with Clara Kucherova, Phoenix Fifi at Galaxy Racing, and Invaluable Slide, Benjamin Cox then running through with that as they all set. So a lot for everyone to go through, as everyone is jumping in then to get themselves what they need, which is a chance to have a conversation with us. And the entire team is here from the number 41 team, Taylor Mills Racing. We've got Anna Clemic here. We've got Danny Brennan, who is here along with us. We have, of course, got the likes of Chloe Mugford, and critically, driver we will talk to first, Taylor Mills, who is here with us now. And Taylor, what a massive scream that was over the line of, I would say, satisfaction of a result like that. 24 hours that started immediately on the back foot.
I mean, it started immediately on the back foot because of my own impatience and just being way too me off the start of that race, losing the back end, spinning, getting that drive through, but getting that, I don't know, just putting us 40 seconds off the back, it was just like, right, we know what we can do. It's just a case of do the lap times we know we can do, run the race we know we can run, and we will get that time back. And it's all thanks to Anna and Danny, who were there at the start, coaching me through those first couple of stints and getting us back into focus that, well, primarily helped us get over that bit.
Danny, going to come to you next here. This was a very big day's worth of racing action. It took a lot of effort from the entire team. Talk us through the process, getting the setup sorted, getting ready, organising the stints, all of that came together over the course of racing action.
Thank you very much. I have to say, in terms of organising the stint schedules, stuff like that, all that credit has to go to Chloe for getting her registration sorted. Also, Anna here built a rocket ship of a setup. It's the best setup I've ever driven at Le Mans. It was a fantastic car, and then also was given a bit of advice during the week. Taylor was very helpfully kind of guiding me along and where I could find a bit of speed and so on. But it feels good. It feels really good. We after that first lap, we executed pretty much perfectly. We had to use our fast repair at some point in the night for a small bonk, but apart from that, like, we stayed out of trouble, managed our traffic really well. Pace was fantastic from all this lot. Honestly, I was the anchor, not the anchor. I was holding us down, but
well,
I have to give credit to the rest of them. It was a fantastic performance, and I also want to note, thanks to them for carrying me to my first ever win at Le Mans in any category, any sort of race. So I'm well chuffed.
Oh, we take those. We absolutely take those. Chloe, over to you, because as far as this has all been setting, you're racing for a charity, a team that has gone and done it now 2 times in a row. It must be, it's one thing to get to the top of the mountain. It's another thing to stay there.
Top of the mountain, Speary, that's in Australia, pal. We're in France. I'll actually talk out there, not crack jokes. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. I always struggle to put these races into words because with the way time zones work, I get up to get in the car and the race is already half over. So there's always a lot of catching up to do and all that sort of stuff. But I'm going to echo exactly what Danny said just before. Massive credit to the whole team. Obviously, yeah, these things don't happen just with a one-person effort. There's 4 of us, and without one of us, this race doesn't happen. So, yeah, couldn't be proud of the whole team and all the effort that goes into it. It's really, really cool.
It's absolutely critical. Anna, of course, you're one of the newer members over at Taylor Mills Racing, and ultimately, seemingly very important with the way that has been built. We know your IndyCar background out there is something that certainly gives you that speed. So talk about trying to fine-tune the GTP hypercar that you had available at your disposal.
I mean, I just took an old setup that was ran from season 1 pretty much, and that was on the old tire model, but I ran that race in the Cadillac. It was the IMSA endurance race, and I ran it in the Cadillac with Asa, who won LMP2. So, but yeah, I had a good understanding of the Cadillac and kind of knew coming into this race, had an idea about how to make sure we balance out this car throughout a whole stint. And basically, yeah, we got it initially right during the day, but during the night it was a bit bad, so I just made one little change and it just worked magically through the day and the night, and it was an absolute rocket ship. So, yeah.
A wonderful rocket ship indeed. Taylor, final thing from me before you can go and celebrate with some virtual champagne. Are you going to be running it back for the 3-peat next year?
I mean, yeah, I think we're going to be back next year. It's always such a pleasure to run in the race for a cause, not only because they're often, the causes themselves are quite close to our hearts in helping, in being LGBTQ plus charities. It is a fantastically well-run and very well set up event, and I've got to give the credit to Prismatic Motorsport yet again for just giving us a charity event that is just a bit more specific to us as a queer community, and it's always a pleasure to run because you always know that the organization's going to be there, and it feels like the 24 hours of Le Mans. I think when it comes to Le Mans races, this is our most important one of the year, because A, it's just a joy to run in, and 2, it's for a great cause. This year, of course, belongs to you. Actually, that reminds me, I have a bet that I need to come good on. Because I told you about this, Barry. I told the team as a little bit of an incentive for every session that we top, I will donate 10 euros to charity. And since we got FP1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, warm up and the race, that is 80
What happened in qualifying?
euros. Izzy outdid me. Izzy outdid me. She ran a fantastic qualifying.
What's the old Porsche 962 shirt, the no one's perfect thing from back in the day?
Yeah, exactly. But we'll round it up because it's for charity, isn't it?
Absolutely is. What a wonderful result then for all of you at Taylor Mills Racing. Job done, well done out there, as we get ourselves then over to Nathan Richards, who has now decided to walk down the virtual paddock, and he's found himself with the winner of GT3s, and that is Ayetton Williams then over from Satellite Racing Nebula.
Indeed. Ayrton, welcome in. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Perfect. What a race that was. Of course, headed into it, we know that on paper, very strong team you lot had over at Satellite Racing Nebula. Was the expectation to win by 4, or I think it was actually 5 laps by the end, was the expectation to win by 5 laps after 24 hours of racing?
Yeah, well, look, we wanted it better last year, which was, I think, 3 from memory.
Yeah.
But, you know, winning's winning, so if it's by 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a lap, 2 laps, it's a win. I'll take it regardless, but yeah, look, it was good to have a setup done by Alex, who's alien. I'll put it that way. He's an alien. He is so quick, it is ridiculous. And of course, obviously, all the other boys for keeping the car clean pretty much the whole race. We had a couple of small incidents throughout the race, but nothing that we didn't even have to use the fast repair. So
yeah,
we got off pretty scot-free in terms of incidents with other people or ourselves. So yeah, pretty happy. It was a good race.
Certainly, and of course, we saw a lot of difference of the GT3s taking part. I mean, the Aston Martin, was it a car of preference, or is it kind of one of the metas around Le Mans? Because we know that in iRacing, the car meta changes per track, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it does. Look, I'm not particularly up to date on the meta. I'll put it this way: that the Aston was amazing. The set we were running was, again, insane. Through the Porsche curves, I couldn't actually drive it. I had to drop down a gear, whereas the rest of the guys could actually drive it through in 5th. I just couldn't figure out the car. So I was just kind of babying it through the Porsche curves. So there's that. But whether it's the OP meta, I don't know about that. Because at the end of the day, if you put someone else in the car, maybe they won't be able to drive it. And you grab a Macca, for example, with a really good setup, and who knows, that could have been beating. So.
Great. Well, I don't think it matters either way. 5-lap win. I think you could have been in any car and it probably would have still been going your way indeed. And of course, second time being here, of course, it's now, I think, over 11,000 euros raised for the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland charity. I mean, what does it mean to you and the team to be able to take part in such a great charity event here on iRacing?
It means the world because, at the end of the day, we need to support everyone and give everyone equal opportunity in life and in workplaces and in everything. And especially, giving them a place where they, feel like they belong and giving them the support. That's, the biggest thing that we need to do. And this is obviously raising money to help those people, and that's what we need to do. We absolutely need to support everyone equally.
Definitely. Well, big thanks to you, Ayrton, for joining in for the team. Of course, big congratulations to you and Satellite for the win. And hopefully we'll see you again in 2027.
Hopefully so. Thank you, guys.
Well, there we have it with Ayetton Williams there, who joins us. A lot to bring in right now in terms of the entire team that has got the victory done over then in the next category out there, which is, of course, your LMP2 division out there. We have Asa in the Empire. We've got Mia Rose. We've got Ruby Nekamata. We've got Sarah Van Feitplen. And we've also got Anil Rose as well. So let's go then with Anil first and foremost. You were able to see that car to the checkered flag on a day-to-day where the team had to work with strategy to go and gain the ability to use it, worked with great pace, and ultimately a very strong one-lap victory. It's not often that you get to say a one-lap victory out there, so how does it feel now to be winners of the LMP2 category?
It's awesome. Like, I don't think any of us expected that not to work, not that it would work that well. So yeah, feels awesome.
Feels absolutely awesome indeed. Let's go over to Sarah, because you had your run late on in the race then to work through a car that really understood itself very well, actually, in that Dallara P217. It seemed like everyone got themselves together as it all sets up, it all put itself together. So how happy are you with the way that the car ran over the stint and how everybody was able to get a very good performance today?
We had some trouble with the setup, but later in the week we got a really good setup, and the car felt amazing the entire stint, the entire race.
That's absolutely awesome to hear. Mia, I'm going to come to you next. Really, the responsibility of a day where everybody had to pull their weight. They had to do everything that they possibly needed to over the course of the running. Ultimately, it was a case of just managing the expectation. Through the night, it looked like a really, really good chance to build on what you had. So brilliant stuff on it. Just now, how do you look to take this from what was disappointment last year to victory this year? How do you look to back up the credential into the next year?
Well, I think I'll start this off with, we won, yes! Second thing.
Yes.
Honestly, this was very much a redemption run for all of us from last year, and I think a lot of us have personal beef with this event, especially with this track. So I think for all of us as a group to slay those demons, essentially, and come out winning by over a lap is just extraordinary, amazing. And I think Anor, I believe it's her first ever event of this links at this track, and she's gone ahead and won it by over a lap. I think Ruby, yes, we did. So we finished in P11 overall, which is very funny for Ruby. For Sarah and for Asa, I think for both of them, just an amazing experience for both of them. It's very rare you can say that you win a class in a race by over a lap, and we've done it at probably one of the toughest races you could do it. Oh, just so happy.
That happiness, I'm sure, extends very far and wide as things go. Asa, critically, leading VTubers in LMP2 and the only VTubers out there to go and get victories between you and Ruby. So how much of that is a big statement for you out there at the end of this result?
Honestly, it means so much to me because, as one of the, tend to be one of the faster VTubers on the sim, as well as Ruby, Rachel, it just feels, I don't know, so rewarding to feel that all the work over the past year has really just paid off and come together, and that I could go from the race that I had last year in the same car, having an abysmal time, and crashing out and, just not doing great, to this year coming back and coming into this race with just much more knowledge and skill, and to be able to put on the drive that I have, as well as the rest of the team, I couldn't be any happier. I'm very emotional. Over the course of the year, I've won in the GTP at 24 hours at Le Mans. Now I've done the LMP2, and hopefully next week I can get it in the GT3.
That would be wonderful. Ruby, final question. I know that you do a lot of driving with Samantha Tan's esports team out there, and a lot of these drivers all have their own teams that go their various ways. Do you think that a win like this has brought you five all closer together and opens up the opportunity for doing even more racing over the course of the year together?
Oh, certainly. I'm just so happy we have all gotten together. Like, this is the most, like, we've done as a team together, and, like, I'm just so happy because Anor is the one that started the team. Anor is the one, and Anor and me are the one that got me to sim racing professionally, and, like, they taught me everything I know, and so, like, it's amazing that we got, like, the win, like, with everybody here. Sorry, I'm just really emotional, but...
Yeah,
I think
you
we
did
all
really good.
Yeah, but I'm so proud of everybody, and, like, it's been a lot of fun, and, like, I really can't believe it, and this is just the culmination of all the work we've put in, and I guess this is just, I mean, I cannot wait for what else we're going to do together, and sorry, I'm, like, so tired, I cannot believe it.
Well, go rest, go celebrate, go enjoy. Huge win for Queen's Designs, who get the job done in LMP2 here today. We're not done, though, here at the moment in terms of our action. Jamie Jessica Martin here from our wonderful running team here at Prismatic Motorsports is here with us because, Jamie, we've got a raffle to go and sort out.
We do indeed. Perfect. Well, we'll obviously finish off beyond that, but I don't know if the stream's now live. It is. So, we might as well start off with the HF8 gaming pad provided to us by End-to-End Motorsport. Let's go. Ready? First prize will go to... Wait for it. I made this far too long, didn't I?
The anticipation, though.
Bill Baldwin!
Look at that.
Yep. We'll take that. Phil, congrats. You just won a HF8 gaming pad. Obviously, congrats to Phil of DHR. We'll move on to the GT Omega folding racing seat. Provided to us, of course, by the lovely folks at GT Omega. Thank you very much to them for providing it as we move on to who wins this. Oh, don't tell me it again. No, it isn't. Aria, Prismatic Motorsports member, driving for multi-viewer this time round. Congrats, Aria. You have got yourself a GT Omega folding race seat.
Brilliant. And that leaves us just then with this, the Hoisingveld Sprint 2 pedal set.
Yep, exactly. The big one. Thank you very much to Hoisingveld for all of their contributions. I mean, this was always going to be difficult. Well, Bobby Blowers. Bobby, you've just won yourself a Sprint 2 pedal set. Congratulations. Congratulations on all of the winners there. And thank you all so much for contributing such a wide amount of money. I haven't calculated the numbers yet, but it is a number.
It very much is. And Jamie, thank you so much for putting all of this together. What a wonderful event. We're going to take this time now to chat with Saoirse Fitzpatrick here, who's been racing for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. And Saoirse, a race like this for a charity that has helped you out so much. We just want to get an understanding of the experiences that you've got through Belong To and exactly why this race means so much to not just you, but to all the people that this community and charity touches.
Sorry, I only half heard the question. I'm so tired.
Not a problem at all. Basically, for today's victory out there, we'd like to get an understanding of how much Belong To means in terms of charity work that it's done, how much it's helped you and how much it's helped everyone in the community in Ireland.
Well, I mean, they've helped so much. They've helped so much. Especially when I was younger, they provided a place for, like, queer young people to come together and meet people like them in a time that was like quite scary to be a young person and be queer and like trying to find acceptance and community and that kind of thing. And even still today, where like the world is a lot more accepting, but it's still incredibly important to like raise awareness in schools and in workplaces, and to be able to provide spaces for queer young people to meet their peers and meet other people like them and build community and and like find friends, especially because like school can still be difficult in a lot of time, like for a lot of people, like being ostracized for being different.
And for both you and Jamie here, we're currently on €5,419.30.
Whoa.
I'm sure there's going to be more that will come through before that all closes out, and you still have the chance to donate if you haven't already. What will that sort of money be able to do for people in and around? And what are you looking at as some really cool, exciting things to come up with that in the next year?
I don't know exactly what Belong To plan to do with the money, but I would imagine it will go towards increased awareness campaigns, more support for the young people that access their services, and like just that kind of thing in general. Honestly, I don't know what they intend to do with the money, but it will be very, very helpful, because I know every charity all the time always needs more money to do more things to like help the people that they aim to assist.
Indeed. I guess, yeah, to add a little bit of context, last year, I mentioned this earlier, they used it to help support the money we raised last year. They continued supporting 91 of their youth groups across Ireland. 450 parents were directly supported throughout their family support services, and then they had student outreach programs as well, which did a wide amount of impact. Hopefully this year we'll get the folks over at Belong To will give us some additional statistics over these numbers, and we'll definitely publish them once we get them over the next year. But obviously, yes, absolutely massive. And the Tiltify page will remain open for the next week. We'll continue pushing it, so if you haven't already done so, it isn't now the race is over, it isn't the last time that you can donate or get people to donate. Make sure you share it, see if we can maybe just get over that goal from last year, because the more money that they get, the better. I think we just got another donation as well, so that makes it even better.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, you two. Jamie, Jessica Martin, and Saoirse Fitzpatrick then over from Prismatic, and doing a brilliant job with today's running and action. Nathan, final thoughts as we bring things to a close here from Le Mans.
Absolutely amazing. Pleasure to be here on commentary for the events. Hopefully we'll be back in 2027. Maybe I'll race next time. I'm going to get myself into racing, so I'll try and get involved and not crash the car a million times. But no, brilliant event. Of course, a big thanks to everybody over at Prismatic for putting this together, of course. Not for me personally, but I know a lot of people who suffer a lot, unfortunately, from the way they are naturally. So it's great that they're able to get that support.
And what a wonderful race this has been. Twice around the clock, and finishing from day to night today again. A wonderful race for a cause. A 24 of the highest caliber, and still with time to donate, of course, to Belong To LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. Thank you so much for joining us here for coverage on RaceSpotTV, and we will see you very soon with more great sim racing action, and we hope to see you again next year for Race for a Cause 24 in 2027.
Tired of feeling lonely as it wastes away their lives, says the man inside the bathroom as he sits and cuts his line with his knife against the sink again, and his best friend at the door. Two old men sit by the bar and they complain about some call a doctor. They overdid it, they overdid it. Call a doctor, they overdid it. horse walks into the bar, and the bartender says, "Hey," and the horse says, "Yeah."